How you doing?
How you doing? It is the BR Gridiron Draft Night continued, and usually you think second night not as big. These are second-round picks.
Right.
These are franchise changers, and I am joined by two changers of franchises myself. The far corner, it is Mike Renner. He's been doing this for about 12 years. PFF, killed it last night. And one of my favorite human beings in the entire world. Were you a part of BR's first ever draft show?
I don't think I was part of the first. Yes, I was.
Yes, you were in a bar.
At Baltimore, yes. 100%.
Michael Felder has been covering the draft in college football in the bleachers forever. Great to have you here.
Dude, it's good to be here.
We used to do 3 rounds.
Yeah.
And then the second day was the 4th round.
Mm-hmm.
And now, the second day being the second round, this 33rd pick is practically a first-round
Bingo.
pick. You weren't here. What was your big takeaway from last night as you watched it unfold now as we sit here before the second round?
I'll be honest with you, man. As a defensive guy, I felt insulted. I did. I felt insulted. I felt like, man, they really aren't giving us no love. And I don't know if it's because it's a bad defensive draft or it's because there's this quarterback thirst, 6 guys go in the first round, and then you see the offensive linemen, the run on them, then you see the run on wide receivers. So
Right.
I'm looking forward to getting to some defensive guys. I'm glad I'm on day 2 because some of my favorite players are still on the board.
So I do think it's become like a financial thing where wide receivers and offensive linemen and quarterbacks, you need that 5th-year option.
Yeah.
And safeties and linebackers, not so much. Here is the draft recap, the first 8, spotlighted by Michael Penix Jr.
Yeah.
I still think we're all trying to process what that means. Kirk Cousins under contract for over $100 million for 2-3 years. They're saying that they're willing to let Penix wait for a little bit, kind of crazy.
He's 23.
You can't wait too long. Now that you've had a night to process, Renner, what are the big thoughts that you've been having?
Yeah, I mean, the offense was insane. Like, it doubled the previous record. It was 7 straight offensive players, 14 this year.
Wow.
But it's the quarterbacks. I mean, every year we hype up these guys, it seems like, and then they go later than expected. You know, someone goes 1, someone goes 2, somewhere in that range, and then the second tier kind of fall off. Not this year. And I think not only did we see the 6 guys go in the top 12, but we didn't see guys mortgage the farm for any of these quarterbacks. Like, I think teams are learning their lesson, maybe from what we saw from the Carolina Panthers last year, that, you could take one, but if you're giving up future draft capital to take one, you may be really undercutting your franchise for years to come, like we may be seeing with Carolina Panthers right now. And so teams, they're willing to take them, but not willing to make that massive investment to go get one.
We are sitting here now. Buffalo Bills will have the first pick number 33. It's interesting because strategy-wise, I like what Buffalo did. I just don't like the team they did it with. And here's what I mean. They traded 28 to 32. 32 is a power position because a lot of people want to trade up to get that 5th-year option on that rookie. And so yesterday it was Carolina with Leggett. They wanted that 5th-year option.
Right.
So going back to 32 was smart. Then by going to 33, now you have all night and all morning to gather some interest in some trades. And we have heard, and we have a tweet showing, that there are a lot of people calling right now going, what is it going to take to get to 33, to 34, to 35? Albert Breer saying the Bills, Patriots, and Cardinals getting a lot of calls. And my guy, Keon Coleman is a name to watch early. I did not know that was the end of the tweet there.
Okay.
But that's why it's so interesting because there are first rounders in people's minds that have fallen down.
Yeah.
Felder, your favorite player that is still on the board?
Cooper DeJean. Absolutely. Iowa corner. This dude is, I think he's incredibly talented. He's aggressive. He's decisive. I love the fact that he can, I trust him in 3. I trust him in 2. I love what he's able to do. He's a downhill player, and he can still carry you. You see him right here. And I know, listen, if we're not talking about him very early tonight, somebody has made a very big mistake. This guy can trigger. He's willing. He's a very willing tackler. Oh, and by the way, he can also return.
Yes.
So that's added value to me. And if you get this added value, Renner, where is he on your big board?
19.
19. If you can get Renner's 19th player, 33, 34, 35, let's do it.
Old regime Patriots, I would say, is there even a doubt? We'll see what they do now. Renner, your favorite player still on the board?
It's got to be Adonai Mitchell. I had him 14th overall on my board because from a sheer talent perspective, He's up there with guys like Malik Neighbors and Marvin Harrison Jr. I mean, he runs low 4.3s at the combine. Broad jumps over 11 feet.
Yeah.
And I watched some of his reps on tape and cannot believe how easy it is for him at 6'2", 205 pounds to get open. I mean, just gobs of separation against corners. Inconsistency to his game, but if you can get this guy locked in, if you can get the high end, his high end is spectacular. So Adonai Mitchell, to be here, we'll talk about a little reasons why he fell when he does come off the board. But man, I think someone could be getting a number one 1,600-yard-a-year type of wide receiver. That's how good this guy could be.
One thing, we always give quarterbacks credit for wins, like J.J. McCarthy we talked about.
Right.
Adonai Mitchell won 2 championships at Georgia, caught the game-winning touchdown in one of them, and then transfers to Texas where they go to the college football playoffs. And he played a huge role, and I would imagine that if the Bills take him at 33, great value after having traded down 2. I'm going to do my guy, Keon Johnson. I am not
Coleman?
Okay, him too. Keon Coleman. I am not as adept as breaking down these prospects. I just know that when I see the 6'3", 213, I know he only ran a 4.61, but I love any guy that has been recruited to play basketball by Tom Izzo and plays the receiving game like he is a basketball player. He's CeeDee Lamb's cousin. He's super physical. He can break tackles. He can jump over people. I'm someone that watches a lot of NFL. And when I put on college football occasionally, every time I saw him, I was like, that's a next level NFL player right there. He's a 50-50 guy. And so 4.61's a little bit, it's not too fast, but I love his body type. And I thought the Xavier Leggett pick at the end of the first round, I kind of like that guy more, but I trust these NFL teams. You guys really scout. I'm just a fan that enjoys the draft. Am I overhyping him too much?
I don't think so. I just think with Coleman, you have to understand the role he's going to play at the next level. When you're on a 4.61, it's tough for you to survive on the outside because you need that vertical threat. You need to be able to run down the football field. But he reminds me of a guy named Michael Thomas from the New Orleans Saints who made a killing in the slot running slants.
Yes.
And when Keon Coleman runs a slant, he gets that inch of separation. He's got that big wingspan, and he's got the best hands of any wide receiver in this draft class. Or, arguably, right up in the mix. Dude doesn't drop football. So, Keon Coleman, high floor wide receiver, but it's just going to a certain role that you have to expect.
I mean, the man has a 78-inch wingspan.
Yeah, he's got a huge body. Like, that's the big thing is, like, that wingspan, and people don't think about this, but, like, wingspan is also part of your shoulders.
You're right.
And so when you can edge, and you mentioned the Izzo thing, I think that's a really interesting point because what do you have to do in basketball, right? You've got to box out, and that's what he does. And you mentioned the slants. What is a slant if not boxing out to create space?
Boxing out a corner.
And I think the interesting part about playing him on the interior, playing him from the inside, from that slot spot, is the idea that he's either going to be matched up against a smaller guy, because most nickels are smaller, or he's going to be matched up against what? A linebacker or a safety? And then that 4.6 doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that he ran a 4.6 because that's what those guys are running anyways.
Your guy played a lot of basketball too. I love.
Oh, have you seen the highlights?
Yes, I have.
Yeah.
Yes, I have. All right, now I kind of want to know like your man crushes. So they might not go early on in this round, but overall, Felder, who's a player that you just really love?
Dude, does Ennis Rakestraw count?
What's that?
Yeah.
I think he probably goes today, but man, he is someone like I have him on here. I think he's a little bit thinner than Marshawn Lattimore, but he's like super aggressive. He's pesky. I love the way that he's able to rake hands and go out and make plays. So I really liked how aggressive and how sudden he is. And watching him play at Mizzou really just is one of those things where you're like, okay, this guy's got. It reminds me of a couple of years ago, the last 2 years when Illinois had guys that just got the job done and were able to do it. That's kind of what it reminds me of. And by the way, let me see.
The Devin Witherspoon.
He ran that 4.5. Devin Witherspoon, yeah. He ran a 4.51. I'm not worried about that. Again, this is someone that played in the SEC and was still productive.
How about you? A little man crush?
I'll go Roger Rosengarten. You see him on the draft board there, number 36 overall from Washington. I don't think a lot of people have him. This guy's a top 50 sort of player, but I think he's going to come off the board here very soon. High-end athlete. The guy ran a 4.9 240 at the combine, and it shows on tape. To me, he's not too dissimilar from his teammate Troy Fautanu on the left side in terms of the skill, the athleticism, the footwork. It's just Fautanu's just a little bit bigger dude, a little bit stronger, can hold up to the rigors of the NFL. But Rosengarten, if he gets that play strength a little bit better, reminds me of how, like, when David Bakhtiari was coming out, it's like, he just needs to get stronger. He has all the tools, just needs to get stronger. With Rosengarten, if he just gets stronger, this guy's a quality NFL starting tackle. And to get that on day 2, which rarely happens, I think someone could be in luck. I'm looking at someone like Washington or someone else here at the top of the second round, because OTs don't last long.
I do love Jeremiah Trotter. I want to say that. But the guy that I keep forgetting about until I go back into the spreadsheet, Mike Sainristil. He is my favorite player in this draft.
Okay.
He is a guy that played a few years on offense, realized this is not going to work out for me. Let's go to defense. And then I am infatuated with defensive players, specifically safeties, that fill up the stat sheet. And that's something that you don't always see. But he's aggressive, he's a tackler, he's relentless, and this is someone that has made tackles behind the line of scrimmage. He's someone that's able, there we go, there's one of them right there. Wow, amazing. Tackles behind the line of scrimmage. He's been able to carry people down the field, and I love the fact that, oh wow, look at that. He could do. He fills up the stat sheet.
That play was enormous. That was a game-changing.
That was a game-changing moment in the national championship game. And then again, remember, he also played receiver. So every time he gets the ball, whether it's picking up a fumble or it's him making an interception, that's defense in the offense. And so this is someone that is I understand he's a little bit undersized, but for me, watching him was a treat this year. When watching Michigan, and I mean no disrespect to Michigan fans, and I'm sure they're going to be upset with us at the chat, but watching Michigan was a slog. And I'm sorry, it was. It was a slog watching Michigan.
You don't like handing it off 40 times?
Yeah, the whole second half of the Penn State game felt like they were doing punishment to me.
I mean, not worse than Iowa.
Yeah, but I know I'm going to get that with Iowa, and I don't expect them to be anything better than that.
I watch Iowa games on 1.75 speed because we don't. Let's just get to the punts, bro.
Yeah, but no, Sainristil was a real treat. So when that defense got on the field, I want to throw him in there in that man crush realm.
All right, we have about 5.5 minutes until the Buffalo Bills have to make their selection. Buffalo was at 28. They traded with Kansas City down to 32. They took Xavier Worthy. Then Carolina traded up from 33 to 32 to take Mr. Leggett. And so Buffalo is on the clock. Brandon Beane moved down 2 times. Renner, as you look at this team, they were first in the AFC East. They lost again to the Kansas City Chiefs in the playoffs, which is crazy to continue trading with them. This was the trade yesterday, picking up like a 3rd round pick there in exchange for a 4th round pick. Is it your guy AD? Is that who you think they're going to go with?
I think they could go that route, and if they're sticking at 33, I think that's the play. But I think they're also very much in play for one of those 49ers wide receivers. If you look at this 49ers cap situation right now,
right.
Go on to 2025. They are currently over the cap projected. So they have to move some money around here in the coming years, which means Brandon Ayuk with his upcoming contract,
right.
They ain't going to be able to fit it in. Him and Debo, one of them's going to have to go in after Ricky Pearsall got drafted last night. It would floor me if they walk into this season with both of them. So
yeah, I saw some tweets saying that this gave them time to maybe work out a trade if that's what they were going to do. Which would be interesting.
Yeah, and that's I think what the whole plan was to actually try to negotiate that. And then if it doesn't work out, then your second.
With the clock ticking, do you think that means it didn't work out?
I don't know. You never know with trades.
Yeah.
So
why they didn't lose to the Chiefs because of their offense.
Right.
I mean, excuse me, because of they lost to the Chiefs because of the Chiefs' defense.
Yes.
The Chiefs' defense stood up really strong this whole playoff run.
Yeah.
What do you need? What do you do to combat that? You go get another weapon.
Yeah, well, they just got rid of Stephon Diggs.
Right,
so
you lost Stephon Diggs. You have to go get another. So I think, Renner, I think you're 100. I think you're spot on with the Mitchell play because you got to give weapons.
I'm going to be honest. I think you can get Mitchell and still make a trade for Brandon Ayuk because you look at their wide receiving room. They get Curtis Samuel, okay. They sign Mac Hollins, Khalil Shaker, Justin Shorter. What are we talking about?
Right. Well, that's what I was looking at too. So I'm sitting here looking at Justin Shorter, like.
And I understand that they like the double tight ends with Kincaid and Knox, but like you just had Stephon Diggs.
Yeah.
All right. I think it's going to be AD. The pick is in.
Oh, Keon.
There you go. They got your guy. Let's go.
So they're going a little bit of size. The Buffalo Bills get their wide receiver that they wanted. It is Florida State wide receiver Keon Coleman, the first pick of the 2nd round. He's got size, he has physicality, and now he has Josh Allen throwing him the football. Renner, your thoughts with Coleman at 33?
I love this fit with Josh Allen. Josh Allen can put it where he wants to underneath to this guy, and loves throwing those option routes to slot receivers back when he had Cole Beasley. I think that can be the role that Coleman fills in this offense. He can win contested catches down the field as well if Josh Allen gives him those chances. And you see what he does after the catch there. He was a 6'3", 215-pound wide receiver returning punts for Florida State this past season. How many guys in college football history can you say did that at that size? Not a lot. That just speaks to how fluid he is as an athlete. Maybe not a natural separator, but such a natural receiver of the football. I love how his hips can turn around on hitch routes, those whip routes over the middle of the football field. Really a tailor-made skill set for the slot. And dude just doesn't drop passes, so super reliable. High floor guy, but again, not going to be your Stephon Diggs replacement one-to-one, but definitely a guy that can be a playmaker in that offense.
Great.
So I would give it an A. I like that pick.
Felder, just a little bit more detail. As I mentioned earlier, a cousin of CeeDee Lamb, which I love good bloodlines. When he originally went to Michigan State, Mel Tucker, the football coach, and Tom Izzo recruited him. He played in 5 games for Michigan State. I've read a lot of these guys that get recruited. I have not seen them actually play in the games. This dude was dropping 30 a game in high school. Next level stuff. He scored 63 in a game. And you noticed he kind of plays basketball when he's out there.
Yeah, he does. That's the whole thing. That's what we talked about. We talk about wingspan. We talk about that ability. Is he boxes people out. And when you box people out, you have the ability to create plays. Renner mentioned it in the pre-show. He mentioned the idea that, listen, I want this guy to run slants. This is a skinny post, but look at this. Look at that catch.
That's the catch I saw live.
That's the catch you saw live.
Against my alma mater.
Yes. So it's amazing. And so that's what he can do. And again, we're talking about him returning these punts. I think he's amazing. Like, watching him play is it's exhilarating. And I think and this is something you're probably going to hear me say more than once, but he plays faster than he runs. And for people that aren't like football people, what that means is there's a huge difference between your speed in pads and your speed in a straight line 40. You notice on that return, he didn't run in a straight line.
Nope.
He didn't run with shorts on. He ran with pads on, and he was making moves and making guys miss. So he is faster than I think a lot of folks give him credit for being. It just doesn't show in terms of running the 40. Maybe that's a teaching thing in terms of what he learned from running the 40. I'm going to give this an A. He's a guy that I also really liked. He's someone that I really, when I watch him play, you get a chance to see. And by the way, I will say this.
What?
He is going to push off a lot.
Okay.
And so that's something that does need to be either corralled. That's exactly what I was getting at. I was like, that might be one of the best assets to his game.
There was
a
big physical wide receiver from Florida State that did play for 2 years in Buffalo. Why is he not Kelvin Benjamin?
Benjamin was lumbering. Benjamin was like a glorified tight end. Coleman's definitely a more fluid mover on a football field than Benjamin, who had to win with that size. So I think it's a different just animal altogether.
There was one quote. I want to give a shout out really quick to Dane Brugler, who put together an incredible draft guide, and a lot of the nuggets that I'm going to drop are from his, and I want to give credit to that. There was one quote in there from a teammate about Keon Coleman where he said he has so much energy, I've never seen him down.
Bingo.
That's valuable too, especially when Stephon Diggs and the Buffalo Bills, it was down all the time. So now it'll be positivity.
So here's the thing. I'm from Charlotte.
Okay.
Who drafted Kelvin Benjamin?
Charlotte.
Yeah. It was dicey.
Trade alert.
Oh, trade alert.
New England had the second pick in the second round. The Chargers are now on the clock. They were at 5 in terms of second round picks. They are now moving up to 2. The question is, who could they be going for? They took Joe Alt in the first round. Any early leans here, Renner, for possibilities that they could be targeting?
Everyone and their mother wanted them to go wide receiver, right?
You're right.
First round. So they have the desperate need. Even though they drafted Quentin Johnson last year, their wide receiver room currently consists of Quentin Johnson, Josh Palmer, Darius Davis, and Simi Fehoko. They really can't set out even a 5 wide there in that Chargers wide receiver room. So they're taking one at some point. If it's not here, it'll be later on. But
if they leave this draft the first 2 rounds with Joe Alt and AD, how you feeling? AD Mitchell.
I mean,
that's a heck of a draft for a first year.
Exactly.
There's no way that Harbaugh overdrafts like a Roman Wilson or something like that, like to get his.
That would be interesting.
It's our first draft with Harbaugh, so we don't know if he's going to overvalue Michigan guys.
I don't know what he's going to do. And I guess that's the part. Like, I didn't know when he was in college, I didn't know what he was going to do.
Yeah. Quentin. So let's do this. Quentin Johnson with Ladd McConkey. Quentin Johnson with A.D. Mitchell. I'm trying to think stylistically what you want.
Here's the thing. I think Ladd is better than the guy you mentioned, Roman Wilson, but he is kind of a parallel to some degree. And I think that like here's the biggest thing for me with Harbaugh is he likes to be comfortable.
Yes.
And okay, we'll figure out what it is. Let's see.
Oh,
Ladd McConkey. Wow. Okay. Ladd McConkey is the pick. The Chargers move up in the second round to get Georgia wide receiver Ladd McConkey, a precise route runner, a champion, a successful college athlete, and now he is joining the new regime of Jim Harbaugh and Joe Ortiz. Renner, where did you have McConkey and the value to move up to get him at 34?
Yeah, I had McConkey at 26 on my draft board, so to get him here, I think that's a value pick.
Yeah.
How he complements those other two guys there and two bigger wide receivers in Palmer and Quentin Johnson. This is your guy that can get open over the middle of the field, kind of that guy that Herbert can rely on when he sees man coverage. McConkey's getting open, man. And some of the best footwork in this draft class. His stop-start ability, nothing short of elite. And I think people, they're comping him to like Cooper Kupps of the world, Hunter Renfro's. Can't imagine why you would comp him to those guys.
Because he's white. Oh, sorry. God bless me.
Well, that may be why.
Yeah.
But he also ran a 4.39 at the combine. This guy can roll when he's out in the open field. A guy who's a deep threat out of the slot, but can also play on the outside as well. Great hands, great body control. Physicality leaving something to be desired. I said yesterday he was 160 pounds as a senior in high school. Still only 186.
Sure.
That's probably the biggest weakness to his game. Injuries, 5 actually injuries the past 2 years. Probably why he falls at this point in the draft. But from a talent perspective, this is a first-round talent at wide receiver. So I got to give it an A.
So here's what I'm going to say.
Yeah.
I wrote this in my notes. I'm going to read this verbatim. Steve Smith feels crazy. Cooper Kupp feels lazy. And Wes Welker just feels wrong. But that's like, Steve Smith does kind of feel like what we've seen. Like he's
shorter guy that's explosive. That is an aggressive receiver down the field that runs really good routes. But it feels crazy because Steve Smith was so good. Yes.
But so what do we talk? Steve Smith is Whole Foods. This guy, what is Ladd McConkey? Is what? He's Aldi. Like that's fine. That's a good football player.
Yeah.
This is.
What do you think about pairing him up with Quentin Johnson with Justin Herbert?
That's really that. I think it helps Quentin Johnson, a guy that I thought a lot of, and then he just didn't do anything really. So
let's hope he can teach Quentin Johnson a thing or two. Let's be real.
That's another really good. That's a really good point. This is a guy that listen. I think he walks in there day one. He's a starter. I think the biggest thing. So and listen, if you get a starter on day one, on day two, and if you get a day one starter on day two, I'm going to go with an A. This is a guy that. Listen, everyone doubted him because of what he looks like and because of his name, and everyone makes fun of his name and blah, blah, blah. But at the end of the day, he's a heck of a football player. Georgia was not the same football team when he was not in the game.
Yep.
I put a lot of credence into that as someone who does watch a lot of college football.
Yep.
I put a ton of credence into the fact that when he was not in the game, same with Brock Bowers, when he was not in the game, they were not the same football team, and they struggled because of it.
Few nuggets here. Number one, Ladd is his great-grandfather's name. He was born Andrew McConkey, but he took great-grandfather's name. Yeah. I'm a fan of that.
Very cool.
Number two, he was going to go to Chattanooga, an FCS school, and then Kirby Smart went to a basketball game, saw him balling, and was like, I think I need to get this guy. He graduated magna cum laude in 3 years. We knew that, though. You could tell. Good punt returner, experience as a gunner as well, and a team captain, which is all Harbaugh things.
This is all stuff that Steve Smith had coming out of Utah. Am I wrong?
He was known, as you just said, he was known as the confidence booster for Georgia quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Because they knew he's going to cut at 6, and he's going to be right where he needs to be. So professionalism on day one.
And I think the interesting other takeaway here is for Harbaugh in his very first draft, where he has like kind of control, because back when he was with the 49ers, Balky had a lot of control there in terms of decision making. He's not just going to go get his Michigan guys. People are saying they're going to get Roman Wilson. No, Ladd McConkey definitely a better talent.
All right, so Arizona was on the clock for the 3rd pick, but the Atlanta Falcons have moved up into that spot. Atlanta's next pick was the 11th pick of this round. So we've had 2 wide receivers come off the board. We are still processing what the Atlanta Falcons did yesterday, drafting Michael Penix when you had just given Kirk Cousins that contract. Excuse me, coffee burp. Cornerback defense.
Something I talked to, so I talked to my buddy Stephen Hartzell. We do a show together. He's a Falcons fan. He said he's hanging on by a thread after last night. And he said, we have to get somebody on defense. Get any of these corners, we have to get a linebacker, do anything on defense. And
who would it be?
It could be Cooper DeJean. It could be, I really still like Jeremiah Trotter. But, like, the thing for me is you got to find something. Could be Kool-Aid. Kool-Aid, too.
I'm going to say it's Ja'Lynn Newton.
Okay.
Get some size up front. They lose Calais Campbell.
Yeah.
They lose Bud Dupree up front. Get some size. Because remember, who were they mocked to take at 8 for all the mocks? Is either going to be Dallas Turner or the kid from Texas.
Right.
So I'll
Byron.
say Newton. What do you think?
I'll go corner here, just because I think they're jumping some teams that would need a corner.
So
in like
Kool-Aid?
the Packers. Yes,
Kool-Aid or
and also
Cooper?
Kool-Aid or I'll say Kool-Aid McKinstry for them.
I feel like any fan base that gets Kool-Aid,
They're going to fall in love with it.
you immediately are excited that you have Kool-Aid on your team.
I'll put it this way. Kool-Aid in Atlanta kind of helps them a little bit
Yes.
with the fact that they
Yes,
just
with
suck
Michael
Kirk
Penix.
Cousins.
I would actually agree with you that now if you go Cooper DeJean, him and Kirk Cousins are doing like commercials together.
Yes.
But if you get Kool-Aid McKinstry, I feel like that does take it's a huge distraction to yesterday. Let's see if they went with the marketing play.
Down the board.
Okay.
Okay.
The Falcons have selected Ruke Orhorhoro, and that is how you pronounce it. Mm-hmm. Third team All-ACC
Yes.
defensive tackle. This is a guy that started 30 games. He had 25 and a half tackles for losses for Clemson and 12 sacks. So they're going the Clemson D lineman Ruke Orhorhoro. And I'm curious, Renner, where you had him on your board.
I had him lower down in the 80s. I saw him as a day 2 guy still, but probably more of a third rounder. To me, this screams, one, we don't trust Grady Jarrett coming off a torn ACL.
Right.
It's a real thin
Great
DT
point.
group as it begins. We don't trust it. And two, it's a super thin DT class. There are not a lot of guys who are going to fill that need for you. And with Ruke, he is an NFL-ready run defender. Great two-gapper, long arms, high-end athlete, explosive off the line, ran a 4.89 40 at 294 pounds with a 1.67 split. The guy can get in to offensive guards, lock out, two-gap, stack shed, make plays in the run game. Now, as a pass rusher, kind of a bull rush only guy. Really hasn't made an impact in that regard yet in his collegiate career, but still a young guy, only 22 years old, even though he's a fifth-year player coming out. Still some upside there with his athleticism. To me, a little bit of a reach, though, so I'm going to have to go with a B- for this pick.
And I'm the guy that grades high, too
Apparently,
high.
Micah Parsons still thinks you grade high.
I grade high. Listen, I'll give you my grade here in a second. I like him. I liked watching him play. I did not think that he was going to be a guy that we were talking about today. And
Or that you're trading up.
Or that you're trading up to get. So this tells me, again, as you mentioned, they don't know that Grady Jarrett's going to be able to give them everything that they need. And listen, that's a lot of stress on your knees to play in the interior like that. I like him as you mentioned two-gapping, but I like him as kind of like a dog that you point in one direction and you let him squeeze that gap and go play. That's what I like about his game. I do like the length, which is something that people wondered about with Grady Jarrett.
Right.
I still compare him to Grady Jarrett, same system, same whole, but he's just he wasn't as productive in college. I also wasn't as high on him as I was on Grady coming out of college. I'm going to give it a C+ because I feel like you could have got him later, and you certainly didn't have to trade up to get him.
Yes. Someone send this clip to Micah.
Yeah.
So let me ask you, just as somebody who you guys are so much deeper in this than me, why him over a Newton? Why him over a Hall Jr. from Ohio State?
Is it fit?
Different player. It's just like, so in the D-line, not every guy with a
He seems
DT
more like
tag
a
is the
three
same.
tech.
So he's more of a 3-4-5. He's a guy that can play
There you go.
over the offensive tackle and go toe-to-toe with them, as opposed to Newton, who really has to
Standing up
shoot
two
upfield.
guys.
Yeah, really has to shoot upfield on the interior, not necessarily your long lockout sort of guy. So they're different types. And so if you want that one type that Ruke is,
Yeah. He was
there really
the guy.
wasn't another. There really
What
wasn't
type
another.
is Michael Hall Jr. from Ohio State?
He's more of a pure 3 technique, penetrator.
He and I have had discussions about him, and I love him. Just come on, just get me between that guard and get me between the center and the guard, or get me between the guard and the tackle. I think he can play maybe a 4-eye if we talk with respect to Mike Hall. But he's someone that, I mean, in a pinch, maybe he can kick out to the 5 tops. But with Ruke, I think you are getting someone that basically can spell Grady Jarrett if he's not, where he needs to be, and has the ability to also change up your fronts just a touch, right? If you want to change that front up just a little bit to go to that 4-eye, to go to something else, he can still do that.
Washington's on the clock, but I want to get these in. Morris, I'm sorry, who? Jazz Ali, poor ATL, and Joseph Bravo. Oh, Atlanta, what are you doing?
I'm telling you, my buddy, he might be fully out now.
I will say that the fact that we're 3 picks in, Washington, the pick is in, and A.D. Mitchell
still on the board,
and Cooper DeJean are still on the board.
Yeah.
I just thought that people were going to be coming in and trading up for those guys.
Yes. I'm curious to see what happens with Kool-Aid. We created a dream scenario for Atlanta, and I guess they're not watching, huh?
No, I guess not. Terry Fontenot is going to have a lot of questions to answer. Washington went with Jaden Daniels in the first round. And with their second-round pick, they select Jer'Zhan Newton, a.k.a. Johnny Newton, the big-time D lineman out of the Big Ten. Jer'Zhan Newton out of Illinois, 6'1", 304, was a first-team All-American, relentless hustle, will chase down running backs, and he rarely comes off of the field.
Right.
62 snaps a game, so this is not what we've seen from like a Jordan Davis in the past. We have our first defensive player, Felder, so I'm going to let you go. What do we think of Newton to the Commanders?
I think this is fantastic for them. The reality for me is they're still looking to build that defense. And the cool thing, I guess, for me watching him play is, again, we can run the clips, but here he is. He's lined up kind of inside the tackle. Let's go. Let's be strong. And he can do those things. It's kind of like some sort of, some combo of Josh Sweat and Deshaun Hand, where Sweat was a little bit more outside, Hand a little more inside, but both of those guys were really good athletes, and they're really relentless, and they pushed really hard. And I think he's got the ability to play. You see here, running around the edge. Okay, that's a little bit more Josh Sweat. And then you see him line up inside. That's a little bit more Deshaun Hand. And so I think he's got that ability. So for me, I think when you get a guy, Renner, where did you have him on your board?
19, I believe. 19,
okay. I'm going to go ahead. We got to give this at least today.
18.
This is Dan Quinn's defense now, Renner. How does he fit?
Yeah, Dan Quinn's defense is going to be a lot more attacking, a lot more up the football field. And I love it because you're in a division with 2 of the best defensive lines in football. I know you have 2 DTs there in Jerron Payne, Jonathan Allen.
Right.
But those guys got to come off the field at some point. Now, when they come off the field, you got another guy who can impact quarterbacks. To me, the biggest thing with Newton, to understand when you watch his tape, he did not come off the football field. To have the effort and consistency that he did, playing over 700 snaps each of the last 2 seasons, is insane. You look at Byron Murphy, his career high for snaps, 438. Ruke Orhorhoro, the guy who just came off the board, career high, 501. He was playing every single snap, completely different sort of effort levels that you have to give, and Johnny Newton never wore down. Man, I can't believe he falls to this part, but I think the Commanders really building this the right way right now, drafting him here in the second round. A great transition plan from those DTs, and I think they can all coexist. So I got to give this one an A+. I love this for the Washington Commanders.
He had 7.5 sacks last year. He had 22.5 tackles for losses the last 2. Did not miss a game over the last 4 years, and it is a Washington defense that is in complete transition.
Right.
They traded Montez Sweat. They traded Chase Young. Those were some of their former first-round picks.
Right.
It is now the Dan Quinn team, and I know what you're saying, the Deron Pan, Jonathan Allen. Sometimes I think maybe you just trot all 3 of them out there and just overload an offense, but a very, very talented player.
Well, I think the key for me is, when you mentioned not coming off the field, that means durability.
Yep.
That's important. Durability is so critical. All right, let's go.
New England, this is the pick that they traded down with the Chargers. They are going with, is it Ja'Lynn or Ja'Lynn?
I believe it's Ja'Lynn.
It is Ja'Lynn Polk, wide receiver out of Washington. This was one of the big-time wide receivers on the other side of Roma Dunze for the Huskies.
Yes.
And for Michael Penix Jr., Ja'Lynn Polk, this is the receiver that New England goes with to pair up with Drake May, Mike Renner.
Yeah, to me, I watched his tape, and you look at his measurables, and you say, 4.52,
right,
37-inch vertical. Those are okay numbers for a wide receiver. You flip on the tape, and I'm just like, oh, it doesn't matter. He's just darn good at football. There's a reason why he put up 1,159 yards this past season. It's because he doesn't drop footballs. He wins contested catches. He's super savvy over the middle of the field in terms of finding zones, and he's great at setting up defenders at the top of his routes. A guy who NFL ready as can be. You know, a fourth-year player, senior coming out, who this past season, he obviously isn't as talented as Rome Odunze is, but I think he has similar levels of skill development. He's just a super skilled dude. And for the Patriots, you kind of needed a win. You know, you look at this wide receiving core, and it's awful. You have no one that you can really rely on. He is reliable. So to get him here, he was a little further down my board, but not too far for me to really hate on this. I'll go A- for the pick.
Yeah, I mean, I am a huge fan. I'm a huge fan of all three of those guys, though. Like that whole Washington core, I thought I thought they were the best in football, and it was awesome to like stay up late at night and watch these guys play. And you look at Polk run, I mean, that's a double route that you're going to get right there. You see the separation. And then even on a bad ball from Penix, because he had him beat over the top. It was a bad ball from Penix. He still makes it happen. Obviously, we talked about the push-off before, but he can do that as well. So there's some strength to his game, which I do think is important. And then you see him here. He can run away from people. And again, bad ball, but still makes it work. I think his ability, and ultimately, and we don't know what this quarterback situation for the Patriots, there's probably going to be a lot of catching bad balls. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to give this a B+ as a guy that I really liked coming out of college. And I just think that, I mean, he's going to have to do it, man. Like he's going to have to catch some bad balls as we saw him do in that clip.
It's interesting because the only question that I have is we now have had 3 wide receivers go in the first 5 picks of the second round, but we're still looking at A.D. Mitchell.
Yep.
And so now the question comes, what the heck is that?
Is there something else?
Yes. So I guess we can get into it a little bit. So he has type 1 diabetes, A.D. Mitchell does.
Okay.
And there were questions about how well that he monitored that over the course of his Texas career. And when you watch his tape, there will be some plays where it's like, man, that looked, like the top guys in this class. And then it's other games where it's like, it didn't look like he showed up today.
Sure.
And that's
Sluggish.
what the criticism is of him, is that with that diagnosis and with that, obviously, illness, how is he going to be on top of it? There are people in the NFL right now, Mark Andrews most notably, who has diabetes. He says he pricks his finger up to 30 times a game to stay on top of it and his blood sugar levels. But it's something that teams may be afraid of. And he also didn't help himself by, at the Combine, admitting on the podium that he runs routes about 80% speed because he wants to play the whole drive, which is not something you want to say in public. And so the fact that he did, well, you can see why he's falling. But
I think I will say this about that, because I thought about that and I was like, yeah, but no receivers run routes full speed. Like, you're not supposed to run routes full speed. And that's the part where I think that there's a huge disconnect. I talked to receivers. I talked to one of my buddies, Jesse Holley, played for the Cowboys, and he was like, hey, you don't run full speed. Like, you tempo them until you can get to your burst. But I don't think he explained that very well to anyone. And so it just sounds like I'm being lazy.
Yeah.
And I think there was a difference. There's a huge disconnect there, and I think that's something that I don't think we talk about it nearly enough in the football world in general. Like, if you run every route full speed the whole time, 1, yes, you are going to come out of the game, but 2, you're not going to be open when you're supposed to be open. Like, sometimes you're supposed to come open later.
2 defensive linemen, 3 wide receivers go to start the second round. This is kind of what we thought. If you can get one of those offensive linemen in the first round, you come back and get some of the depth at wide receiver in the second round. Tennessee Titans did just that. They went and got J.C. Latham with their first pick, and now they're sitting here needing wide receiver help possibly as well. They did sign Calvin Ridley. They do have DeAndre Hopkins. They do have Treylon Burks, so maybe it's not a pressing need. D-line is also an issue. What are you looking at here, Renner?
Yeah, I would love to add another wide receiver. Again, 1, because it's a special class. 2, because this is probably your last year with DeAndre Hopkins, and you got to be a little forward-thinking in that. And also, Calvin Ridley's getting up there. He was no spring chicken when he was drafted, and now he's going to be 30 years old, I believe, after this season.
Really?
Wait, what?
Yeah. So I think it was like 24 when he was drafted.
When you draft a 24-year-old, you blink and they're 30.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then he had to sit out a year?
Yeah. So
that show is not brought to you by any betting.
I think we're the only show that's not.
I think we're the only show not sponsored by a place that's telling you to do a same-game parlay.
Oh my goodness! I didn't think about that part, but yeah, it just Wow. 30.
Sauce Boss asking, can someone tell me what's wrong with Kool-Aid? He was ranked a top 15 guy. Why is he falling?
Yeah.
He wasn't 15 for you. He was closer to
No, he was
29.
in the late half of the first round, but
What are the things about Kool-Aid that maybe is preventing from getting drafted?
he's not a super twitchy athlete. He is more of a press corner. He uses his length at the line of scrimmage to win reps. And in today's NFL, the amount of like press teams after like the Vic Fangio tree kind of took over and spread throughout the NFL, there aren't that many left. So a lot of teams aren't looking for that style anymore.
And with this pick, the sixth pick of the second round, they're drafting T'Vondre Sweat. How about that? Defensive lineman out of Texas.
Wow.
Look at the size of this guy.
Yeah, he's a big boy.
Oh, man. They put a carrot over a guy in a pile, and his hamstring looks like the size of 3 other defenders. T'Vondre Sweat, 6'5", 366. It is a new era. It's very much a Mike Vrabel-sized man, but it is Brian Callahan's team.
Yeah.
T'Vondre Sweat. What do you think?
Oh, I love this guy. Like, obviously, if you could get the other one, Murphy, if you could get him first, that's a great play. But Sweat is also a guy. Now you have to question how many plays he's going to give you, but the plays that he gives you, as you saw there on that block,
yeah,
he's going to give you some good plays. I think if you can get this guy, and I mean, like, let's look at him. Look at this size. He can move still, then he can shed and still come downhill and get a quarterback knocked down. Like, this is these are positive plays. These are plays where he's moving. The line of scrimmage is 2 yards back from where it started. I think that's a huge thing. This takes me back to, like, what are we talking, like T. Cody, like those huge, remember that? Like those huge guys that just
Cody.
You can't move them, and like they're there. And they're just going to be
Sheltons.
there. Oh, Danny Shelton.
So the scary thing, I guess, is that he's a 2-down guy.
Sure.
Right.
Okay.
But those 2 downs.
If you win those 2 downs, guess what you're doing? You're playing 3rd and long, and then all you do is cut your racehorses loose. So I'm going to go ahead and give this an A, because this guy is going to change. He's going to eat 2 guys. Those linebackers that you have there, guess what they're going to do? They're going to run free. Those guys are going to be butt naked. Like, they're going to be making tackles. It's going to be great.
Well, the scary thing about him is he's 366, man. To stay healthy on a football field at that size is just difficult. The other scary thing is, had a pre-draft DWI that people thought was going to knock him down, possibly even to day 3. But this is where I had him on the board. Before, I knocked him down a little bit for the DWI because obviously doing that in your biggest job interview, probably not a great sign of your decision-making. And there were some effort concerns early on in his career, but that's a common thing for guys of that weight. And this past year, no effort concerns, man. This was the best nose tackle tape I've seen since Vita Vea was coming out. And now he's on the older side, going to be 23 years old as a rookie. Vita Vea was a little bit younger than that coming out, but my Lord, the power that this guy has. When you blocked him one-on-one this year, it was over. And I thought he had a little bit more skill in his hands than most nose tackles do coming out as a pass rusher. I like the pick a lot, man. And for the Tennessee Titans, next to Jeffrey Simmons, that is a heck of an
That's
interior
what I
team.
was going to say is they signed Sebastian Joseph Day, so now you have that 3 rotation with him, Sweat, and Jeffrey Simmons with Harold Landry on the outside. The linebacker that's going to be running free, Kenneth Murray, they just signed him from the Chargers. And I also think it's big because they lost to Nico Autry, who was a big run stuffer there in the middle, in a division where you got to control the line of scrimmage. And there are not many guys. I know 366 can be a bad thing, but there's not many guys that you walk out of the tunnel and go, wow, that's going to be over my center all game.
All game.
Yeah.
All game.
T'Vondre Sweat, the pick for Texas. And now your Carolina Panthers
Don't call them
on the clock.
Don't.
Your regionally close Carolina Panthers, 704.
I am wearing a 704.
Is on the clock. The football team in your town.
Yes, my town. Yes, I am.
Not anymore. The Rams have traded up.
The Rams have traded up.
We've got a trade.
Okay. You're quick with the Twitter. Tweet alert.
Didn't want you to go all into it.
Yeah, tweet alert.
I am.
This feels like it could be corner, right?
So where were the Rams? The Rams were back at the 20th pick of the second round. This is the 7th, so they move up 13 spots. Rams trading up, and your first thought was corner.
It was just because, what's fallen? The guys who we thought, Kool-Aid, Cooper DeJean, they're jumping someone. They're also jumping someone in the Washington Commanders who could need offensive line, and they were obviously left tackle, could qualify as a need for the Rams. So corner offensive tackle feels like.
I'm going to go with the guy that you hyped up in the beginning of the show. I think they're going to go Roger Rosengarten.
Ooh, I would like that pick a lot.
Just I'm thinking of Sean McVay and some of that run scheme and his mobility. But I also think to what you're saying, also, if they take Adonai Mitchell and it's Puka Nacua, Cooper Kupp, and A.D. Mitchell.
I love Puka Nacua, dude. I love him. I got to, back in one of my old jobs, I got to watch him play high school football in Utah. Let's go.
Stud.
Let's go.
I forgot Puka Nacua was like the Washington guy, too. All right, so the Rams trade up. This is a team that had their first-round pick in 8 years. They used it on Jared Verse, edge rusher.
Good.
Out of Florida State. What did you think of that pick since you weren't here yesterday?
They attacked the need. And I think Verse, we talk about maturity, right, with Sweat. I think Verse is a super mature kid.
Very mature kid.
Very mature. He understands the assignment. He knows.
Played at Albany, appreciative of everything he's gotten. Yeah.
So for me, I think it's a great pick. It's a great fit. And now you need to go out and put some help behind him, I think. I think you need to put some help behind him.
This is a Rams team, went 10-7, surprise run, lost in the wild card to Detroit. Their defense, 23rd in sacks, 20th against the pass, and that was with Aaron Donald, who just retired. They added Jimmy Garoppolo to back up Matthew Stafford. They also added Jonah Jackson as an offensive lineman. Right now, he's slotting in at that left guard spot. They also, as you mentioned yesterday, signed Tre'Davious White as a corner. But as you also mentioned, it was a one-year deal. Yeah. So he will be a free agent after the deal.
He's kind of long in the tooth, too, right?
Oh, he just had a lot of injuries.
Yes, a ton of injuries.
That makes you feel older.
All right, what are we thinking, Renner? What's your final guess?
I like what the Rosengarten bring up because OTs, who's not going to last to 20? It's the OTs. They will get off the board by then, so wouldn't be surprised.
The pick is
Braden
Fiske. They go back-to-back D linemen.
D lineman, Florida State.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I know he transferred to Florida State.
They take the Florida State D line.
Yeah, they got both. They got the two best guys on that defensive line with Verse and Fiske, and this is a guy. Like he is so fun to watch. He's a high energy guy. He brings a lot of power with his hands. I don't know where he plays. Let me ask, where do you think he plays in the NFL? Because he's someone that we saw him play as a 5. I've seen him play. I think he can probably play as a 3. I think that this is someone, like here, we're watching him. There, look at that. Now he's playing in the interior. We've seen him play on the exterior as well. So I think where he fits.
Sounds like positional versatility.
There he is as a 0. And so he does bring positional versatility, but I am a believer that at some point you got to find a home. There he is. What is that, a 4-eye? Like he's got to find a way to fit somewhere. And that's the part that's going to be really interesting for me. I think he's a heck of a football player, though. No, he had a long journey to get to where he is. Same as Verse, because he's a transfer guy as well. But so I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to give this one an A-. I think there were some other guys on the board, but I do like Fiske as a player, and I think that's the thing for me watching him play. You kind of get excited about what the future holds for him and how he can get there as long as, he's a second-round pick, which means he's probably going to get reps, which means he's probably going to have some time to mature and find a spot where that's his central role on that football team.
It was a great draft last year for the Rams. In addition to Puka Nacua, they also got Kobe Turner there. So we seem like we're having a complete D-line rebuild in the era after Aaron Donald.
So what you said there about where does he play, that was what I struggled with the most with Fiske watching his tape and why he's actually, of all the guys drafted, he's the lowest on my draft board so far. Because I think he's just a tweener. Because at 6'4", he has really short arms, 31-inch arms. And so you saw him get locked up and struggle with leverage in the running game. Super high-end athlete. I mean, he went 4.78 in the 40, 9.9 broad jump at 292 pounds, can get off the line, but he's already 24 years old also. So a guy who's a tweener at that age, kind of tapped out. I don't know where he goes at the NFL level. And truly, like, him and Kobe Turner are both kind of short-arm DTs. You worry about two guys like that playing the run on one defensive line. So for all those reasons, I have to go a little bit lower here, and I'm going to give this pick a C.
There we go. So here, I want to read what I wrote. Athletic freak who can collapse the side of the offensive line, played interior but could probably move to a 4-eye or a 5 in a pinch. Western Michigan transfer to FSU. Brandon Dederick type of player, but shorter arms, obviously. But he's just going to give you action. He's going to give you this kid's going to give you action. Like, I love his motor. He's going to give you action, and I think that's an important part, especially as you get into the post-Donald era. You got to throw. Listen, we say this all the time when we talk about a really good running back leaving college, or a really good quarterback, or a really good, not quarterback, really good wide receiver. You can't replace them one-to-one. They got to go ahead and throw in, you know what, I'll stop. Let's go ahead and do it.
I appreciate you. This is interesting. This was supposed to be Washington's pick that they got in the Montez Sweat trade with Chicago. It is very rare when you see an interdivision trade. So Washington trading with Philly is very interesting. They attacked cornerback yesterday. I have a few different thoughts here. Number one, A.D. Mitchell, you get that third guy. Is it already in?
It's in.
Okay, let me just talk it out, and then I'm going to predict.
Yeah.
A.D. Mitchell behind Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown would be stellar. Cooper DeJean, you leave this draft with Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean, oh my gosh. And then the other one that is Kool-Aid McKinstry is interesting. And then Jackson Powers-Johnson would be interesting in terms of keeping Cam Jurgens at right guard. I am going to say that they are moving up to take Cooper DeJean. That is my pick. I don't know if they got it. I'm okay with Kool-Aid too.
What do we got?
Wow, baby!
I cannot believe
this is incredible.
So,
okay, let me get this off of my chest.
Go ahead.
For all the mock drafts, the Eagles might move up to take Cooper DeJean. The Eagles might move up to take Quinyon Mitchell. And now they stand pat in the first round to get Quinyon Mitchell out of Toledo. And then in the second round, get a little spicy with a division rival and get a perceived first-round pick in Cooper DeJean, who is now on the Eagles. The secondary is completely reborn, Michael Felder.
Dude, I'm looking at these. So we know they got Quinyon Mitchell. They already added Keely Ringo a little while ago. Darius Slay is still there.
Yep.
And then you go out and get Cooper DeJean. Cooper DeJean is I think he's the best zone corner in this draft. Wow. I love him. I think he's incredibly fantastic. I mean, what am I going to do? What am I doing? A+. Like, I don't even
keep going. Keep talking about how great he is.
I'll keep talking about him, but like, watch the way he triggers. 1, 2, go, and he triggers, and then he goes and makes a tackle. I love this guy. I think that playing in this system, he's. I mean, listen, he can play man if he has to. He can also return punts, so he gives you a little bit of edge in there. I think he's like a plussed up Desmond King, honestly. I don't know if anybody has seen his like viral videos of him playing basketball, but this guy was getting up and over people consistently. He didn't have a left hand, I will say that. But just to be fair, he was still just, banging it in with that right hand in two hands just straight off the ground. So I love this pick. I told you I give it an A+. I think this is one. Renner, where was he on your board?
19.
19. You get picked 19 at that level. You've got to go ahead and give that an A+. And you look at what the Eagles are. I mean, we thought that they're going to just be, Georgia North.
Right.
Let's go to Iowa now, baby.
Wow.
Let's go to Iowa.
What do you think, Renner?
He's just smooth, man. You watch his game, and there's not a lot of wasted movement.
Yep.
Not a lot to dislike. Great tackler, physical. I think he falls this far because what he's doing in that Iowa scheme is he's backing out into off zone. It's not super translatable, but the athlete is very translatable. One of the best tacklers, and I think he can play all 5 positions: outside corner, slot, safety.
Yeah.
You name it. He's just an athlete, man. 37.8 passer rating this past year when targeted. 4.4, 440. 38.5-inch vertical at 202 pounds. One of the biggest corner drafted, I believe, so far.
Wow.
It's an A+, man.
Yeah.
Eagles, Howie. It's unfair.
He allowed 1 catch of over 15 yards last season. He averaged 13 yards a punt return. He was the Big Ten Defensive Back of the Year, the Big Ten Punt Returner of the Year. And now when you look at this rebuilt Eagles secondary, you still have Slay, you still have Bradbury. They get C.J. Gardner-Johnson in free agency to be that roaming safety that could be a corner and a safety. Avonte Maddox is recovering from injury. He's another one of those slot corner safeties. Now, I'm going to talk about the elephant in the room. Now we have 2 white guys, too. We have Reed Blankenship and Cooper DeJean. And look, I'm just going to say this, and if I get in trouble, that's okay. I did a thing when I had a podcast about football back in the day about how we have not had a white cornerback in the NFL since Jason Sehorn.
Right.
This is since the year 2000. It was pulled down by content standards because they didn't think it was an important discussion.
Sure.
That's fine. At the same point, We have not seen a white cornerback in the NFL in 24 years. This is like seeing a unicorn. Like but he's such a baller that it's not. This isn't some like gimmick.
This is the thing. When you say unicorn, I think that like that speaks to what he is physically. And physically, this is a guy. Doesn't matter. Like he's going to get into that room, and yeah, they're going to give him hell, and that's fine.
And he's going to love it.
And he's going to take that. What do you think happened at Iowa? Like what do you like?
Yes. Well,
I was kind of the white corner hater of the college.
Yeah, but they don't have a ton of them. That room still looks like most other rooms.
Can I ask just this question? We keep going. How does Howie do this? And that's my actual question: is how does
that's a show, right? Or it used to be a show.
How does Howie do it?
No, Howie do it.
Howie do it.
Yeah, Howie Mandel.
Renner, but like
to me, he doesn't go need. As soon as you take need out of it, as soon as you take your roster out of it, and just open yourself to the entire draft board. So many teams pigeonhole themselves into a few guys we have to draft at this spot, and kind of shoo the rest of their draft board. Howie's just like, I'm going to open up the entire draft board to whoever is the best.
Yep.
And then I'm just going to take them. And at this point, when a guy like that falls to a spot like this, you make a play.
And I want to say this to the Eagles fans out there, because we're going to move on. We're still ahead of television. In 2002 was the last time the Eagles took a cornerback. In that draft, they took 2 corners and a safety with their first 3 picks, and they built their secondary for the next decade. It was Lito Shepherd, Sheldon Brown, and Michael Lewis. That was the core.
Lito.
And then they took Brian Westbrook with the next pick.
Yep.
That is what I feel like we are watching tonight. We are watching the Eagles rebuild their secondary for the next 5 to 10 years. They will learn from Darius Slay. They will learn from Bradbury and C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Yep.
But now with Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean, the secondary for the Eagles has been reborn. Fly, Eagles, fly. Okay, thank you for letting me get that out. Because next up is Renner's team. Appleton, Wisconsin in the house. Actually, we have a trade.
Uh-oh.
Renner didn't tell me. Packers trade with the Saints, and the Saints give up a bunch of 5th and 6th and 7th round picks.
What is that all about?
Are you upset? Well, you only moved down 4 slots.
You moved 4.
I was kind of, each guy that came off the board, I'm like, Cooper's still there, Cooper's still there.
Oh, that's right. So do you think the Eagles moved up to get him instead of Green Bay?
Oh, yeah. That was, they knew they had to jump them to go get him.
Was that a hard video for you to do because you kind of feel like you got Kool-Aid? Oh, no, the Saints got him.
No.
So you had to do that whole video, and that was the player you wanted for your team.
They might just be not going
sport.
corner. They may just not be going corner.
Okay.
Which, hey.
All right, sorry. Saints move up 5 spots with Green Bay, and they take Kool-Aid McKinstry, one of the coolest names we have ever heard. The corner from Alabama is going to the Bayou. By the way, his name is Kool-Aid because his grandma said he had a Kool-Aid smile from birth. Oh, yeah. Defensive player, so you get to go first.
I love it. I love this kid. Like he's super talented. Again, Renner, you brought up the idea that he is really kind of like a bulky, honestly kind of reminds me a little bit of Keely Ringo in terms of like the bulk, the size, the ability that when he gets hands on you, you can't get his hands off of you, which is harder to do in the NFL because they hide guys. So this is going to be really interesting to see. But for me, this is an A-plus pick. He's someone I thought was going to get picked in the first round. He's someone that I love to watch play. We saw that versatility with him returning punts. He's super physical, and he runs down trouble. He's able to go out. And that's something, you're going to hear me say this, runs down trouble. That is something that is so important. To me, it's the highest compliment that you can pay to a defensive back, is if making sure that they run down their troubles. And running down your troubles means that even when you're beat, you just keep going. You don't turn your head. You don't look back. You don't give up. You keep going, and you try to play through the hands and rake down the ball. And that's something that I really love about him. He is going to fight all the way through the echo of the whistle to try to get that ball out. He's going to play it to the ground, and I like that about him.
Kool-Aid McKinstry, what was your grade?
I got A+.
A+. What is your grade, Renner?
I got to give it an A+ as well. This was a guy who, 2021, true freshman year, he's starting for Nick Saban in Alabama at cornerback.
Yeah.
That's
when
his
does
position.
That ever happen?
That's hard.
That's the list of true freshman starting corners for Nick Saban is elite players. And Kool-Aid McKinstry is one of them. He is probably the most skilled corner in this draft class. Not going to wow you with his traits, but the guy knows how to play the cornerback position. Obviously, for the Saints, it's not really a need. They kind of have a full cornerback group at this point.
Sure.
May not need to see the field right away, but I think definitely fits Dennis Allen and his defense, what they want to do. They're getting aggressive on the outside, those 32-inch arms. Nick Saban even said yesterday that Kool-Aid was the better corner for him this past year over Terrion Arnold. Terrion maybe has the more projectable traits.
Right.
Kool-Aid going to be a darn good football player.
Yeah, and what is the saying? Get you a guy that can do both.
Yeah.
That's something like Kool-Aid can play zone. We saw that in the clip. Kool-Aid can play man. We also saw that in the clips. He can do both of those. He's not just a zone corner. He's not just a man corner. He is better in press, but he can do both.
We've had 5 trades already in the second round, and we're having right now suddenly a run on cornerbacks. 3 straight cornerbacks in a row, and with their first pick in this draft, the Houston Texans select Kamari Lassiter with the 42nd overall pick. This was the pick that they had from Minnesota when they traded Minnesota, getting their second first-round pick. Cornerback out of Georgia,
Yeah.
Felder, Kamari Lassiter.
Yeah, this is again, we talk about Nick Saban and his defensive backs, but Kirby Smart's not far off either. He's got a bunch of guys that are playing in the league. Lassiter is someone I think I really like the length that he brings to the table. I think he's a little bit of a long strider sometimes, so it does he sticks a little bit in his breaks. But when you watch him play, like you do see like good body motion, you do see his ability to turn and see the football. He can do all those little things that you like, and this is one of those things where he's a little handsy. Is the word I might use. He's a little handsy, which is going to be an issue. But the reality at the end of the day is this is someone that has been asked to play at the highest level of football, has been tasked with playing at the highest level of football, and has played at the highest level of football. I think it's feels a little high, but I'm still going to go ahead and I'm going to go B+ on this because this is someone that you're getting a player that has real good length and has the ability to go make plays.
Before you go, Renner, we have a great comment in the chat from Bowen. Texans let all the corners and DTs go right before them instead of jumping up, literally our biggest need. And the last 5 picks, 2 D linemen and 3 corners.
Yeah.
Is there a drop-off between the guys that just went and Kamari Lassiter?
I think there is. However, that being said, it's because Kamari Lassiter is a slot cornerback. He is going to play the slot in this defense. He ran a 4.64 at the combine. He was one of the most difficult evals for me at the cornerback position in the draft class because his tape, I love. I mean, he did not get beat that much this past season at Georgia. I believe allowed single-digit first downs all season long. Yep. Doing that in the SEC is darn near impossible. He did it, and yeah, the speed and lack thereof shows up on tape, but the highest compliment I give to guys in their scouting reports is calling them a football player. Yeah. He knows how to play the game of football at a high level, and so for DeMeco Ryans, that defense fits perfectly in the slot. Tackler, going to show up against the run, going to play downhill, and going to be exactly what they needed for that slot position. So, yeah, had higher grades on those other guys, but if you're putting him in the slot, him and Mike Sainristil were the 2 guys who I thought were high-end slot corner projections in this draft class. So I'll still give it an A. It's
interesting because they've really added a lot. We say they need corners, but Derek Stingley Jr., first-round pick in 2022. They just signed Jeff Okudah. They have Desmond King. They go out there and they also go and get C.J. Henderson. We know as an athlete, there's a lot. But there's a lot of talent now in that secondary room. I know that corner was like one of their biggest needs. Maybe that's just a testament to how good the Houston Texans are and how well they did in free agency if that's one of their big needs.
Sure, I guess they kind of didn't freak out, right?
Arizona is on the clock. This is the pick that they got from Atlanta when Atlanta traded up to get Orhorhoro. And Arizona, with the 11th pick in the second round, is going Max Melton. Max Melton here, the cornerback out of Rutgers, 5'11", 187, and he can fly at 4.39, Felder.
Yeah, this guy, man, I can't remember the guy's name now, but one of the Boston College corner that just got picked a couple of years ago, that's who he reminds me of. Max Melton, though, he's an opportunist. Like, that's the reality. And I think that's another positive thing to say. Because a lot of his, whether it's his plays on the ball or his interceptions, they come when he's not even supposed to be involved in the play. Like, they're playing zone. He can play quarters. He can play 3. And then he shows up out of nowhere right here to make this tackle when he's supposed to be in the deep zone. You see him here closer to the line of scrimmage. Okay, what am I going to do? Oh, I'm going to sit here and I'm going to go make a play now. Boom, let's go do it. He's physical. Obviously, you have to be physical. And listen, people are going to make jokes about Rutgers, but the reality of it is they are a tough football team. and they're
Always.
tough out. And he plays incredibly physical football, and I love that about him. So I'm going to go ahead and give this an A, because they got a guy that I don't know how many people had him rated that high, but he's someone that, hear what I wrote, opportunist who capitalizes on mistakes when he's playing zone and being able to see the quarterback. And I like that. I dig that quality in football players.
Renner?
Yeah, and he goes to the Jonathan Gann defense where they're probably going to play primarily zone.
Right.
And so makes a ton of sense for him. And what I love about him is the makeup ability. When you have 4.39 speed, when you have the traits he does, 11.4 broad jump, 40.5-inch vertical, like he can make up that ground that you're going to lose in the NFL. Flat out, no one can stick in everyone's hip pocket for the entire route. So he has that. Super long arms, 32-inch arms to play the ball from behind defenders. The one where he had on his tape was he struggled locating the ball. Sometimes in one-on-one situations, he would allow guys to get him at the catch point. But high-end traits guy that, when you have those kind of traits, this wasn't going to last too much longer in this draft. I had him a little lower down the board, though, so I'm going to give this one a B.
40 starts for him, so very experienced, and he's going to an Arizona defense that 30th in sacks, 32nd against the run, 31st in scoring. This Jonathan Gannon defense they're trying to get going, and he's joining a cornerback room that I guess Sean Murphy Bunting is their number one corner, and then after that, a lot of players you've never heard of. So he's going to get a lot of time. But that draft haul so far for Arizona, Marvin Harrison Jr., first pick, Darius Robinson, big edge-setting defensive lineman, and now Max Melton. You were just talking about being physical, and speed, getting some good athletes there, Renner. What were you about to say?
I just think they missed the boat, man. They had a pick at the top of this round, move back, and
they
we
missed
talked about maybe
all
the
the
Packers
corners.
missing the boat. They really missed the boat in terms of the corners coming off the board here.
No,
You're very right.
I dig, like, here's the thing with Melton, and you mentioned that recovery speed. He fixed a lot of other people's mistakes too. I think, did you notice
Wasn't
that?
working a ton of talent there at Rutgers.
Yeah, oh, I know. But
Yeah.
when they're playing in that 3-deep zone and he's on the outside, the way that he's still able to see through, and that's what I talk about, being able to see through to the quarterback. He's like, oh, the post is, he's going to the post. And then you watch him cruise over and go steal a post.
11 picks in the second round, only 3 positions. We have had 3 wide receivers, 4 corners, and 4 defensive linemen. So we have had 3 mini runs.
Yes.
And so if you think about that too, it's been a majority defense thus far on this second day.
There we go.
And now we are back to offense. One of the highest rated players still left on the board, going to the Raiders. And now when you look at the Raiders draft haul, it is looking pretty stellar. The Raiders going with Jackson Powers Johnson, the center from Oregon. Many people believe the best center in this draft after going Brock Bowers, the best tight end in this draft. So you get the one in both positions, Renner. They go with JPJ.
Yeah, if I'm a Raiders fan, I'm ecstatic because the Raiders strategy is best player available. Center wasn't necessarily a need for them. They have Andre James there, who was their starter a year ago. Maybe he can slide into right guard, but they have Dylan Parham there as well. So I love this pick because he was the best player available, or one of the best players available. This guy, to me, one of the best center prospects. I have him right up there in terms of grade-wise with a guy named Frank Ragnow, who came out a few years back and has had a pretty darn good center career himself. He is just a thick athlete. I mean, he is a monster, 330-pound center. He could go toe-to-toes with nose tackles, as well as I've seen a collegiate center in terms of being able to legitimately move those guys off the football. Didn't get asked to do a ton in pass protection in that Oregon offense. However, you see him go down the Senior Bowl, go up against the DTs there in the one-on-one, and it was the most impressive performance I've seen from a center at the Senior Bowl in my decade of going to that event.
Wow.
2 days and he was gone because he knew he had put on quite the performance. So for me, that's an A-plus pick for the Las Vegas Raiders.
He's going to be facing Chris Jones twice a year, so that's a very valuable position. Really quick, he won the Remington Award for the top center. He was a unanimous All-American. People were comparing him to Ryan Kelly. He is the first Pac-12 player ever to win the Remington Award, but this is also what's interesting. He has played 893 snaps at center, 430 at right guard, 27 at left guard, so there is some position versatility. He even had 1 start at defensive tackle. Wow. So this guy has played all over the field.
Alex Mack did not win the Remington Award?
I guess not.
Wow.
I'll double check.
Dude, wow. Okay, so for me, I mean, we watched the tape already. This he's a monster, and I love that. And I like that we're coming into this age. It's funny that Alex Mack came up to me. We're coming into this age where centers can be big, and maybe that has to do with shotgun. Maybe that has to do with different schemes from a defensive standpoint where they're not covering the center every single play. But centers can be big, and he's a big boy. Like, I think about Creed Humphrey when I think about that, because he's another big guy, super powerful. You mentioned Frank Ragnow, kid out of Arkansas. I mentioned Creed Humphrey, kid out of Oklahoma. But these are big dudes, and now you get to be a big guy to play center. And now center doesn't become like a Frank Garcia style, almost a little man trying to move some bigger guys around. Now the center's as big as the guy that he's playing against, and now that adds, I think, a lot of benefit to your run game. So I'm going to go with an A. Like, this is a really important thing. Go ahead.
I think the Raiders want to run the ball, man. It looks like it. You draft a tight end round 1, a center in round 2. You're going to go a little 12 personnel and try to run it down people's throats with Samir. It wouldn't surprise me if they go running back now in round 3 after how they started this draft.
Just for clarity, Alex Mack, 2-time finalist. 2007, he lost to Jonathan Luigs from Arkansas. In 2008, he lost to A.Q. Shipley from Penn State.
Wow, look at that.
And the Green Bay Packers are on the clock after they traded with the Saints. Is the pick already in? Do you know it?
I do not know it.
Okay, who do you want? Because they traded down and you missed out on, well, you missed out on Cooper DeJean earlier, but you missed on a few other corners. What are you hoping for?
Wow. I know they love Edgerrin Cooper, the linebacker. I wouldn't hate it at this point. I would love if they added Adonai Mitchell. Truthfully, I doubt they do. Michael Hall, Dominique Puny, one of those offensive linemen, if they go back-to-back O-line to give Jordan Love protection the rest of his career, I wouldn't mind that either. So I'm open to a lot of guys here at this point.
Okay. What about, so you said Michael Hall as well?
Yeah.
Okay. Pick is in. You're finding out live?
They put it up.
Edgerrin Cooper,
Knew they loved him.
linebacker from Texas A&M, and our first linebacker is off the board. The Green Bay Packers did need linebacker help. They did lose Devondre Campbell in free agency, but this is your Green Bay Packers team going Edgerrin Cooper.
So, new defensive scheme here. Jeff Hafley, UDC, bringing over what they kind of run in San Francisco. That was the last stop. And they needed the weak side guy that can fly. And 4.51 speed, you see it right there. The dude can cook. He was the best playmaking in terms of like high-end plays you're not supposed to make at linebacker in all college football this past season. I mean, high cut, long arms, can really go sideline to sideline. I liked his work as a blitzer. He's a little undersized, 230 pounds, but he can really take on blocks still, downhill against running backs, as a blitzer. So the one thing, tackling, issue in the past, got better at it this year, needs to continue to get better at it, will be a little out of control at some times, but his ceiling is the highest of any linebacker in this draft class. And Packers, you're swinging for the moon here. So I'll give it a B+.
A 1-5-6 10-yard split, first-team All-American, first-team SEC.
I love him. Like, listen, love his pop and burst plus the sideline-to-sideline movement. He will absolutely drill you. I went with, I actually said, man, like when I see him hit people, it felt like, I was like, who this kind of reminds me of is Ray Maluga. Like just a guy he's going to hit you and it's going to hurt and you're not going to like it. And like the reason they called Ray the Stingray was because, listen, he drills you, and that's what Cooper does. This is a guy that's going to drill you. Look at that right there. He will drill you. I'm going to go with an A because he's one of my favorite linebackers to watch. Was all season. This is someone that just was going to make tackles, make plays, and you mentioned make really explosive plays, make plays that turned in
game-changing plays.
Game change. See, that's why Renner's here. He says the thing, game-changing plays.
What was your grade?
I said A.
Okay. No, I was asking.
Oh, okay. I hit the thing.
No. I just didn't hear it. I was focusing because we have a trade. So Andy was on the clock. Carolina has now already traded twice in this second round. Okay, nice. They moved back to 52 in a trade with the Rams. They are now using that pick and some fifth-round picks to move up here. The question is, who will they be pairing up with? Xavier Leggett, their pick at the end of the first round, and they are going with the first running back selected, Jonathan Brooks. It is significant because Dallas is picking at 24, and everyone was assuming that they would be going after Jonathan Brooks. So our first running back goes to Carolina. What are we thinking here, Renner?
He is smooth, man. Yeah. I mean, no shame in having to sit a couple years behind Bijan Robinson and was just a breakout player this past fall. Not a massive drop-off. If he's fully healthy, so obviously had the torn ACL late in the season. If he's fully healthy, he could have gotten first round. Like, this guy could have gotten like right on that mix, maybe where like Kenny Walker and Breece Hall came off the board top of the second, but this is kind of top of the second itself. I mean, fantastic zone runner, pacing to his runs. My comp for him was Melvin Gordon. Doesn't have maybe quite the same power that Melvin Gordon does, but the feet and just the ease with which he goes from gap to gap and just sets up his running lanes. Really high floor, high ceiling if he comes back from that ACL fully healthy. And if you're the Panthers looking at your running back room, it was pretty barren, man. You did a lot to rebuild this offensive line, take a lot of pressure off of Bryce Young to get this running game in a good spot this next fall. So I got to give it an A- as a resident running back hater in my former PFF pedigree, but A-.
All right, here's what I'm going to say. I think Panthers fans should be happy.
Okay.
I think they should be excited. I'm going to go with something that's a little closer to home as my comp. I'm going to go with, and I know there's a lot of ECU fans that are there in Charlotte that are Panthers fans as well. I'm going to go with Chris Johnson. That's what it reminds me of watching him run. Watching him dip weave, but then hit that burst and go down, like, I love it. So, and obviously they look this.
Dreads. We're just comparing to people with dreads.
But
I do the same thing.
But when you look at his burst, and you look at the way that he's gone, like, is he going to be CJ 2K? Probably not. But is he someone that absolutely can get out and
CJ 1.2K? Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, you know what? Look at you.
Yeah.
You're taking notes from me from my Aldi line?
Yeah, I like that.
There we go. So I'm going to go ahead and, listen, I'm going to give my hometown team an A. This is a good get, especially if he's healthy. If this guy's healthy, now you have a problem. He's probably going to, listen, if he's on the Thomas Davis game plan, he's going to come back faster than he ever was before. The Panthers fans know all about that.
It is the Dave Canales team now. It is Chuba Hubbard in that running back room. It is Miles Sanders, who they spent money on, and I don't know if they've gotten exactly what they needed. They also had Mike Boone, who is a huge favorite of so many people. They even have Tariq Cohen in that running back room. I did not realize. But my question for them would be, look, you're trying to add some assets around Bryce Young, wide receiver, running back. The main tight end is gone. I thought corner would have been an issue as well. Giants now on the clock. They are staying pat, no trade. Tyler Nubin, the safety from Minnesota, our first safety goes. So we now just had our first running back and now our first safety. As a secondary guy yourself, what do you think of Nubin?
Dude, I love all these Minnesota guys because they've also, much like with Illinois, they've had a bunch of guys come out. Nubin, I think, he's long, he's tall. Like, this is a guy that, for me, or he plays long and tall, and he's high cut, as we mentioned. So watching him play is really fun. The biggest thing for me is I wonder if he's going to have the foot speed to be. I guess I wonder what kind of safety he's going to be. I know we got to be quick. I'm going to go with a B because I think there's some better safeties out there. But when I watch him play, I wonder if he can play at that high safety or if he's going to have to be a guy that only can play in the half field.
Box guy. Yeah, I mean, he's a box guy through and through.
Guy.
Great instincts, though. I love his ability to read quarterbacks, read route concepts. Limited athlete, though, 4.59 40, only 31.5-inch vertical. I think mine might still be higher than that. So I'm going to go B-.
Ooh.
All right. So we'll see. So they, the Giants, they get the wide receiver in round one, the safety in round two. We are now joined by a very special guest, someone who just got himself paid. My guy, Josh Allen. I covered this guy before the draft coming out of Kentucky, and now look at you. You got a big closet. You got helmets in it. How you doing, brother?
Man, I'm blessed. Good to talk to you again, Adam. Man, it's been a long time, brother. And I see you doing your thing, and I'm happy for you.
Man, I love you for that. That was very kind. I'm curious, big takes. What have you thought of the draft so far? Anything shock you? Anything interest you?
Man, I think it's been a good draft. I think a lot of guys are getting picked where they need to be. I loved our pick. I think he's a guy that's going to help us out a lot. Man, you see the size, you see the speed, just by what everybody else is saying, man, it's good to have somebody like that on your side of the ball. And this next pick, I'm excited about this one as well because these are guys that's going to play day one. And I'm excited about, the direction that we're heading in, and, I can't wait to get going.
They went Brian Thomas, wide receiver, the first round. That's who you're talking about. With this pick, I have a feeling you'd like a defensive player. I know cornerback possibly The defensive guy, are you immediately bringing him under your wing?
Definitely. I think we have great leadership in our defensive group. But, when you look at the team and you look at, who the guys are, that's somebody that I can really, that's been in the league, that's produced, that's played at a high level. You respect guys like that. And, if I can come in and, do my thing and continue to be me, and he can see that, and I'm going to continue to push him. We here to do one thing, and that's win the Super Bowl.
I'm excited that I'm the one that gets to tell you who you're playing. So you guys signed Arik Armstead. You'll have some help on the inside. And now with your second-round pick, you get even more help. It is Mason Smith, a.k.a. Tuca, the defensive lineman. We're going to let these two guys break it down.
Tuca.
I want you to hear about him, and then you can kind of give us a reaction. 2021 freshman All-American, 2021 freshman All-SEC. Tell me about this guy, Felder.
He's big. But here's the
LSU.
thing. Yeah, well, here's the thing. I love the fact that he can play multiple positions, right? This is not the same guy that we talked about with Sweat or with Murphy or with any of those other guys that are just going to sit in the interior. Look at how long he is. Look at how long his arms are. Look at his ability. Yes, they do sit him down over top of the guards, over top of the center, but they can kick him out wide. He's going to provide a lot of help, I think, to Josh Allen because this is someone that is going to be able to eat up. I think he can eat up too and let somebody else come off the edge.
All right, what do we think? Oh, wait, what was your grade, Felder?
Oh, let's go ahead and give it an A.
Okay, Renner?
Trent Baalke has a type, and his type is guys like Mason Smith, man.
Long.
7-foot wingspan.
Yeah.
What?
Monster. 5.01 40 at over 300 pounds. The guy is explosive. He can long arm you. He's coming off a knee injury back in 2022, so really wasn't at 100% full strength. Still declares early. His best football is ahead of him. I got to give this pick. I'll go a little lower, A-. Had him just a touch down the board, but he is a high upside sort of player.
Josh, what do you think?
Man, I like it. Heck, I'm looking at 6'5", 306. Man, when you offensive lineman, you stand across and you see me at 6'5", 6'6", 265, 270. You look on the other side, you got Trayvon, 6'5", 270 as well. Then you have Arik Armstead at 6'8", 6'7", 300 and I don't know how many pounds. You look at Roy. Now you look at this guy, man. We're going to have that presence. And as soon as we put the pads on, people going to feel the presence too. So, I'm excited about it. We're going to get right. And I'm going to be with him majority of the time. So, I can't wait to show him how things is done, and just like I was. I'm excited for him.
Josh, I mean this sincerely. I am so happy for you. I am so proud of you. Good luck next season, man. Kick some ass.
Yes, sir. Likewise, brother. Thank you for having me on.
Awesome, man. That's cool. There's nothing like a guy getting drafted and we get to talk to the dude in the same position room, but he brings up a great point. Man, they got a lot of size in Jacksonville. Then I thought about the guy, C.J. Stroud, who we had here yesterday, and I'm like, I'm sorry. Because they're coming for you, man. They're coming for you.
It's not just size.
That's a lot of size
It's
and speed.
length.
Yes.
The length. Like when you say that this guy, you say that he weighs 200, you say he weighs 306 pounds.
Yes.
He didn't look like a 306
Not
pound
at all.
guy.
He is stacked.
He looked like a power forward. And I think that's the part, that's when you say someone's got a type, that's a type.
Yeah, I like Trent Baalke's type.
That's what he had in San Francisco. They just had that monster D-line. That's what he's trying to rebuild, and they finally did it. They finally got 4 guys across that have that.
All right, Cincinnati, they are also going D-line. Man, you didn't like the defensive players not going in day one. They are owning day two, and it is all defensive linemen. And this name you may know, Chris Jenkins, D-lineman. His father was Chris Jenkins Sr., 10 seasons with the Carolina Panthers, 4 Pro Bowls, 44th pick in 2001, and now he goes with the 49th pick, which is pretty awesome. The nickname for Chris Jenkins, the Mutant. That's what his teammates called him at Michigan.
That's awesome. I mean, listen, that's what you want. This is a guy, again, we talk about versatility. I think he brings some scheme versatility. When you run his clips and you're able to see what he's able to do, this is someone that can play in the interior. You can kick him out to the 5. I think he's living in a very similar world, probably a little more of an interior guy than a guy like Rashawn Gary, but he is still living in that same world. Look at this. He's got moves. I think that's the part, again, we talked about it briefly with Marvin Harrison Jr., right? That pedigree coming from, growing up in that locker room, growing up in that environment. So this is a guy that is ready to play now. He's ready to come in and play. He understands the effort, he understands the energy, and he understands what he has to do. He also understands you can't just have one move. You can't just have one thing that you do. You can't just have a bull rush. You can't just have a spin. You can't just have a swim. You got to have a bunch of different things, and you got to be able to put those things together. So for me, I really like this pick. I'm going to go A-. And the big thing for me is I want to see where they put him along this defensive front.
Right.
But he is someone that when I look at him, I see a guy that already understands when he walks in that door, when he walks in that building, I know what I'm supposed to do, and he knows what to expect.
His dad is Chris Jenkins. His uncle is Cullen Jenkins, who played 14 seasons. So the bloodline is pure.
To me, he's a ready-made NFL run defender. Back in 2022, he led all of college football in run stops. And high-end athlete, 4'9", 140 at 300 pounds at the combine. He makes plays against the run, up and down the line of scrimmage. Underdeveloped as a pass rusher, I'll say. I think he's a little tight in the hips to really be a high-end guy, to really bend the edge. Probably going to be more of a bull rusher in that regard when he does start to make an impact. But for the Cincinnati Bengals, they love guys that can play anywhere along that defensive line. They love those versatile guys. He can play anywhere from outside shoulder of an offensive tackle to head up over a center and won't be a liability, and that has value in today's NFL. So I got to give this one an A.
They are making the switch there with Cincinnati. DJ Reader moves on. They brought in Sheldon Rankins. There's also some interesting discussions right now. Trey Hendrickson, he did request a trade, so that defensive line for Cincinnati in flux. But Cincinnati attacking the trenches, going Amarius Mims with their first pick, trying to get some help for Joe Burrow, and now Chris Jenkins. You cannot be upset when your team goes O-line, D-line. You cannot. It's not as sexy as a wide receiver or a corner, but when you build through the trenches in the draft, it always makes sense. And with a name like Chris Jenkins, he's a very different player than his dad. His dad was like 350 pounds, just a different size. He's right around 300, but a heck of a move. Okay, so this is the Washington pick that they traded with the Eagles to give them Cooper DeJean right over the Packers. I still feel bad about that because I didn't realize you were like silently suffering the entire time.
It's all right.
That was my fault.
They got, they probably weren't. They probably wanted Cooper the whole time, is what I think.
Right. Washington, they go. Your guy.
Yes. I'm sorry. I was trying to.
I didn't want to like say it.
Let's go. Commanders taking Michigan DB, Mike Sainristil.
Take it away.
Let's go. This is my favorite player in the entire draft. I love this guy, a guy that played wide receiver at Michigan for a few seasons. He is a Swiss Army knife of a football player. I don't know if you can hear it in my voice. This guy, he can play downhill. So he will get downhill, play tackle for loss. This is someone who has played as an outside corner, played as an inside corner. He's played safety. He's able to cover down the field. He can play man. He can play zone. He does every single thing that you want. Look at him here, handling the bunch. Okay, we pass him off. He ended up having to pass that guy off. You play with a little tango. Then he makes the tackle right there. He can play off and then come down and make a play. I love him. I mean, there's no reason that this wouldn't be an A+. He's my favorite player in the draft, and you're getting him here. He is, to me, like, this is a testament to, like, recognizing where your value lies, understanding rapidly. And by the way, people that don't know, you know what? I don't want to step on Lefkoe's toes for this. These are the tidbits are usually Lefkoe's thing.
No, I want you to give all the tidbits.
This dude, everyone was surprised when he switched from offense to defense. What people don't do, and as someone, I guess, who works in recruiting, what people don't realize is this guy was an absolute monster defensive back in high school in Connecticut. This wasn't a hard transition for him. It was the right transition for him. Again, A+.
Mikey, what do we think here?
I can't add too much to what he has already said, but I will just add some numbers to his testing because they were off the charts. 40-inch vertical, 10'11" broad jump. Yes, he's 5'9", but he has a 6'2" wingspan.
Bingo.
So not a massive deal for him. I do wonder, though, where he slots in, and I do use the slot word there specifically because that's what he played at Michigan. And they drafted Quan Martin in the second round a year ago, who he himself was a slot corner in college and played slot for the Commanders last season. So how they kind of shake that out remains to be seen. But I think Quan can play true safety, and I think he can play slot or possibly outside. So I'll give it an A still because
Let's go.
we all like Mike Sainristil.
Comment from El Guero, Commanders making great moves because of new ownership. I will say this. The last few years under Washington, they were reach central.
Sure.
They were always taking guys around before Renner thought they should.
Yeah.
Look at who they've gotten so far. Jaden Daniels, quarterback of the future. Jerzon Newton, an attacker defensive lineman that many people thought should go much higher. And then now you get one of the captains, leaders, and emotional players of the national champion Michigan Wolverines, Mike Sainristil. This is a different type of draft class.
Yes.
As someone that roots for a team in their division, I
don't
don't like it because I've always enjoyed them reaching.
Yeah.
Because they reached in every round. They take a second in the first, a third in the second, but now it seems like the Commanders have started to figure it out.
Right.
Now we have the Pittsburgh Steelers on the clock, the 51st pick overall, 19th in the second round. They went offensive line in the first round, which is something that they've needed to do, and now with their new quarterbacks, it is a must to do. Pittsburgh, though, they took Chris Jenkins. Oh, sorry, wrong guy. That is Cincinnati. It is Faltano, and then it is wide receiver.
Faltano, yep.
I mean, dude, we don't know about this whole diabetes thing with A.D. Mitchell, but if A.D. Mitchell goes to the Steelers, that would seem perfect to pair him up with Pickens.
Sure.
Renner, your big board.
Big board. AD up there at 14. And again, I explained the reasons why he's fallen there a little bit. Some good offensive linemen. I think we've seen the DTs kind of just get cleared out here.
Yeah.
It was a thin class. They just got blown through. There's not really much else to be had there in that DT class besides Michael Hall Jr. And then we got some offensive linemen. So I really like this offensive line class. I may be higher on some of these guys than the consensus. Looks like I truly obviously am because
It's okay
already
because
past
one of them
50.
just got drafted. West Virginia interior offensive lineman Zach Frazier, the pick here for Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh and West Virginia are not that far away from each other, and it seems like the Steelers are rebuilding the offensive line with Arthur Smith now at the helm as the OC. I don't know if that blink was because you're not a big Arthur Smith fan, but you can explain it in a second. Zach Frazier, the center for West Virginia. I mean, look at his face. Man, he is a West Virginia through and through. Renner, the thoughts on the pick?
Steelers fans gonna love this dude. I mean, he is a former state champ wrestler, multiple time.
I'm so in.
Grip strength off the charts. He just fights in the middle of that West Virginia offensive line. 4-year starter. He had that highlight at the end of the season, breaks his leg in the middle of the game, runs off the field on one leg to get off so that they're in the 2-minute drill so that they keep going.
Wow.
Man has
Love
different
it.
level of football character. And this kind of sheds some light on where Faltano's playing now because everyone's like, is he a center? Is he a left tackle? Faltano's coming in to play left tackle. He's coming in to play center. And now this once shaky offensive line, they don't have any holes now.
Fautano, you're right. You're absolutely right. What was your grade? I'm sorry.
Oh, I got to give this one. I gave this one an A.
Okay. I mean, I like it.
Everything you said there was so Steelers.
Yeah. And look at him.
But it is. And listen, I say this, I don't know, Dad, if you're watching or not, but my dad's going to be very happy with both of these picks. He's a Steelers fan, and absolutely, he's like, we got to get the toughness back in the Steel City. Like, this brings toughness back. Again, you mentioned him running off with one leg, so they keep the 2-minute drill going. I mean, this guy, look, he can move bodies, and that's what you want, right? You want a guy that can create space, create that. He's not shield blocking out there like we see out of guys that come from Clemson. He's out there trying to put pad on pad and move bodies, and I think that's really important, so that's what I like about him. I'm going to go with, you know what, I'm going to go A- because it does address a team need. I think that there were also other team needs that probably could have been addressed, and the reason that you saw me do that big blink is it's a combination of things. One, you and I played football with Arthur Smith.
I did, with him.
Yeah.
What was his position?
Center.
Well, if he's center and he picked him, that's good. Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah. That's why I was like, oh, makes sense.
Do you think I look like Arthur Smith? I have been told I look like Arthur Smith.
I can see it.
Like in the spectrum of like Jared Goff and Arthur Smith, like I'm in the middle.
Yep.
I could see that.
Okay.
I could see that, but
We'll look at him. Stop zooming in on me. But what else were you thinking when you heard Arthur Smith?
no, listen.
Is that the style of kind of center he would like?
I mean, I think it's a style of center that he wanted to be when he was in college, and so I think that's an interesting part. And the other part is obviously this is a guy when he was with the Titans, they ran the football.
Yes, they did.
When he's with the Falcons, that failed experiment. It wasn't great, but he was hoping that they drafted Bijan Robinson.
Yes.
So I think it's going to be really interesting. I think that like the Steelers are trying to get back to just being like that ground and pound and capitalizing on a guy that, they've got a short leash on with Najee Harris.
So now if you look at this line, Fautanu would be your left tackle. Isaac Semelu, who they got from the Eagles, who won a Super Bowl, the left guard. Now you can put this guy at center.
Okay.
You have James Daniels that they got out of Chicago, who's kind of a road grader right guard. And then your first-round pick last year in Broderick Jones. This is the first time since I think Big Ben retired that they have a formidable offensive line.
Sure.
When Big Ben left, it was like they stopped addressing the offensive line.
Right.
I love when the teams that we grow up with, identity-wise, we see. Steelers, I think, had to do this.
And I think this means, I think Russell Wilson's going to win this job because this means they're going to be that play-action heavy, what we saw in Tennessee. For as much as Arthur Smith got clowned for his offenses in Atlanta, and semi-rightfully so, he had top 5 offenses when he was the OC back in Tennessee, when they had a good O-line and when they had Derrick Henry. You got a good O-line now. You got a quarterback that thrives off of play action and throwing deep. This could work. I think everyone's very skeptical of this Pittsburgh Steelers. And obviously starting 2 rookies on your offensive line, easier said than done to get those guys up to speed. But this could work.
Indianapolis Colts are on the board. Some people wanted them to take a wide receiver at 15, but they find one now. And the pick is the guy we've been saying, Adonai Mitchell, with the 52nd pick, a 4.3, 4.40 for the kid out of Texas. Was at Georgia, won 2 championships, got the go-ahead touchdown. Look at the kid move in the 2021 title game. Then transfers to Texas because he wants to be closer to his daughter. Texas goes to the playoffs. His comp, remember Chris Henry? Long, lean, fast. And this is an Indianapolis Colts room where it'll be Pittman Jr., Alec Pierce, Josh Downs, and now AD, the highest guy remaining on your board, your 14th overall prospect.
Yeah, my comp firm was Javon Walker, a guy I grew up watching just take the top off of defenses. And I think he can be the same. Just a high-end athlete, great ball skills, had a touchdown in every single college football game he played, college football playoff game he played in, 5 of those over the course of his career. Wingspan, catch radius, and then some real deal route running chops that, guys like Brian Thomas, I think he's closer to being a route runner. He just he misses landmarks. He misses where he's supposed to be. He takes time to get into his routes. He's not as crisp and precise, but in terms of the full route tree, you see it at times on his tape. And so, what did Anthony Richardson say yesterday when he interviewed him? He wants a guy to take the top off the defense.
Yes, he did.
And I Mitchell can do just that. A+ pick for the Indianapolis Colts.
There we go. Look, the biggest thing I love is his body control. Him on the sideline. I love that. Him at the catch point where he can understand how to kind of box out, make plays, and really kind of make defenses look silly. Obviously, you mentioned the health concerns, and that might lend itself to why he wasn't always on point with what he was doing. That's a real thing. This is a guy he made an adult decision to leave a place like Georgia to go to Texas.
His daughter.
To be a father. I think that's important.
Yeah.
That is something that does matter. But you see him here right there, taking the top off the defense, and then the run after the catch is still also scary. So you see the speed in reality. Not just on the 40 track. See the speed in reality. I'm going to go ahead and give this an A, especially when you get someone who's been valued super high. You get him this late. And it's not just that. It's fit. Because now we're talking about a guy in Anthony Richardson who can throw the football a mile.
Yes.
So guess what? Let this guy run a mile.
And let me tell you the other fit. In this Shane Steichen offense, he is going to be more open than he's ever been. Yeah. Shane Steichen, as an Eagles fan, was definitely part of the reason they went to the Super Bowl.
Sure.
The offense looked completely different without it last year, and what they were able to do with Gardner Minshew last year was unbelievable.
Right.
I love the way that their wide receivers complement each other. Pittman could be that X, Adonai can go all the way deep. Downs is your underneath guy. And then also, when you factor in, the last 2 years he dropped 1 ball.
Yeah.
82% of the time he caught a ball, he either got a first down or a touchdown. In this draft class, no one had a higher percentage. And lastly, I think the team that drafts the guy that falls matters. When Chris Ballard drafts a guy that has fallen, I go, he did his homework and I trust it. Mm-hmm. If this went to a different team with less of a track record of drafting good players, I'm concerned. But the Indianapolis Colts, they go Leatu Latu.
Yep.
They go A.D. Mitchell. Think about the connection there. Leatu Latu, Medical, he gets retired because of his neck.
Yes.
They clear him, he plays. Adonai Mitchell falls, maybe because of some diabetes thing. Indianapolis is trying to find, they got 2 guys with a lot of value. Hopefully they did their homework, but because it's Chris Ballard, I trust that they did.
I think this Colts team is closer than a lot of people are maybe thinking going into this season with what they have. If Anthony Richardson builds off of what we saw year 1, because that was, good stuff that we saw, even though it was a few games, he looked like he belonged immediately. He builds off of that in year 2, and with his rushing threat and with this offensive line now and with this receiving core, it's all there. It really is all there. We never really got to see Jonathan Taylor and Anthony Richardson cook, and now we will. This offense will be fun.
So Washington's on the clock. If you could confirm for me, I know the Eagles had 2 second-round picks. Did they give up both to go and get Cooper DeJean? And so Washington's getting 2 second-round picks here?
Correct. I do not see any more second-rounders for these.
So that, you know what? A hefty trade, but it's still Cooper DeJean.
Feels like it.
Yeah. All right, so Washington, man, Jaden Daniels, Newton, and Sainristil. Who else can they add? O-line is something that they've needed.
That's the thing. I mean, they have no O-line still. 3 needs. Oof.
Wow. And they're going Kansas State tight end, Ben Sinnott. And judging by the reaction of the 2 guys to my left, this might be the one player that they are not excited for Washington. But let's find out. 6'4", 250, ran a 4.68 40. Ben Sinnott, tight end out of Kansas State, the second pick of the second round, the 3rd pick of the second round for the Washington Commanders. Renner, what are your thoughts of the tight end here?
Yeah, I do question where they're going because the offensive line still needs 3 positions, legitimately. And so they've eschewed that in the second round, but I'm not going to hate too much because Ben Sinnott is an ascending player. This is a former walk-on who's turned himself into one of the best tight ends in college football, a guy who refuses to go down after the catch, as you see there. One of the best yak weapons. Went to the combine, had a 40-inch vertical, 4.68 40, 10.6 broad jump, a true high-end athlete, and that's what you bet on at the tight end position. Those guys who have the athletic traits to separate. I didn't think he didn't run a full route tree on tape at Kansas State, wasn't really super featured in that offense. But he went down the Senior Bowl and he turned some heads there. I thought he had a really impressive performance there. And like I said, a guy who's only gotten better every single year of his career. Only 21 years old, his best football could be ahead of him, and truly one of the best move blockers in this draft class. And when you have Jaden Daniels, you need a tight end to get out in space to lead for him on those option runs. He's the best in the class at doing just that. So, little rich, I'm going to go B+, but he's still a darn good football player.
He's good. He's gotten better every year. And by the way, shout out to walk-ons, always.
Always.
Always. Listen, the brotherhood.
Yeah.
So, the thing for me is there are other tight ends. That's the only thing. I think he is good. I'm glad you mentioned the move tight end because I don't think he's a true inline tight end. And the thing I look at with him, comparing him to other guys in this class, whether it's Jack Westover or even Devin Culp, 2 teammates.
That block was insane.
Yeah. And then you look at, there's other guys that are really interesting, Jatavian Sanders, JT Sanders from Texas. So I think it's a little bit of a reach. So I'm going to go ahead and give this. I'm going to give this a B-. He is an ascending player, as you mentioned, which is good. He's going to get better. The other thing, he's going to show up to that building every day. He's going to work his behind off. So that's a positive. This guy in, what are we going to say, 2-3 years, he could end up being one of the top 10 tight ends in the league. The other part that's interesting for me is I know because he's a walk-on that this guy's going to give you he's going to give you everything that you need on special teams, and that's the part that I think does bring a lot of value.
Logan Thomas is gone. They did sign Zach Ertz, and I know that people in the Washington building, I literally just texted them. I'm not going to say their name. About this kid, this is what they liked. Super versatile. Reminds our GM of Juszczyk in San Francisco.
Okay.
So maybe they are looking about him as that move H-back. And it's funny that he goes to Washington because when I think of Washington tight ends, I think of H-back Chris Cooley.
Yeah.
And so I wonder, could he be the Cooley for Washington for this Cliff Kingsbury offense?
That's exactly the type of player that they're getting in. I do
You
just
have
think
to take them now, though.
that's the thing. It's like,
what-
let's just
Do you
look
think
at.
they did it because this was their third second-round pick, and they're looking at a huge gap to their next one, and maybe it's not going to be available?
I think so, because he's unique. Like he is a one of one. There's no other player like him in this draft class at that position. But just go through this O-line now. Your starting left tackle is Cornelius Lucas. Your starting left guard is Nick Allegretti. Your starting right tackle is Andrew Wiley.
So
It's
you
tough.
would have maybe seen like a Rosengarten here.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't know where you go now, because the gap that's going to happen is you're not getting a starter at the back end of the third round or where they're drafting in the third round now. It's just that ship, I think, has sailed, unfortunately for them. So if you're Jay Daniels looking at this, that's your O-line, unfortunately, for this upcoming season, unless some miracles occur.
Interesting. All right, well, overall, it's been a very good draft for Washington, but the O-line, I don't know where they go from now, but Sinnott will be matched up with Zach Ertz. Cleveland is on the clock. We have not seen or heard from the Cleveland Browns as of yet. They are still dealing with all of the picks they gave up with the Deshaun Watson trade a few years ago. And so Cleveland, our first chance to talk about this team and where they're at. 11-6, second in the AFC North. They lost to our guy C.J. Stroud in that wild card game last year. Joe Flacco came in, turned it around. What a performance he had after like all the Nick Chubb stuff. But Deshaun Watson, they signed Jameis Winston. And with their first pick in this draft, with 6 picks in total, they are staying in the state of Ohio, and they are going with the big Buckeye, the highest remaining player on Michael Renner's board, Michael Hall Jr. Renner, I'll let you go first because he was the highest on your board.
Yeah, I love this guy's tape, man. He didn't play a ton, right? He was a rotational player in that defense and played a lot out of position, truly, as a nose tackle at times. Playing nose tackle against Michigan, hitting up deuce blocks. But the fact that they even played him there, I think, shows what he's capable of against the run. But twitchy as can be. You cannot coach the kind of feet, agility, burst off the ball. At 299 pounds at his pro day, he ran a 4.75 40, a truly special athlete. Not even 21 years old yet either. Best football should be ahead of him. Andrew Berry has known how to draft defensive talent. His track record on that side of the ball since he took over as GM has been pretty darn good. This guy, adding this guy to this defensive line, that's one of the best defensive lines in football.
Yes, it is.
And what they can do from a slant, stunt perspective with that athleticism, he can make an impact from day one. A-plus pick for the Cleveland Browns. Great start to their draft.
Yeah, listen, Swim and skinny, they played him at the 0 and the 1, but he's a 3 in the NFL. A lot of power, but not big enough to eat double teams on the play on a regular basis. Can disengage, and I love the fact that he can disengage. And when you can disengage, you have an opportunity to go make plays. And so that's what he does. I want him as a one-gap guy. I want him to be able to come straight. I want him to know what his assignment is, take care of that, and then he can eat you up play side, and the linebacker fills in behind him. Like, I love that about him. I think he's kind of like a knockoff Grady Jarrett. But listen, let's not forget, when Grady was coming out, nobody believed in him.
Nope.
And I think we're having
We
the
had
same.
3 sacks in the championship game and all that.
Yeah, but nobody believed in that
Nope.
kid. And I think that the big thing for me is that I think he's kind of changed the need at that position. I'm going to give this an A+. Renner, we talked about him on the show a couple of weeks ago, and the big thing for us, and we both saw it. We're like, why are they putting him here? Why are they putting him here? But I guess Ohio State had to put him there out of necessity. Guess what? They don't have that necessity.
Nope.
So they can move him around and let him be a problem.
Zadarius Smith, Dalvin Tomlinson, Shelby Harris, of course, Myles Garrett. They also signed Quentin Jefferson. They have Maurice Hurst. They already have a very deep D-line. It's a defense that was number 1 against the pass, number 11 against the rush, 6th in terms of sacks. It is a Jim Schwartz defense where sometimes he'll just spread you out and go, I'm letting each of my guys try and get one-on-ones. And from everything you two have said, he'll win some one-on-ones for the Cleveland Browns.
And that's what he did at the Senior Bowl. That's what really sold me on him was his performance down there. He had the best pass rushing performance in the one-on-ones that I saw. The only guy to get the better of Jackson Powers Johnson during the week of practice.
Really?
Yes, he was the only one. So
I think what you said, I love when I hear that a guy was out of position.
Yeah.
Because to me, that the NFL coaching sometimes is so much more superior, or we can put you in the right scheme. Hey, man, you are our only 320-pound guy. We had to play you there.
Right.
Now we get to open up everything. Miami Dolphins are on the clock. They went Chop Robinson with edge. There is talk that maybe they need some offensive line help. They could use a tight end that was skipped over with that Sinnott pick. There was also talk about wide receiver, but I do kind of feel like the wide receiver run has come to a close. All of this talk about a great wide receiving class, are any of them still available? Is Roman Wilson up there, Malachi Corley, or has most of the ones that you love gone?
Yeah, we're talking about at this point in the draft guys who can fill a certain role. There's no more
ADs.
There's no more number ones. There's no more guys who have high-end skill sets. It's like Roman Wilson, good vertical slot wide receiver. You have Javon Baker, the UCF wide receiver, a nice project for you. You have Jermaine Burton, the Alabama wide receiver, who himself has some off-field concerns. Malachi Corley, a big slot for you, a guy who has a yak weapon, but not really a complete wide receiver. So we're kind of picking nits. The one guy who maybe could be a number one that I could see out of this group, Troy Franklin from Oregon, but he's skinny as can be, man. 176 pounds. NFL does not love skinny wide receivers. So that's kind of where we're at with this wide receiver class. And like you said, I don't think we see a flurry of them coming off the board anytime.
And for the first time in 55 picks, we will be announcing at the same time as television. And it is my guy, Nigerian, Patrick Paul, the tackle out of Houston. Let me tell you something about Patrick Paul. Niger, stand up. His grandfather was the major general and president of Nigeria in 1966. Okay? They overthrew the government. This is my kind of guy, and of course he's from Houston. Monster dude, 6'7", 331, with the longest arms that I have seen out of any prospect, 36 1/4, Mike Renner. He could touch you from here.
And he's coordinated. I think that's the thing that jumps off the tape to me is, he may never be a high-end run blocker. It's hard to get low enough at that size because he's just so tall. You look at him right there in the highlight. His butt's like 5 inches above everyone else's along that offensive line. Guy just can't stick low enough. But in pass protection, those arms do a ton of work for him. I mean, he puts his hands on you, and they are strong, and he does not let go. Single-digit pressures this past season on 496 pass blocking snaps. And that's in the Big 12, by the way. Houston was not a CUSA anymore. This was Big 12 competition that he was going against. Thought he had a good, not great Senior Bowl. That's probably why he falls to this point in the draft. But if you give coaching to this guy, he could be a plus pass protector at the next level. And what do we know about Tron Armstead, the left tackle there for the Miami Dolphins?
He misses games.
Going to miss 3 or 4 games a year. Patrick Paul can step in right away and be that guy.
You know who doesn't miss games? Patrick Paul, 39 straight games. I'm curious, he was in that Dana Holgerson air raid offense, and now he's going to Mike McDaniel, so another high-powered throwing offense.
Yes.
What do we think of this kid?
I like him. I think he's a great player. The big thing for me, again, you mentioned the Dana Holgerson situation. Yes, that's why he got pretty good at pass protection, is because they threw the football. And so the big thing for me is going to be figuring out how he's able to do a little bit better in terms of run blocking, how teams try to scheme against him, if he has to play those, as you mentioned, those 3 or 4 games a year as a rookie, just depending on injuries. So this is going to be really interesting to see what he looks like going forward, but he's a great canvas. If you can work on that hip flexibility, now all of a sudden you've got a guy that's going to be playing every snap. Maybe you do move some pieces around on that line. Obviously, most of his snaps come with the 2-point stance.
Yep.
And listen, if you can do that in the NFL, go for it. But I think a lot of folks want to see at least at some point getting a 3-point stance with respect, as you mentioned, Renner, to run blocking. You're going to want to be in the 3-point, but he's so tall, he's so big. It's hard for him to do that. And I think so. I'm going to give this one. I'm going to give it a B+. I think that he is a quality guy. I think that he is a big project. And Lefkoe, go ahead and shout him out one more time.
Niger! Nigerians in the house. His older brother plays for the Commanders.
Okay.
And so there's some bloodline there, too. All right, Patrick Paul, the pick to the Miami Dolphins. The Cowboys are on the clock. There have been a lot of talk that they were going to be the ones that take the first running back. Jonathan Brooks is no longer there. Do you think they're still going to go running back?
I think it's highly likely, honestly.
Unlikely.
I think likely.
Okay.
I think it's still likely. I think there are a couple options
Benson?
that could be intriguing. Trey Benson from Florida State, Jalen Wright from Tennessee, high-end athlete for them, or Blake Corum from Michigan. So those 4, I think, are like 4.
C. Sanders in our chat saying that he hopes they go Corum.
Corum's NFL ready, man. I mean,
Corum feels like just not a pick that Jerry would make.
Doesn't feel exciting enough for Jerry.
It doesn't feel exciting. It doesn't feel like it's like that the top-end athlete
Yep.
that he's always looking for. So that feels, I don't know, like I think Corum is safe.
They went tight end in the second. They went Luke Schoonmaker last year in the
Yeah,
second
that's
round.
true.
So
Good
it's
point.
exciting wasn't really their draft
was-
a year
yeah.
ago.
In terms of, did you say Rosengarten had some center possibilities too?
I think he kick into the inside.
Because think about what we were talking about yesterday, Tyler
Beatas.
Biadasz? Biadasz, he's gone. They do need some offensive line help. I know they went Guyton, but he was kind of that project tackle, so maybe you get some more reliability. What about this Dominic Pooney kid that you have here?
So he's tackle and a guard at Kansas. I think he could play either in the NFL. So I would expect him to be more of a third rounder just based off of where other boards have him, but I'm pretty high on him in terms of his pass protection ability. So
and then
double dip in there wouldn't surprise me.
And then there is the possibility for a running back. But Dallas now in a position where I feel like a lot of the really good players passed them by. And I feel like we've now reached a different tier in this draft. Does it feel like that way to you guys too?
Yeah, it feels like we had, obviously we had last night, the quarterbacks were the star of the show. Then we get to the wide receivers. And after the wide receivers, then you start to get into a couple edge rushers with Verse, with
Think about
Chop.
the last 6 names. Chris Jenkins, Sainristil, Zach Frazier, the center, Adonai Mitchell, Sinnott, and Michael Hall. That was before Patrick Paul. I mean, 4 or 5 of those guys we were really excited.
Really super excited about. And now this is the part that's,
Now what is your scouts like?
yeah.
And who do you prefer? Pick is in, and the Dallas Cowboys are going with the guy that I was about to ask you why you're a little bit lower than other people. Marshawn Kneeland. This is an edge rusher from Western Michigan, someone that has been fighting for his spot. 6'3", 267, second-team All-MAC, was recruited as a tight end by some schools. Very, very, very low-ranked recruit, but long arms, strong hands, and he goes to the Cowboys.
I think the second team All-MAC there is why I'm a little lower. Like, he didn't dominate
Gotcha.
the lower level competition, but he is an NFL projectable athlete. He doesn't have a ton of pass rushing moves at his disposal now, really just a pure power rusher, but he is a big dude. Reminded me of Jason Babin, and Jason Babin was a Western Michigan product in his own right, but 6'3", 267, and he can bend. He can really sink, really get low into his bull rush, into that rip off the edge. He's got those 2 moves in his bag at minimum, and a guy who has some versatility. He can play wide 9. He can play head up over offensive tackles. He can play kick on the inside and rush the passer too if you want him to. So I like him. I just liked him kind of around where he went. I think I had him like in the low 60s on my board, and he goes off the board here. What is it, pick 55? So I'll give it, I guess, a A- at that point. That's pretty close.
I like the Babbitt comp. What I like about him is we don't really see this type of a defensive end anymore.
Yeah, that's fair.
And like
what way?
In terms of a guy that plays in a true 4-3, that plays hand down and is able to go make plays. Like he's able to split things, and then now as soon as I say that, he's standing
Yeah.
up. So.
Now, the new defensive coordinator for the Cowboys is Mike Zimmer. Is this someone that Mike Zimmer would use? Because they're going from Quinn to Zimmer.
Yeah, I think so. But here's the thing: he showed that he can stand up. But this is what I'm saying: we don't see a lot of guys that play hand down relatively consistently, which is what
Micah
he did.
Parsons is hand up.
Yeah, exactly. And so he does have to develop some moves. But I like when we showed the earlier clips, the long arm. When you can get that long arm up, and he can still play with leverage even at his size. And he's 6'3", so he's going to be up underneath those offensive tackles. I like that. So I'm going to go ahead and give this a B+. I think that this is someone who does bring a lot. He's got to get in there. He's got to get in the room. I love what you mentioned about being second-team All-MAC, because as we get later in the draft, especially when it's me and you tomorrow, we are going to be talking about guys that are probably from smaller schools.
Right.
And the biggest thing when it comes to talking about guys from smaller schools is you do want that guy to have dominated.
And to be decorated.
Yes, decorated. And look at that. We came up with the thing. Decorated and dominated.
I love that.
There we
You
go.
mentioned the arms, 34.5-inch arms, same length as Darius Robinson. We talked about how long his arms were. Longer arms than Jared Verse, Leatu Latu, and Chop Robinson considerably. 34.5. That's like a premier offensive tackle length arm.
Yeah, I mean, that bodes well, and that's why he goes here, because of the projectability of a guy with that body type.
Tampa Bay Buccaneers are in, and they select Chris Braswell to the Tampa Bay Bucks. Tampa Bay went offensive line with their first pick, Graham Barton, interior offensive line out of Duke, and now they are going an edge rusher, so they are going both lines with both picks. What do you think of this guy, Felder?
I like him. He is a project.
Yeah, I was going to say there's a but in that tone.
Yeah, he's a project, and I think the biggest thing with respect to him being a project is like there's not a lot of polish to his game. We just talked about the Marshawn kid with the long arm and all those things. When you watch him and like let's look at this. Like this is okay. Nobody's going to block you. Of course you're going to destroy that guy. Like yeah, you're supposed to do that, but.
Felder, this was one of those super highly recruited guys.
Yes, he was.
That I feel like you get at this point because the potential was there.
Bingo.
He was the number 2 DN behind Will Anderson Jr. He was behind Brian Breezy in Maryland. He was the number 19 overall recruit behind Jalen Carter. So he came in with a lot of hype to Alabama.
A lot of hype, a lot of accolades, and you just want to see him put it together. When Will Anderson, you saw him put it together.
And he took over Will Anderson's role, that same spot in that Alabama D.
Brian Bresci, we saw him put it together. And that's the big thing where recruiting doesn't always determine everything, but it does show you that you have the potential to do it. So I don't know if that means that he didn't want to, like it feels like when I watch him play, it feels like he was pretty happy with how he was because he was still making plays. He was still finding a way to get to the quarterback at times. And I look at him, and the big key for me, and I know he's coming out of Alabama, and I know that when you get into that room, you've got to work. And so the thing for me is I just want to see him work when he gets in the room. I'm going to give it a B. I think that...
Yeah, you don't like this guy that much. You're worried about the effort.
Not just effort, because I see effort when I watch him play. I'm worried about the effort in terms of technique. Not effort on a play-to-play basis.
Yeah.
He's going to play hard football for you.
Yeah.
But you know what works really well with hard football?
Good hands.
Good hands. Good spin move.
Yeah.
Being able to understand, to shed. Being able to do all these things. Not just winning when you're unblocked, or not just winning because you're stronger than the other guy, or not just winning because your secondary, a secondary who we've seen have how many guys picked already?
Yeah, a few.
2?
Yeah.
At least 2?
And his rush mate Dallas Turner got drafted.
And Dallas Turner's
he had
already
more
been
pressures than Dallas Turner, which I thought was interesting.
Sure, because you got to double Dallas Turner.
Yeah.
And so he wins with that, and that's what I don't mean to be too long-winded, but that's why.
Yeah.
That's why there was a but.
What do you think, Renner?
I'll just add this. Shaq Barrett leaves in free agency this year. He ain't walking through that door. Very similar body type, a very similar player to a Shaq Barrett, and that little undersized, but a guy who can get to the edge, has that burst off the line of scrimmage. To me, though, I was a little lower on him. I see him as DPR. I worry about, can he be a playmaker in the run game? Can he set an edge? And I never really saw that to his game at Alabama. So I'm with you. I'm going to go B for this pick.
A 1.58 10-yard split. This is a guy that was clocked at nearly 22 miles an hour.
He's fast.
Is insane. And he squatted 705 pounds. What I look at and I think about this Todd Bowles defense. Todd Bowles is going to coach you up now. They get Kalijah Kancey last year. You got Vita Vea in there. Really, their only edge guy was Tryon. And now you bring in this guy. To me, it seems like a Todd Bowles going, oh, he needs to be coached up.
I'll coach him.
I'm Todd frickin' Bowles. Yeah. The Packers are taking Georgia safety Javon Bullard, and it gets a hidden fist pump behind the computer screen, a Bill Simmons-esque fist pump there from Mike Renner. You take it away. Just do the whole video.
It was my safety one in the draft class, and obviously when you have the safety need that the Packers do, it helps me get the best safety in the draft. To me, this Georgia secondary, him and Kamari Lassiter, I haven't loved the Georgia prospects in recent years coming out of their secondary. These guys were Kirby smart football players. They tackle, they come up, they'll hit you. He's not the highest end athlete, but he's more than athletic enough to match wide receivers when they go deep on him. He played slot in 2022, deep this past season. That versatility will be notable for Jeff Hafley's defense. I just love watching this guy's tape, man. I think he's just an NFL-ready dude. Only 12 missed tackles the past 2 seasons, a high-end tackler. So we talked about Edgerrin Cooper maybe being a little bit of a liability, missing tackles. This guy can clean those up in a heartbeat. Big fan of his game. I got to give this one a flat-out A. He was right there on my draft board in the low 50s. Love the pick.
2022, he was the defensive MVP of both the semifinal game and the title game. And now they sign Xavier McKinney. So now you have that safety duo, Xavier McKinney and Javon Bullard.
I love him. This dude's a heck of a football player. I mean, when you watch the way he operates in the back end, he moves. I try really hard not to do school comps.
But
there's some Sean Williams to his game. He's very good coming downhill. I like that about him. And he's a good tackler. Like all those things that Sean Williams was, he does all those things. Probably a little smaller than him, but I think it also might be the jerseys, right? Those jerseys back a few years ago were adding a few pounds. So this is one of those guys that I like him. I understand he can play deep, but I like him coming towards the line of scrimmage. I like him spinning down in 3. I like him sitting there in quarters and being my secondary run defender. I like him doing all those things. So I've got to give this an A. This is a really good pick. This is a kid that absolutely, he's played. It's not just that he's played a lot of football. So he played at multiple positions, and he played at the highest level that you're going to get to in college. What more do you want?
All right, that is the pick, Javon Bullard. So when I look at the Green Bay Packers, since we have a second before the Texans are going to go, they lose Simone Biles' boyfriend, fiance, husband. They go now linebacker and safety, back-to-back picks. Did they fill the holes that you needed the Packers to fill?
Yeah, I think everyone came in thinking that was what they were going to end up doing. Those were the glaring things that you just couldn't go into next season with the guys who they had there. So, made sense. I love the fits.
Texans select Blake Fisher, another tackle out of Notre Dame, a tackle factory. They, of course, had Joe Alt, and now it is Blake Fisher going also to the excuse me. The other one went to the Chargers. The AFC South now, another tackle for our guy, C.J. Stroud. Where did you have Blake Fisher in the remaining tackles?
I had him as I guess I have Puny there, I had Rosengarten there, and then he was the very next one on my draft board. But a guy who has a higher ceiling, I think, than those other two. He was a 5-star recruit coming out of Indianapolis in high school, was actually starting over Joe Alt in his freshman year.
Wow.
Before he got hurt, then Alt took over, and the rest is history there. But Fisher, man, never developed the way Alt did over the course of his collegiate career. However, I will say this, benched at the end of the Louisville game this year. Came back the next week, rest of the season was a completely different dude that I saw. That gets him to the second round. His tape that he put up those last 5 games of the season was different. High-end athlete, great feet, hands improving. Only 21 years old, though. Young dude. Probably could have come back and been like a top 20 pick if he put up what he did at the end of the season and built upon it. So a team doesn't need right tackle just right now. They have Titus Howard there filling it. He doesn't get thrown to the Wolves, but they kind of buy that year now to get a starter in the future. So I love the forward thinking of this pick. You got the franchise quarterback, protect him, A pick.
Having a swing tackle is always very important.
Well, yeah, swing tackle, but also, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he had to in a pinch, play some guard. That's fine. Get some work done. I know he's like a hulking mass of a guy, but at the end of the day, like if you have to do it in a pinch, I think he can do it. He is someone that I think gives you some peace of mind if you're C.J. Stroud. And you see him there, right? This is a guy, listen, moving his body, moving around, and he's able to continue to push. And I think that's interesting. I like the way that he does use his hands, and I think that's important. And once he puts the paws on you, you're not going anywhere. And we saw that right there. So yeah, I like this pick. I'm gonna go with an A. I like what he's able to do. And again, no, he didn't live up to that potential. There were some injury situations, and obviously you mentioned getting benched. You get benched for a reason, but how you respond to being sat down is incredibly critical to me as a football player. It's incredibly critical how you respond to being sat down, because that means that you understood what you were doing wrong. And listen, I'll say this about Mark. I know I don't want to go off track, but having a coach that's willing to bench someone of his caliber says a lot about the coach too.
It does.
Because there's a lot of coaches that won't do it. And I come from the school of you're either coaching or you're allowing it to happen, and Freeman didn't allow it to happen, and then he responded to that.
I also like that he gets to learn under Titus Howard. He gets to learn under Laramie Tunsil, and it is also, that is such a Nick Caserio pick when the rest of your roster has been filled out in free agency. Let's just add depth on that O-line, because the last thing we need is to be making a playoff run.
Right.
And let's say we get a little knee banged up or an ankle banged up for one of our tackles. Now we have a guy that can come in.
Right.
We have seen that time and time again. The Buffalo Bills are back on the clock. We have not seen them since the first pick of this round when they took Keon Coleman, the wide receiver. I could take this time to read one comment from the section. It is Sir Whiskey Ray. NFL Network is so far behind you guys, better than the broadcast. Say it every year.
We're trying.
But, go watch another commercial. Buffalo Bills. The pick is in. What do you know? They went Keon Coleman with the first pick, and now they are going safety. Here comes the safety run.
Yeah.
Safety Cole Bishop is the pick here for Buffalo. They went wide receiver and now safety, Felder.
Yeah, I love this dude, man. I'll be real quick. Yeah, he reminds me a little bit of Patrick Chung.
Ooh.
He will hit you. This guy will strike you, and he works well, and he can work in quarters. He can work in 3. He works in 2, and he's willing to be. This is what I wrote, Lefkoe, and is willing to be violent.
I like that. Willing to be violent.
I love that. So I went with Patrick Chung. This is an A for me. He was one of my top-ranked safeties as just someone that I said A+. I guess hit the wrong button, and that's fine. I can live with it. But look at him. He's playing linebacker basically right here. Let's go. Like, what do you want? What do you want from him?
Renner, this is a Bills team replacing Micah Hyde and Jordan Poyer. They've had those two for what seems like a decade. Is he the new face of the secondary for Buffalo?
Oh, for sure. I mean, I'm a big fan of this guy's game as well. I thought his ability to come down and guard tight ends one-on-one was very impressive. He was the best at that in the one-on-ones at the Senior Bowl. A couple things of note. Tiny arms, actually, for the safety position. He's 6'2", but he has sub-30-inch arms. Could limit him as a tackler, but doesn't really show up on tape. And on the back end, has real deal range, man. Ran a 4.45 40 at his size, at over 200 pounds. He can strike guys on the deep, deep go balls. He can get to the sideline, put a hit on them, and a guy who can come up and fill against the run. So the Buffalo Bills, a guy who's an immediate starter for you. So I'll go A- for that pick.
Buffalo drafting for need early on. Wide receiver and safety, definitely the two positions that they needed to go. And they also accumulated a number of picks as they've moved down. So we'll see what Brandon Beane continues to do there. Detroit Lions are on the clock. We have not seen Detroit since they moved up to 24 to take Terrion Arnold with their first pick. Another team that is very locked and loaded all over the roster. Maybe some wide receiver depth, maybe some offensive line depth. What do you like for them here, Renner?
Yeah, if there's one position, it's left guard. Man, if they draft Cooper Beebe here, who may be the strongest guard in this draft class.
Is he a knee biter, though? Will he bite a kneecap?
He will. This guy will do whatever. He's played every position except center for that Kansas State offensive line over the course of his career. A true glass eater, if you will.
It has been a complete franchise turnaround under Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell. What they have done to a franchise that has been mired in failure has been incredible. And with this pick, the 61st pick in the draft, 29th in the second round, Ennis Rakestraw, another favorite of Mr. Michael Felder. And you can talk about maybe, I don't know where it's going to be. Detroit took a few picks last year that shocked everybody, and they all panned out. Take it away. What do you love about Rakestraw?
Aggressive and sudden, launching on screens and in the run game. Good trail technique, patient player to diagnose switches out of trips and bunch, which I really like about him. And he's kind of like maybe a more stretched out or a thinner Marshawn Lattimore. But this is a guy that's going to play in the NFL for a long time. He knows what he's doing. He understands like the patient parts of the game. And I think that's really important. People don't think about corners and think about patience. But this is a guy who can play in press, he can play in man. He also can see through in zone. And you can see him here, he's moved to the interior. Look at that triggering right there. Let's go get it. Okay, I'll run through this block here. He's one of those, there's a quality Lefkoe that I absolutely love in defensive backs that have the idea that what wide receiver would have the audacity to think that they could block me. So for me, this is one of my top safeties. Again, I'm going to give this one an A. I absolutely love this one. It's like what are you gonna do? Again, we talked about with the Georgia guys, right? This is one of those things where you play it at a high level, and he had to every week. He faced that Tennessee offense, he faced his Georgia offense. He had to get the job done, and he did.
This was a Detroit Lions defense that was 27th against the pass, and they've now gone back-to-back SEC corners.
So I echo everything he said there. I'm a big fan of his game. Super smooth corner. The one thing I'm looking, though, is this Lions depth chart. You have Carlton Davis.
Yep.
You have Terrion Arnold. You have Brian Branch. Like, you thought that was their 1, 2, 3. Are you going to keep him on the outside and play dime? Or Terrion Arnold was a 5-star safety recruit back in the day. That probably is the bigger need if you're looking at this roster.
CJ
Do you move Terrion Arnold to safety, and is this your starting corner next year? Either way, I'm not opposed to adding both because they're darn good football players. So this is an A pick for me.
And Carlton Davis is a free agent after the year. It was just a 1-year contract that they gave him. But this was a Detroit Lions defense that was the issue. From a fantasy perspective, part of the reason why I drafted so many Lions players is I knew their passing defense stunk. And so they were going to be in shootouts time and time again. A little bit like we've talked with these teams loading up on certain positions, loading up on the secondary with Aaron Glenn as your defensive coordinator, who we know can coach up secondary guys. And I'm a big fan, and these guys played the best competition.
Let me tell you.
This is Alabama and Missouri.
I'm super excited for the Lions to go offense because I need to get my boy Ben Johnson even more weapons. He and I play football together.
So you play with Ben Johnson and Arthur Smith?
Yep.
Any other offensive coordinators?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Shout out to Ben Johnson for being like, I don't really want to go and be a head coach of Washington. I'm just going to get a big raise and just coach Jared Goff.
Let me tell you something about Ben. Ben is the sweetest kid I've ever met in my life. And he, just the nicest dude. I picked him off, obviously. But literally, like, this is a guy that he had to wear number 23 because all the rest of the quarterback numbers were gone. Wow. And he has worked. I don't know that there are very few coaches that have worked as hard as him to get to where he is because this is a guy that's grinded.
He's the number one head coaching prospect in the NFL right now.
Right now, but when think about this, Lefkoe, he's my age.
Wow.
And so he had
fresh face. He
was working hard in Miami, working really hard in Miami, and just slowly worked his way up. So shout out to you, Ben Johnson.
Love it. Baltimore is on the clock, and the pick is in. Pick number 30 of the second round. And Baltimore, Runamacher.
There you go.
Rosengarten. Roger Rosengarten is the pick for Baltimore, who just always drafts so darn well.
Yeah.
A very versatile and strong offensive lineman for a team that went all the way, the Washington Huskies. This guy's been one of your top guys available, and he finally goes, Renner.
Yeah, and they ran with Todd Monken at OC. It was a different offense this past fall. They had their offensive line on the move far more. Greg Roman, it was big, physical offensive lineman. Now it's, can these guys move? And with Roger Rosengarten, yes, he can. You watch him in his highlights here. His feet and pass protection, his ability to get out of his stance and mirror speed is tremendous. Obviously, with Lamar Jackson, you're always going to have it a little easier in terms of pass protection. Guys can't rush the same way they do other people. So I think he's a plug-and-play starter on the right side. You lost Morgan Moses in free agency. This guy comes right in.
How did he last this long? Do you have any guesses?
I was surprised. I mean, offensive tackle talent
goes
early.
He's got 33.5-inch arms, maybe, so maybe a little bit.
But that's like above most teams' threshold. 33 is usually the threshold nowadays. I think it's the play strength. He's not the strongest, and that's not for everyone. So, like, if you are gap scheme, he probably wouldn't be on your board. But a lot of teams run a lot of zone, and the Ravens now are one of them. And, man, I gotta love this pick. That's an A-plus pick for the Baltimore Ravens. I think I gave him an A-plus last.
Some depth before you go. Fastest 40 among offensive linemen at the Combine. Unbelievable in the screen game. He went to the same high school as CMC, Christian McCaffrey, coached by Ed McCaffrey.
Yep.
He played left tackle for 2 years. Michael Penix comes over from Indiana. They say, hey, listen, he's a lefty. Can you play the right side? I got you. 2 seasons at right tackle. So there is some position versatility, but this is a winner.
Yeah, this is an A-plus pick. Like, Renner already hit on all this stuff. The reality for me, and if he did everything that he was going to do, if he did it at the left side, he would have gone probably earlier.
Oh, that was the blind side, though, for Michael Penix.
Yeah, but nobody thinks about that.
Yeah.
They don't think about that, right? They automatically devalue that right side.
We live in a
tackle.
right-handed society.
Dude, don't get me started.
Are you a lefty?
I'm left-handed. Yes, we talked about this before the show with the pins and the whole deal. So yeah, we do. It is. It's the entire. I know how to do so many things right-handed that you could never do left-handed.
Ravens got another dog, says Old Sports Brooklyn. B-Fan, Ravens got another one. Ove one. So much better than watching the draft. We get the picks quicker and with much insight. So what do you
No, I'm talking about like scissors. Scissors.
They don't make left-handed scissors?
Have you ever tried to use scissors with your left hand? It's ridiculous.
Really?
Yeah, it's nuts.
What's different about it?
The scissors face a
they're
different
just
way.
like, okay.
Yeah, it's inverted.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
they face a different way.
You write with a notebook, you're smudging everything?
Yeah, I
You
write.
didn't answer the question.
No. That's a left-handed thing.
Okay.
But no, when I use a notebook, I don't use the lines, but I also write the other way.
Oh, it's like Hebrew.
Yeah. No. Like when I open up a notebook, I skip the first page and close it so that I don't have to deal with the rings.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah. Like this notebook, this would never work
Would
for
kill
me.
you.
Yeah, I can't do it.
Baltimore drafting another Baltimore guy. San Francisco, I actually feel like our draft show helped the draft community. I didn't realize that the rest of the draft world originally was like Ricky Pearsall, why would they draft him? And then our clip with CJ Stroud reacting. Then everybody went into their notes and went, oh, wow, this guy is actually a stud. I feel like we helped a lot of people.
Yeah, when I had him ranked, I had him ranked like 40th or something.
Oh.
I thought I was super high on him. And then I wasn't even as high as CJ was on him.
Right.
So I like the pick and the fit, obviously. But
So hold on. The Chiefs just traded up. So the Bills and the 49ers, the two teams that are like, we got to beat the Chiefs, keep trading with the Chiefs.
Yeah. Dude, so
And the Chiefs keep trading to the end of the rounds.
Yeah. So when we were doing the show, Pearsall, what did I have?
They traded up
Pearsall,
one pick?
McConkey, and Tez Walker. Obviously, Tez you had him a little bit lower because you questioned what he could do in the short area. But we've seen McConkey come off. I was surprised that he went in the first round, Pearsall.
Is this going to be your Dominic guy out of Kansas to be their starting left tackle instead of Wanya Morris?
I wouldn't hate it.
Since they lost Donovan Smith in free agency?
I do wonder.
Offensive line, I don't know if they go Cooper Beebe. I don't know if that fits in. And then there's also the chance that they just draft someone that I don't even realize. But I'm going to go with the Kansas to Kansas City.
Well, there's also that Theo Johnson, the Penn State tight end. Everyone keeps like, when are they going to get the heir apparent to Kelsey?
Oh, my God.
He's a heck of an athlete. I mean, if you're going to develop a tight end in this draft class,
And they did lose Blake Bell and Jody Fortson in free agency, so there is a hole there at tight end. Right now, the backup tight end is Noah Gray. I like Noah Gray. They did sign Irv Smith. So they moved up one, and they swapped a fifth and a sixth. And so when you move up, I never understood moving up one.
Yeah.
Only if you think
Someone else is going to
This
try.
guy must be 49ers.
But
must
like
have been
we
telling
just
him.
heard, who's the coach of the Broncos?
Sean Payton.
Sean
Yeah.
Payton literally said at his press conference, we faked that we were
the move.
moving up to cause a team to Minnesota to
move
go
up.
up one pick. So one pick just, I don't know.
Oh,
And they are going with the BYU offensive tackle, and this will be the starting left tackle for Patrick Mahomes. It is Kingsley Suamataia. Nailed it. Suamataia out of BYU. His cousin is Penny Sewell. His high school teammate, Puka Nacua. Double-digit members of his family have played pro football. Even his grandfather, Junior Ayu, played 13 seasons in the NFL. The BYU offensive tackle, Suamataia, is going to KC.
This is a trust your offensive line coach pick because to me, he is one of the biggest projects in this draft class. Guy with all the tools. He's 6'5", 34 and a quarter inch arms, 5.04 40, 28-inch vertical, 9.2 broad jump, and 31 bench press reps. He's young, only a third-year player coming out, but I saw some issues with him in pass protection and down at the Senior Bowl specifically where I was like, I don't know if this guy figures it out, and I don't know when he'll figure it out. So
What did you see at the Senior Bowl?
I just think he's so late with his hands and his ability to recover blocks. I worry about with those hands and with some just like inability to sink his lower body, but he's dense, man. When guys hit this guy, it's just like he doesn't seem phased. So the talent's there. Like talent is high end, but offensive line, they don't call it a skill position, but it is a skilled position. You need to have high-end footwork, high-end pass, high-end hand usage to succeed at the NFL level. I think he's a ways away. So I do think between him and Wanya Morris, if Wanya Morris has already had a year in the system, that's probably your starter day one. But
And you hope
again,
Kingsley develops.
trust your O-line coach. So he was down my board. versus where we are, but I can't hate on it too much. This is where you draft a developmental tackle, and he truly has high-end developmental traits. So I'll go B for this pick.
Yeah, I like him. I think the key for me is, you mentioned developmental talent. And Wanya Morris is a guy that's got an extra year. He's a guy, I will say this, I liked him a lot. I liked him a lot coming out of high school. I liked him a lot coming out of college. So I have high expectations for him still. And if he can live up to those expectations, as you mentioned with the coaching, and grow into that role, then you don't have to worry about Kingsley. You can take your time and make sure you get that right. So for me, I am going to go with a B. I think he is a player that, look, it's not technically draft and stash, but it is get him. And guess what? Two guys that are relatively young working together to figure things out, I can live with that.
Yes. B for based on coaching. So San Francisco, they moved down 1. Their only pick thus far was Slick Rick, the wide receiver out of Florida. And there was a lot of questions. What does this mean for Deebo Samuel? What does this mean for Brandon Ayuk? Well, Diana Rossini tweeting, I spoke to Deebo on the phone and asked his reaction to the drafting of Slick Rick. The reports, I know what's going on, but it is what it is. I'm good staying with them. I'm chilling.
Sounds like he's pissed, actually. I think he's doing everything.
It is so funny when you read it, you can put your own stuff. Because it could be, I know what's going on, but it is what it is. I'm good staying with them. I'm chilling. Or it could be like, I'm good staying with them, but I'm chilling. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I did hear that Brandon Ayuk hit up Kyle Shanahan after the draft and was like, that was a good one. Like Ricky Pearsall's a good one.
Yeah.
Ricky Pearsall seems like a football player's favorite football player.
Yeah, he's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The draft
I
analyst.
mean, this guy, listen, he's like a Timex, man.
The pick is in for the San Francisco 49ers, and it is Renardo Green bringing a smile to Mike Renner's face. Renardo Green, cornerback, Florida State.
It brings a smile to my face because I was higher on this guy than I think anyone in the draft world. I had him right around this point on my board. I thought his production this past season was outstanding. Now, he's a little on the smaller side, 5'11", 186.
Whoa.
But carries a lot of the weight in his lower half and didn't get pushed around. You worry about those, a lot of times, especially at corner, and I go back to Devin Weatherspoon last year, who was 180 pounds. It's not necessarily about how big you are. It's about how strong you play.
Yes.
Renardo Green plays strong, man. Double-digit pass breakups this past year. The one thing I do worry, penalties, 11 over the past 2 seasons. He's physical, but even though he's a little on the smaller side, good length, over 31-inch arms, finds the football, man. I love how he attacks the football in the air. So for the San Francisco 49ers, I think he can play, that silo routes on the outside, find the football, have some PBUs. I like the pick, man. I like it here. I'll give him an A.
This was a San Francisco defense that really the only weakness was cornerbacks. If you could find a way to isolate them, when they went on that 3-game losing streak, it was all cornerback play.
So I like him, and I'll say this straight up, and this might sound crazy, but I think he's kind of like a shorter Dre Kirkpatrick. He plays with like great effort, but he's got that arm rake that he plays with. I absolutely love. I love to see guys rake arms. He plays all the way through until the balls. He gets the ball out eventually, and that's what I love. Like there's a couple plays where he makes plays in the back of the end zone, and the ball's in there, and he just keeps going, and the ball comes out. And I love that about him. Playing all the way through the whistle. This is someone that also triggers really hard. He flashes. So he's not tall. No, he's not. His arms are longer than they probably should be for how tall he is. But at the end of the day, what you're getting is a guy that can step in and play. He can play in the slot. He can play outside. He passes off all those misdirects. He can pass those off too. So I really like him as a football player. I'm going to give this an A. I think he is one of those guys that makes good run fits, even to the point where he can set an edge, and I trust him to help set my edge if he's in cloud. So this is one of those guys he's a guy that I like. He's my type
Florida
of football
State
player.
was the team that didn't get invited to the college football playoff,
correct.
and they were undefeated, right?
That's correct.
How many guys have been drafted from Florida State in this draft already? Yeah. All the D linemen, some corners. We have officially finished the second round on NFL Network. They are still announcing the pick. We started off with 3 wide receivers in that first 8, a bunch of D linemen and O linemen. Another run on cornerbacks there with Kool-Aid, Kamari, and Max. Offensive line, we got the best center in the draft, Jackson Powers-Johnson, going to the Raiders. Then here we had Chris Jenkins. Sainristil, a huge pick in the minds of Mike Felder. Zach Frazier going to Pittsburgh. A.D. Mitchell, though, to Indianapolis was definitely the big pick there in terms of value. And then the last 8, we just finished with Renardo Green. Rakestraw, you were a big fan of. Detroit going back-to-back defensive players. And Green Bay getting Javon Bullard, got a fist pump out of Renner. So, second round, what were your big takeaways from the second round as we get a trade alert for the top of the third, as the Jets have traded up?
I'm surprised that the DTs just ran off the board. Like I did not think it was a strong kind of second tier of the DTs. After Johnny Newton, after Mike Hall, and after Byron Murphy, who obviously goes in the first round, I thought like those are the 3. If you want one in this class, those are the 3. The rest are a lot of projects, a lot of guys. I like Chris Jenkins a lot, but he's kind of like a run defender first. I'm surprised they all went in the second round. I thought that might be more of a third round type of thing, but yeah, they went high.
New York Jets have made their pick, and they did need a wide receiver, and they are going Malachi Corley out of Western Kentucky, 5'10", 207, 2-time first-team All-Conference USA, played 32 games, over 3,000 yards, and 29 touchdowns. Renner, what do we think of Malachi Corley? They did need a wide receiver in that room with Aaron Rodgers.
He's been getting the Deebo Samuel comps. You look at the body type there, you look at the run after the catch, and he ain't as thick as Deebo is, but he has some of that to his game. He has the long arms, he has a fairly big catch radius, and 40 broken tackles back in 2022. He's a guy that you can throw screens to, a guy with reliable hands over the course of his career. And that's what they were missing last year with the Jets. Anyone that could catch a football outside of Garrett Wilson. This guy can catch football, so you can feature him in the slot. That's probably where he's best at. But I thought he was a little bit better of a route runner than I expected, given the route tree he ran at Western Kentucky down at the Senior Bowl. So I was a big fan of his game for a Jets team that needed any sort of option, as I said. I think he's a really darn good one at this point in the draft. I'll give this one an A.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of them, and this kid is good. And there's 2 things I really like about him. You mentioned he's not as thick as Deebo, but this kid is thick. 5'11", 206 pounds.
Yeah, that's wild.
Like that.
Yeah, Xavier Worthy is 5'11", 165.
Bingo. So it's like
40 pounds.
40 pounds, but still can move. And that's very important. He played a lot of football. And the biggest thing that I love when we watch those clips and when you watch him play, when he catches those screens, there's 2 things that happen. Some wide receivers catch screens, and then they just try to find a little crease, like they're running a kickoff return. He catches screens, he catches these balls, and he runs them like a running back. And that's
he was leaning into that.
Yes.
Wow.
Exactly. Yes. See, exactly. And that's what I like to see. So for this pick, I am going to go ahead. I'm going to give it an A. Like I do. I like this kid.
He played for Maryland first? Is that what I'm seeing? Terps?
What? Western Kentucky.
Oh, okay. No, I saw a different helmet.
Western Kentucky.
Sorry.
And dude, he just you see him finish off that run.
Oh, toppers. Yeah.
Yeah, he finishes off a run. So I'm going to give it an A. Did I push the button? I'm pushing the button.
Yes.
Okay. So but I like when I watch a wide receiver that turns into a running back when they get the ball in their hands. I like that, and he can do that.
I also like the makeup of this wide receiving room now. Because the way you guys talked about him, it kind of sounded like a Randall Cobb type of situation.
Oh, yeah.
And that's Aaron Rodgers' love. So you get the Garrett Wilson do everything, the Mike Williams, if he's healthy, over-the-top athletic freak, and now underneath the Malachi Corley, who could be that Randall Cobb.
Yeah, because Rodgers, I mean, he loves to run slant flat. He loves those guys and those quick passes.
Loves a good screen.
He can do that all day, every day, Malachi Corley.
Arizona Cardinals are on the clock. Recap of their draft thus far: Marvin Harrison Jr., Darius Robinson, their 2 first-round picks. Their second-round pick, Max Melton, the cornerback out of Rutgers. And now with the second pick of the 3rd round, the Arizona Cardinals select Trey Benson. Ooh, we got an ooh reaction there from Mike Renner, but Trey Benson is the pick. What are we thinking, Renner?
4.39 speed, man. He can really roll. See a home run hitter. Pairing a guy like that with Kyler Murray, and what you can do with 2 dynamic dudes like that in the running game, it's tough to stop. And while I have some questions about his vision, I thought he was maybe the most elusive back in this draft class. He's a little high cut, a 6-foot running back. Those guys aren't always, their tackle breaking ability doesn't always translate to the NFL, but the way he breaks tackles, I think, will. And when you're that level of explosiveness, 4.39.
4.39 at 6'2", 216 is incredible.
Yeah. So again, running back hater here, but A-. I think for that offense, it adds a level now with Marvin Harrison Jr., Ennis Rakestraw Jr., him in the backfield. It just gives them a lot to think about for opposing defenses.
James Conner as well there. This guy, 6.1 yards per carry. How many fumbles do you think he had in his college career?
0.
Damn right.
There we go.
What do you think about this guy?
I love him. I kind of compared him to D'Angelo Williams, probably with more burst than D'Angelo
Memphis?
Yeah, from Memphis.
Nice.
Or from the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah, I know.
What do you got? Do you know about double trouble?
No, glad you did that off camera.
Yeah.
Betray Benson.
Yeah, I like him. I think he's a heck of a football player. He was my number one running back. I mean,
Was he?
Yeah. If you can
Over
get him
Brooks.
Yeah, if you can get him in the 3rd round, that's got to be an A+. And I love his patience. I love his suddenness. And then you see the burst, and it's like, no, you're not going to get me. I'm sorry. I'm going to go score. Like, I love what he's able to do there.
I love the fact that he was the only player in college football last year that had an 80-yard-plus run touchdown and an 80-yard-plus receiving touchdown.
There you go.
And I just think about how Marvin Harrison could be your, like, Devontae Adams, do-everything safety blanket, and now you have a home run hitter in the backfield. They've been having so many different running backs in Arizona. James Conner is a very solid running back, but he does get hurt. DeMarcado had some flash. They signed DJ Davis. They had Michael Carter, who had some flash with New York. But this guy, the way that you're talking about him, sounds like a very, very good value pick here in the 3rd round.
And especially with James Conner, like, he ain't a home run hitter.
No.
He is a slow plotter between. He's the guy that can pick up the tough yards.
He's the
that
goal
Trey
line.
Benson, I kind of worry about maybe in short yards hitting the right hole. Yeah, put James Conner for those situations. The rest of the time, Benson's in, and if you got Marvin Harrison Jr., you're going to see a lot of 2 safety deep stuff because, well, it's Marvin Harrison Jr. Teams are going to worry about that. Light boxes. Go to town in the run game.
So now we have an answer to our question with Washington on the clock. They took Ben Sinnott, and I wondered maybe they took him because they didn't have a pick for a while. 0 other tight ends have gone since that pick. And so the question is, could they have gone for some of those offensive linemen back then and not had to go with that? Because I believe, Rosengarten went after that. And I think you could have probably gotten Rosengarten now and Sinnott if you were doing the draft over. But that's also...
Patrick Paul goes after that as well.
Right.
That 2 guys who you think could play left tackle for you, and maybe your sights set a little higher than 2nd-round tackles, but...
I literally was about to say that I guess they're going Braden Coleman out of TCU.
There you go.
Because he's the last offensive tackle on my first page of guys with grades in that realm. It is a 6'4", 313 offensive lineman. He's 23 and a half years old, did play JUCO for 2 years. He'll be 24 years old as a rookie. This is a military brat. Grew up in Berlin, was an All-American track athlete as well. Didn't start lifting weights until his junior year of high school. And his best tape was the 2022 National Championship game against Georgia with TCU. So Renner, he sounds like he's accomplished. He sounds like a heck of an athlete, but I don't see him on your list of best available.
I had a chasm between Roger Rosengarten, Patrick Paul, and this guy in tape. One, I think he's going to have to kick inside the guard. I didn't love how he manipulated space against each. Like, that's his best reps there. That was him down blocking a 3 technique in a phone booth. And he did play guard over the course of his TCU career. And I thought that's where he was at his best. And so a heck of an athlete, but to me, the hand usage for a guy who's already that age to be as unrefined as his was, you worry if that guy's ever going to really figure it out. So I had him quite a bit lower down the board.
Could he be a good guard?
I think he could be. And so I have to give this one a tough one because, again, for what they needed, left tackle, I thought there were much better options. I gave it a C.
Yeah, he's a guard, man. Like,
they do need some help at right guard. Could he switch over to that and maybe replace Cosme?
Yeah, I think so. Like, the thing for him is he's going to have to be protected, and that's the reality. Look at what we're watching. We're watching guard footage. And when he's protected and he doesn't have to play in space, he's fine. And obviously, you want more out of that. But now look at this. Bad step, okay? A good defensive end is going to eat that up. So but he did his job by creating that crease. But it's one of those things where this is better. Watching him play the guard is better.
Yeah.
And so that's the thing that's going to be interesting to see how it takes shape. If you want him at guard, play him at guard. I don't know if this is a bad place to get the guard. I'm going to go B-. I think because there's still other players out there, but at the end of the day, for me, if you can get this guy and he can be your starting guard in a year, 2 years, then I think you win the race.
I think you guys are looking a little negatively because you thought that they needed a tackle. This guy has played 22 starts at left tackle, 12 starts at left guard, and he's logged snaps at every position except center.
Right.
So he's played right guard. He's also played right tackle. This is a Washington O-line that needs help more than just
tackle.
help them more than just left tackle.
Sure.
So he really could play all over the place.
Bingo.
If you're looking at him as a positional versatility, Elijah Vera Tucker, is there more value in that than just a left tackle?
Well, the thing is, I'm not sure he's versatile. I think he may just be a guard.
He's just a guard.
Like,
I see.
I don't think I'm comfortable throwing him on a left tackle next year.
Gotcha.
But I'm okay with him playing guard. That's why I gave it a B minus. I'm fine
If
with
you get
him.
a starting guard in the third round,
That's what I'm. If he
he's going up against Ja'Lynn Carter and all those other guys. So in some interior pass rushers. Patriots are up. They are also taking a tackle. I don't know how many tackles are going to be left by the end of this. Caden Wallace, tackle for Penn State, who was on the other side of Olu.
Yes.
What do you think, Renner?
And so this guy, 4-year starter. I did not actually have a draftable grade on him until this past year. I watched him last summer, I guess, in summer scouting. Didn't love it. Took a big step forward, which you like, but I didn't have him this high a step forward. I had him as more of like a day 3 sort of step forward into a draftable range. I worry about his agility at tackle, mirroring faster guys. Another guy who, I keep calling these guys guards, but I think he may have to kick inside the guard at the next level, but a really strong base, a guy who can move people at the point of attack. And again, a guy who's ascending, who has a ton of experience, and you've seen him get better. And so I had him a similar range to Braden Coleman, so I can't love either of these picks. But this one, I think, maybe makes a little more sense for the Patriots. I'm going to go B-, but man, there are better guards on the board if that's where you're looking.
I think he's a tackle.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he is a tackle. I like watching him pass things off, watching his. Yes, does his footwork have to get better? Absolutely. But I love the fact that he is able, because with those arms, to be able to pass things off and pick up switches, pick up stunts. I think that's a positive thing for me. And being able to knock those, like being able to wash guys down if they do get inside of him, again, that's a positive. So when I watch him, I see a tackle. I don't think he's a left tackle, but I think he could be a right tackle. I want him to stop leaning. I want him to stop grabbing. That's a nut. Like, to me, that was my biggest knock, because watching him get outside of the frame. And that's the thing you can't do. Watching him get his arms up high up there around that guy's neck, you can't do that. There's a hold. They're going to call it. So it's going to be interesting to see where it shakes out. I'm going to go ahead and give it a B. Listen, if you can get a guy that can fill in for you at right tackle early and then find a way to make it work late. I know they just paid who? Who'd they just pay?
Who are the Patriots?
The Patriots, yeah.
At what? They played a Korafor.
Okay. Did they just pay Onwenu too?
Yeah, they re-signed Onwenu.
Yeah, but yeah, so like if you can get a guy that can spell those guys, give him an opportunity, I think that's a good pick.
I have a question for you, Renner. In terms of offensive linemen, we have this run here. So you have Pooney at the top of your big board. Some list him as a guard out of Kansas, 6'5", 313. The other name is Amagaji out of Yale. These are guys that do have more tackle experience. Why are they not getting picked instead of these people?
Well, Amagaji is like a pure project. Right? Coming out of Yale, that guy needs 3 years before he's seeing the football field, and that's
went
just
to
difficult
Yale.
it's difficult to sell at this point in the draft.
Gotcha.
So these guys are maybe a little bit more like if they had to get thrown in year one, you're not as upset about it. Like I said,
Right.
4 years of starting experience for both.
All right, Chargers, their pick is in as we continue to move ahead of the draft. And it is Junior Colson, in some people's minds, the top linebacker. Not in Renner's mind. Renner did like himself some Edgerrin Cooper. But Junior Colson out of Michigan, another national champion, is drafted. He's, quote, unless I can't physically move, I'm going to be out there playing. One of the toughest players in this draft. He won the toughest player award for Michigan. He won the defensive MVP. He was the leader of the defense. 3 seasons, 257 tackles. Going to be in the middle of that Chargers defense.
Yeah, he's a tackling machine. But you also have to look at how these tackles come. And I think that's something that when you watch him, that's the part for me. I'm guessing that Renner also is paying attention to. Like when we're watching him play, the biggest thing that I look for is I want to see guys tackle coming downhill, tackle punching you in the face, not tackle you from the side. That is something that I saw consistently out of him. So you do make a lot of tackles, but it really does like remind me, like it's this like Alec Ogletree thing, right? Where when he was coming out of Georgia, he made a lot of tackles, but he made a lot of tackles from the side. And I want to see you meet guys in the hole. I want to see you scrape, stack, and just boom, let's go. And that's the reason why for me, I have other linebackers that I like more.
Yeah, but what was your grade?
I would give it a B.
What I was going to interrupt and say is you might like linebackers more, but you know who's not? The head coach of the LA Chargers, Jim Harbaugh, who literally coached this guy.
Sure.
So this is him being like, I want him in the middle of my defense.
And that could also have to do with all the stuff that you said before, right? The leadership stuff,
the toughness.
all that stuff. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, so we talked about how you don't start at corner for Nick Saban, like Kool-Aid McKinstry did as a true freshman, unless you got some goods. Jerry Colson started as a true freshman at linebacker for Jim Harbaugh. That doesn't happen at Michigan. And for a coach like Jim Harbaugh, who coached Navarro Bowman, who coached Patrick Willis in San Francisco.
You're right.
He ain't that kind of athlete that those guys were, but he has that kind of mentality with the way he plays the game. And he mentioned his tackling, like, I see that, but he also doesn't miss tackles.
No.
He is a knockdown, drag-out tackler.
Yes.
6.2 career missed tackle rate. Just incredibly assignment-sure dude. Not going to make plays on the other side of the line of scrimmage, but also not going to miss plays that are in front of him. And that's super valuable
for sure
in today's NFL. And so for Jim Harbaugh, obviously knows it probably better than anyone else. I had this guy as my LB2, only and higher on the board than where he goes. So I got to give this one an A.
And this is also the new GM, Joe Ortiz, the Baltimore Director of Player Personnel. Baltimore, they drafted some incredible linebackers.
Sure.
So it is interesting. But just think of the names the Chargers have gotten. Identity changers. Joe Alt, Ladd McConkey, Junior Colson. Just some dudes.
Guys who know how to play ball. Guys who
Is this Spencer Rattler for the Giants? It is not. The comment section was going, here comes Rattler. Rattler's on the board. Is he going to go to the Giants? Not going to happen. They go cornerback Andrew Phillips. I love when we spell names like Andrew completely different. Andrew Phillips, the cornerback out of Kentucky. Felder, what do you think of this guy?
4.48 guy, and you see it on film. I think that's the coolest thing about him. When you watch him play, you can see that he's fast. And there's the recovery speed, but there's also the stick-with-you speed. And listen, having recovery speed is great, but you know what you don't need recovery speed for? Is if you don't get beat. And he didn't get beat very often. And again, we saw him play against LSU. We've seen him play against Alabama. We've seen him play against Georgia. We've seen him. Look at that. Look at that break. Like, I like that break. Sure, he gave up a first down, but the reality of it is they're playing off. And he makes a good break. So this is something I'm looking forward to.
Special teams work?
Yeah, and that's how he's going to make money. He got picked in the 3rd round.
Yeah.
That's what he's going to make money doing until he figures out how to play in the NFL. There's vision right there. Okay, let's do it. Okay. A little razzle-dazzle. So for me, I'm going to go ahead and give this one. I'm going to give this one a B. I think that he's a good football player. I do think that he's someone, again, you see that I really like when you do see, because I've got a bunch of guys that are like play faster than they are, and I've said that a couple times tonight. But this is someone who plays at the speed that you expect him to play.
Went to the Senior Bowl. Did you get a chance to check him out there?
I did, and man, you see this guy's just like a loaded gun. When he wants to go someplace, he's getting there in a hurry. He has no fear. He's going to attack the ball carrier. He's going to attack the ball in the air. He's that kind of guy. I do worry that he has a trigger that's going to be firing at a moment's notice. You'll see him bite on double moves a little bit too much.
Right.
But you can't teach that closing ability. Closing ability is what gets you paid in the NFL. He has that. I think at his size, though, he's maybe more of a slot at the next level. A guy at 5'10", 190. I thought that was probably his best position. Even though he played on the outside, I thought, that closing ability, that real short area quicks plays more around the line of scrimmage. And then it doesn't leave you to get exposed on those double moves when that's the case. So I think that may be his fit in the New York Giants defense. Sorting out this second group of corners, though, with where we're at, was tough, man. I didn't have a great way. It's really what you need for your scheme. And so if the Giants trust it, I'll believe in them. Still going to go B because he was a little bit lower down my board.
His new nickname in my book will be Second Amendment, because he is a loaded gun with a quick trigger.
Got it.
Arizona on the clock. They just took Trey Benson, which got A+ across the board from you guys. I am loving the Arizona Cardinals draft right now. Monty Osenfort, second-year GM, is off to a really good start, addressing wide receiver, edge, corner, and running back. Where will they go now? They've addressed all their needs. Wide receiver and cornerback and running back were the big ones. They do have holes all over the D-shirts.
The entire roster's in need.
And they are doing another offensive tackle, or their first offensive tackle, Isaiah Adams. Here you see him listed or playing as guard for Illinois.
He will play guard at the next level, even though he played tackle. A guy who had a wild ride to this point. 2 years at Wilfrid Laurier University in Canada, 2 years at Garden City Community College in Kansas, and then 2 more years at Illinois where he split time between guard and tackle. But man, the power that this guy has, tailor-made for guard. I love his balance that he plays with. I love the improvement that I saw from him. You can really throw out the tackle tape, though. He is not a tackle. That's not where he's going to play at the next level. His worst reps came at that position. But this guy is your starting left guard for the Arizona Cardinals next season, and I think he could be a quality one at that. So I'll go. I had a few guys higher on the board, so I thought a little lower down, but I'll give it a B+.
There we go. Listen, I like the power. Here's the thing. What are you drafting? I know it took a long way to go to get there. 2 years in Canada, 2 years somewhere else, then 2 years at Illinois, splitting the time between guard and tackle. But listen, you know what you're getting? You're getting a Brett Bielema offensive lineman. Yeah. And that's something, I think there's value there. I mean, we brought a couple of them up before. Like, you're getting someone that's going to move bodies. He's going to be a people mover. That's what Bielema wants to do. That's what he was asked to do. And he's going to do it from guard. I'm going to go ahead and give this B, because this guy is going to be, like, he's going to come in and be able to operate within an NFL system pretty quickly, because that's what he's already been asked to do. He's going to understand how to make all those little transitions that guards have to do, and he doesn't have to make that big of a transition because he's been doing it at Illinois.
Weapons and protection for Kyler Murray with seemingly every pick thus far for the Arizona Cardinals. Carolina Panthers are up. Remember, they traded up into the end of the first round for Xavier Legette, wide receiver out of South Carolina. Then they came back and took the first running back in the draft, Jonathan Brooks, out of Texas. So offense, will it continue for the Carolina Panthers? And it will not. Back-to-back Wildcat defensive players go in this draft. Trevin Wallace, the linebacker, and this is a Dan Morgan GM. And if anyone's going to know linebackers, you got to hope it's going to be Dan Morgan. But Trevin Wallace is the pick here, Felder.
Well, it's funny you mentioned Dan Morgan, because when I comped this guy, I comped him to another former Miami linebacker, and that was John Beeson. Not small, but a little bit shorter, but a little. Let me go ahead and just do it. Relentless, but he's a menace in all 3 phases of the game. He's a menace when it comes to pressures, a menace when it comes to run stopping, and a menace when it comes to playing in the pass game. And that, to me, is a high-value player. That's why I comped him to John Beeson. John Beeson was, I loved watching John Beeson.
So much fun to watch.
He was so fun. And this guy's a little bit shorter, which Beeson was, bounces around, but he's a pretty good tackler, and I love the fact that he's able to make plays. So that's what I go. I really like this guy. He's one of my favorite linebackers. I'm going to give it an A. Listen, we're talking about a team that lost Luke Kuechly a couple years ago.
Yep.
That's still trying to find their identity. I don't know how much they believe in Shaq Thompson, if we're being honest.
He's a free agent after the year.
And so they're trying to find a guy to fit in that defense. And if you can get that guy that's going to be a starter for you in the 3rd round, I think that's an A move.
Wallace has the uncoachable things. He is a high-end athlete, truly elite athlete, 4'5", 140, 37.5-inch vertical, 10.7 broad jump at 237 pounds. He ain't no undersized linebacker at that size. Right. Track down running backs in space. I loved him going one-on-one against the running backs at the Senior Bowl. I thought he looked outstanding in those drills. A little bit of a project, though. Only a 3rd-year player. We're talking about a lot of guys, 5th, 6th-year guys. He's only 21 years old. Only still feeling his way out for the position, how to, read his keys on time. So he's more reactive instead of proactive just now. Right. But you speed that clock up with him, and truly the sky is the limit with his tools. So I'm going to go B+ for this one.
All right. Trevin Wallace, the pick there for Carolina, the linebacker. I'm checking all my notes right now. So Dallas, they went Tyler Guyton at the first pick. They traded back and they actually sat there and got Marshawn Kneeland, the edge rusher out of Western Michigan. There have been a lot of talk that they need a running back. We're starting to see some running backs go. Are there any other running backs available that you think would fit what they're trying to do?
Yeah, I do think Ja'Lynn Wright, the Tennessee running back, if you want, high-end athlete.
Explosion.
He's the most athletic running back in this draft class. We talk about Ben's running a 4.39. He ran a 4.38. So
wow.
Ja'Lynn Wright's probably that guy. Or, Blake Corum's to the point where
safe.
He can handle everything you want him to do at the running back position. So if they still want to go running back, those are the two guys I would point to.
Any other positions of need that you think for the Cowboys?
Gosh, I mean, I do think that they could use just more defensive linemen, right? Anyone could. I think that's one place. Maybe linebacker as well. But
what also maybe about a Cooper Beebe? I mean, they do need some interior offensive line help.
Yeah, I mean, center is the one we've been talking about with them. Beebe, that was the one position he actually didn't play.
Right.
But also, if they're moving Tyler Smith from left guard to left tackle, and, depends to be seen if they want to throw Tyler Guyton to the Wolves just yet, that leaves a hole at left guard as well.
For me, I think the Cowboys need to restock the offensive line warshed. They've been having either injured players or guys starting to fade away that if they were to do a double dip like we've seen with some other teams, I wouldn't be upset if I was a Dallas Cowboys fan. I just wonder how long can you go before you get this running back? You lose Tony Pollard in free agency. Your starting running back right now is Rico Dowdle, followed up by Deuce Vaughn and Royce Freeman. It's just, you see that stink face you're making? That's how I feel about the running back room right now.
So, yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, if they go running back, the other thing is I don't know that there's running backs to get excited about right now.
You're not a big Blake Corum guy.
No.
Okay.
He's fine. He's fine. I think he's good. He's fine. He didn't wow me over the course. What wowed me was Michigan's offensive line.
I think the fact that Dallas is taking this long is proving the point as well. A lot of times at this point when they're taking a long time, I feel like they're just so who do we want to take? Who are we settling for right now?
Right.
Anyone on your big board that you're shocked is still there? There he is. I guess I called that one.
There you go.
Cooper Beebe, the pick there for the Dallas Cowboys, offensive lineman out of Kansas State. Cooper Beebe is a little road grader, consensus All-American, 3-time first-team All-Big 12. He played 26 starts at left guard, 13 at left tackle, 9 at right tackle. So a lot of versatility there for the new Dallas Cowboys offensive lineman.
I love watching this guy's tape, man. He's built like a mini fridge, or maybe a full-size fridge, actually, if you look at this guy. And this left side now of him and Tyler Smith, that is a double-team combo I would not want to face as a 3 technique. And people see this body type and think, he's a plotter, phone booth guy. He can move, man. He ran a 5.03 40, faster than a lot of guys that went way ahead of him in this round. You saw him play left tackle, left guard, right tackle over the course of his career at Kansas. As a 4-year starter there. He's a unanimous All-American. The only worry, 31.5-inch arms.
I was going to say
short
that's
arms.
tiny.
Really short arms for an offensive lineman. But, man, they really never became an issue for him in college. And with how strong he is and how physically impressive he is, 18 pressures allowed the last 2 years and 900 pass blocking snaps. I love the pick, man. That's an A-plus pick for me.
Wow. There you go. I like, dude, he's tough. That's the thing that, I know he didn't play center, but the way that he plays does remind me of Creed Humphrey.
Yep, good play center.
Because he is someone that comes in and all he wants to do is knock your block off. And it's not out of control. It's a controlled fury. And that's something that I put a lot of stake in. You watch him, there's working in pass pro. Okay, awesome, love to see it. You see that he can move. We watched him run that counter and get out in front. He can move. This is someone that can pull and go make plays. Look at him pass that one off. Love that. So yeah, this is a good play. This is a good pick. I'm gonna go with an A. They have to, as you mentioned, restock that war chest in Dallas, and they've got to find a way to do it. And look at that. Look at that footwork right there. That's smooth. You don't get a lot of that out of these guys. So I'm going to go ahead and give it an A. Let's go ahead and drop that in there. Boom. There we go.
Deuce Vaughn played for Kansas State behind Cooper Beebe. You know that his dad is on the coaching staff for the Cowboys, so I'm sure he's been watching a lot of film of his son, and I'm sure Cooper Beebe was popping up a ton. Oh, I just got a text from my mother-in-law who was talking about the Patrick Paul pick and about the Aronsi family in Nigeria.
Oh.
How like big they are there, and they're a very important family.
Go.
Atlanta Falcons, who they are the story of this draft. Michael Penix in the first round, Ruke Orhorhoro with early on in the second round when there were so many other options there and so many other ways they could take this. Other possibilities, they still need a corner. I don't know what's available for them at corner right now. Maybe some pass rush help. They were 21st in sacks. Renner, what are you looking at for the Falcons here?
Yeah, they could use a few things. Off-ball linebacker as well, I'd throw in there, anywhere along the defensive line, and they go defensive line.
And they go defensive line. Another Washington Husky gets drafted. This time it is Braylon Trice. That team was absolutely loaded.
Yes.
Felder, I'll let you go first.
Yeah, let's look at this guy. Breaks through the double team. He's a little bit lean, which is really interesting to watch him play, but he absolutely has those long arms that you're looking for. He has the ability to split that double team, especially, and if you're going to try to block him with a tight end, just don't, please. Just don't do it.
Never do it.
Yeah, don't do it. Like, I know we've got some good blocking tight ends, but watch the way he fires off the ball. Okay, let's go. Quick move inside, nice swim. I love that. He's got a little bit of an array of moves. I think he's a really good football player. You see him there lined up inside the tackle. They run a stunt. He's able to get to the quarterback.
Violent.
Deliver with some pressure. Deliver with some violence. Good word, Lefkoe.
Yeah.
And so I like him a lot.
Converting speed to power.
Oh, come on. do one
I've been
more.
doing this for a long time.
Do one more.
You got good bend.
Good bend.
I don't think he does.
Does not have
No,
good
does not have good bend. That was good, though. I'm going to go with an A. I like this guy. I like this player. So
He was the defensive MVP of that semifinal game against Texas, a team captain, 29 starts, 28.5 tackles for loss, so very productive.
Yeah, probably the most productive pass rusher in college football over the past 2 years. PFF charted him with 150 pressures. Guy never came off the football field.
Yeah.
The weird thing with him, though, listed at 272, he shows up at the combine 245 pounds.
Wait. Say that again.
Listed at 272 pounds by Washington. You look at him on tape, he looks 272.
He does.
Came to the combine 245 pounds and still only ran a 4.72 40. So he is not the kind of athlete, and I worry, so he's a power sort of rusher.
Yeah.
Now he has a high level like processing, understands how to like attack offensive tackles, but a real low-end athlete for the position. And if there's anything you know about the edge position, it's that athleticism is at a premium there. And so that's why he's lower down my board, is that for all that production, I still worry about how it's going to translate at the next level. For that reason, I'm going to go a little bit lower with this pick. I have not loved the Falcons' picks, unfortunately. We're going to go C+.
It sounded like you were doing Shark Tank, and for that reason, I'm out. No, it's very interesting with him because showing up 30 pounds lighter than what you were listed at,
Wow.
Either someone on that Washington staff was going crazy and pulling a joke on everybody, but you're right, he does not look 245.
No.
And
So
if he's trying to change the kind of player he is, that also is kind of concerning as well.
Well, I think it's the reality, right, of the combine. And it's this whole thing, and it's the rigmarole of it all. Well, maybe your agent tells you need to cut weight so you can run better. Maybe, like it's all this, there's all this extra stuff. Like your agent tells you need to cut weight. Or we've seen guys show up at the combine very heavy. We've seen guys show up heavy too and not run well and then have to lose weight, go to their pro day, run well.
Yep.
And so it's this whole kind of game of shells of what do you do? And then if you show up to the combine, you've cut all that weight. You're not if the
You're
teams
not
that are
gonna come fast.
The teams that are watching your tape, they know what you are.
Yes.
You're not tricking them.
No.
That's what made it so weird. I mean, that's just like, I've never seen anything quite like that.
Right,
Maybe like DTs who are super heavy,
Sure.
that fluctuate.
Try to show
That's
that
a
they've
little
got their weight under control.
Yeah.
All right, we are seeing now the Chicago Bears on the clock for the first time since the 9th pick in the draft, where they gave Caleb Williams the first pick, a weapon in Rome Odunze, another Washington player that was taken there. So we haven't seen them since that moment. Matt Eberflus, of course, the coach, Shane Waldron in his first year of offensive coordinator. But what they did this offseason was pretty incredible. DeAndre Swift at running back, Keenan Allen at wide receiver. I think the one that's not being talked about enough is Gerald Everett to pair up on the other side with the tight end Cole Kmet. So you can do a lot of different offensive schemes right now. And now your wide receiving room of Keenan Allen, DJ Moore, and Rome Odunze is stacked. My eyes and focus go to the defensive side of the ball. One of the better units in football, the #1 rush defense in the NFL, but they were 31st in terms of sacking the quarterback.
Yes, any edge across Montez Sweat is easily the biggest glaring need now. You're at a point in the draft where it's tough to find edge talent. There's only 3 guys I have left at that position in the top 100. One you can see is on the big board there in the top 50, Austin Booker. Maybe you can't see it. Maybe only I can see it, actually, now that I think about it.
Yep.
The other one that you can see is Adisa Isaac, the Penn State edge rusher.
I was wondering when he was going to go.
Could be in this range. I have him 75th on my draft board. And then a little lower down, I have Jonah Ellis, the Utah edge rusher, way down back of the back
So
in the
you
top
have the
100.
Penn State rusher at 75?
Yes.
And we're at the 75th pick.
So that could
Come on, accuracy. Oh, my guy, the
cool.
project tackle from Yale, Karan. Okay. I was kind of hoping, I was asking, when is this guy going to go? And now we have our answer. In the 3rd round, Chicago going with Karan Amagaji from Yale, 6'5", 323. You see that arm length? 36 1/8.
Yeah.
What? That's a leg. That's not an arm. Are you kidding right now? You called him a project earlier. What could the high end be, and what could the low end be for Karan?
I mean, he has the type of movement skills and length and just fluidity that, I'm not going to say like Pro Bowl, but like this guy could be a quality starting left tackle. You have just like, that's what it looks like. There is a body type that wins at tackle. He has all of it. Now, he's got to build them from pretty much the ground up in terms of his pass protection fundamentals, in terms of his footwork. Like, it's a full-on project, but you're in a position where you like what you got in Braxton Jones.
Yes, you do.
You like what you have in Darnell Wright on the
Big
other
time.
side. You're not immediately tied to it, and now you don't have too many needs. And just where, like comparing this to the edge rushers, where I was saying, like, if an edge rusher hits here, chances are he's like an okay pass rusher. You just don't find a lot of elite pass rushers. This guy has the kind of skill set, kind of tools that could hit elite at a position, right? So I think that's why you make this play. I don't hate it. They're in a good position to do so. They filled out this entire roster. There's not a lot of needs. This is where you take a guy like this. So I'm going to give it, I'll go A- for this one.
There we go. I like him. The thing I really like about him, and you mentioned all the things he has to work on. You know what he doesn't have to work on? His leg drive.
Yep.
And that's something that I see when I watch him. His legs are always going. They're always going, and I think that leg drive is critical. Like you can't teach that level of effort. Watch the way that he's able to come off the ball and just keep going and keep going and keep going. Look at him. Look at those feet moving. Like that, he doesn't stop.
No.
And I think that's the part that I really like about him. Keep going. Go find another guy. I love the fact that he looks for more work. Like that's something that's important. Sure, you could say he played in the Ivy League, but guess what? He's really good in the Ivy League. And look at that. Okay, why don't you sit down, son? And so I like that about him.
Kyle Brandt on that one.
I'm going to give him an A on that one. It's just a very
This is the time to take the project.
Yep.
Take the project now, and
Yes.
also leg drive. That's what I'm looking for. I want leg drive, and I can teach you the rest of the stuff.
And I can teach you how to Dougie. Denver is up for the first time since Bo Nix at 12. It is 76, and Denver is going with Jonah Ellis to the Broncos, defensive end out of Utah, realizing more and more that this Utah defense puts some special players.
Yes.
A consensus All-American, a first-team All-Pac-12, 18 starts, 16 sacks. Jonah Ellis, the edge rusher out of Utah.
Yeah, I love his swipe. We just got a chance to see it, but the way that he swipes, he doesn't let the guy gets hand on him. He's not a big guy, but they don't play big guys really at that defensive end spot. And so you see him here and get your hands off me. I can be patient. I can go make this play. I like that about him. I think that he's also someone coming off the edge that can get around the edge, as you see right there. And he's got a lot of ability. Now the question becomes, where do they play him, right? So is this guy going to end up being a stand-up, rush-in, edge-type player? Or are you going to have him? Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Is he going to? This to me is a pick, as you mentioned previously, Renner. This is a team that's looking for an edge guy in this spot in the draft. So let's see what they get. I'm going to give it a B+ because I've loved this Washington team for the last couple seasons. Seeing these guys get their due has been really cool to see them go in the draft. And so I'm looking forward to watching what he's able to become. And it's going to be interesting to see what he does kind of on a full-time stand-up basis.
I'm a big fan of him, man. I think he's super talented. His dad was the defensive line coach at Utah. That shows in his hand usage, shows in his pass rushing skill set. I thought he was a year away, though. I thought he should have come back to school. He could have been a much higher draft pick. Only 21 years old, only a third-year player.
That makes me like it more.
Yeah, for them, especially when you're not playing for right now with the rookie quarterback, because showed up to Utah 220 pounds. He gained weight every single year there to finally this past season have a viable weight to be a productive guy off the edge, but still miss the power element to his game. He went up against the Washington duo that could actually mirror his speed because he's a super quick dude, real twitched up, and he got shut down. I mean, those guys, Rosengarten, Fautanu, they just ate his lunch because he couldn't have an answer, couldn't go through either of those guys with the bull rush. So needs to develop that, but I love the upward trajectory to his career. Love, again, the natural pass rushing ability. At this point in the draft, I'll go A. I think for the Broncos, it's just a guy who obviously not a massive, doesn't fill an immediate need for them, but it's taking a swing at a high value position.
And these are the times when you tell me things like he should have stayed for another year. Oh, so you're telling me that he could get refined with us? I'll take that. And son of a coach, I'm always a fan. Yeah. Staying in the AFC West, the 8-9 Las Vegas Raiders, Tom Telesco taking over. And after going Brock Bowers in the first, Jackson Powers Johnson in the second, it is Maryland tackle Delmar Glaze. What a name. Delmar Glaze, 6'4", 315. Renner, break him down.
I love his hands, man. So he was a tackle at Maryland, played left side and right side over the course of his career, but such good hand usage. But I don't think he's the kind of athlete that can play on the outside. 4.83 short shuttle, 8.153 cone, 25.5-inch vertical. Those are tough numbers when you're projecting to tackle. But in terms of pass protection on the interior, he's one of my favorite guys in that regard. So for the Raiders, who are really trying to rebuild this offensive line now, as it seems, I'll go B+. As I had some higher guys on the board there in terms of Dominique Puny, Christian Haynes that I liked a lot more on the interior. I still think he's going to be a good guard at the next level, though. 2
offensive linemen and a tackle for the Raiders thus far.
There you go. I totally agree. Renner gave it a B+. Here's the thing I really like: the hands. And it's not just the initial placement. When he gets swiped, he recovers very quickly. And that's the thing that you're looking for. Now, that's not going to happen as much in the interior, as Renner's mentioned, possibly moving him inside. But his recovery on the outside is what I really like. I think this is a guy that can be sort of a swing guy early until you find a home for him at a position. I'm going to give it a B+. Obviously, play for locks. Love Mike Locksley. This is one of those things where you're like, okay, these guys know what they're doing. They're playing in a pretty high-level offense, and he's getting the job done.
Glaze played over a dozen games at left tackle, over a dozen games at right tackle for a Vegas Raiders team with Antonio Pierce. It's going to want to have some power. Eagles were on the clock. They have traded the pick, and they are trading to the Houston Texans. So the Houston Texans move up 8 picks from 86 to 78, and they throw in a 4th-round pick to the Eagles to do so. So Houston moving up right now. Houston has already had, a slightly active draft. They went with Kamari Lassiter, the cornerback, in the 2nd round, and then Blake Fisher, the right tackle, in the 2nd round. And now they are moving up. What's funny is that pick 86 was traded from Philly to Houston already. So now Houston is sending it back to Philly, 86 to 78. Houston is on the clock. And my first thought, get C.J. Stroud another tight end.
Is this him calling it in? Because remember, he called in Tanked Out last year. That was him saying, I want this guy. Told him after he got drafted.
Which tight end do you think it would be?
In. I have,
because they're all on the floor. If there's one position that hasn't been pillaged, it is Ja'Tavion Sanders, Theo Johnson, Jared Wiley, and Cade Stover.
So I am of the opinion that Theo Johnson is the next best tight end off the board. Some people have Ja'Tavion Sanders, the Texas tight end. I think he's a little too undersized, and they already have kind of an undersized guy there in Brevin Jordan to play that role. That's what they want in that offense. So we'll see. I mean, I'm just speculating that they're giving him that. They could be going anywhere here. I do think this defensive line is also in need of some reinforcements as well.
Maybe a
on the
linebacker,
interior.
maybe like a Peyton Wilson type of fit.
Oof, I would. If they got Peyton Wilson, I would get pretty excited.
Okay. Could be getting a fist pump if Renner gets his guy, Peyton Wilson. Houston Texans on the clock, moving up 8 picks and trading with the Philadelphia Eagles. After that, Arizona again on the clock. Man, they have a lot of draft picks. And then Cincinnati. After that, we have Baltimore, we have San Francisco, and then Philadelphia will be there as well. Let's take a look at Renner's big board really quick as we take a look. 2 players that were in the 30s still available in your big board, 2 players in the 40s, and again, we are at pick 78.
Yeah, let's hit on Peyton Wilson for a second. He was my linebacker 1. I thought he had the best tape of any linebacker, but, however, he has torn his ACL twice.
Yeah.
He has had both shoulders operated on, dislocated both of them. He has an injury history that I don't wish on anyone. And so that's why he's falling to this point in the draft. But the dude ran a 4.41 at the combine, can truly fly. So big fan of him. Austin Booker, to me, if he doesn't come off the board in this round, I'll be floored. I mean, he is probably a big boomer bust prospect, but he's another guy, a young guy coming out. At this point in the draft, where we're at, you either want, at least in my opinion, I want guys who are seasoned vets that I know can plug in right away, or guys who are big-time projects, who are really boomer bust. And to me, Austin Booker is the latter, where he's a real boomer bust sort of guy, but his high end is pretty impressive. So still some wideouts. Remember I said way back when, I don't think we've seen a wide receiver come off the board since I said that we weren't going to see
Of the
some for a
ones
while.
that you had there, Jermaine Burton, Roman Wilson, Javon Baker, can you stylistically describe those 3?
Yeah, so Baker reminded me of Victor Cruz in that he just is so gifted in his flexibility and the number of routes he can run and kind of his explosiveness out of his cuts, but definitely a guy who needs a little seasoning. Jermaine Burton is going to fall due to off-the-field issues. That was well rumored prior to the draft, but he was a guy who started as true freshman at Georgia 4 years ago. And then Roman Wilson's like a true vertical slot wide receiver, late breakout in his career, but tested off the charts at the combine. Really reliable hands, a guy who can block even though he's undersized. And so those are kind of the 3 guys I see in that mold. And Troy Franklin, I think a lot of people were high on him. I myself was not. I had him down at 80th, but I thought he'd be off the board right now, the Oregon wide receiver, just because of the speed that he brings to the table as an outside vertical threat.
Who are your favorite players that have not been taken yet?
Let me get in here.
Get in there, brother.
All right, let's get in here. Peyton Wilson is an interesting one for me. Kind of multiple minds on him. But I think he is probably the best linebacker that's still out there. I look at these corners, and, man, if you get into – I like DJ James more than Nehemiah Pritchett, the 2 Auburn guys. I like DJ James a little bit more. Obviously, we already – D'Kerion Richardson is another one, kid from Mississippi State, great length. And then to the safeties, obviously, I'm going to do all defensive backs.
I'm going to say that C.J. Stroud called up and said, I want Ohio State tight end Cade Stover.
I like Cade Stover.
I think that's who he's going to – and I was wrong. It is safety Kalen Bullock out of USC.
Stroud loved him. That's Stroud's boy.
How do you know?
He said it yesterday.
He told you afterwards? What did he tell you
about?
about?
He was talking about Kalen Bullock. So, Kalen Bullock is like a 5-star recruit, highly rated dude.
Yeah.
Freak athlete and just so smooth, but he's skinny as can be. And Stroud himself was saying, he needs to gain weight. He's 188 pounds at 6'2", trying to play safety. So tackling is an issue. I thought for certain schemes I would even debate moving this guy to corner because he did have such an issue with the tackler. Yikes. As a tackler.
Yeah.
But my Lord, the ability to cover ground, to close to ball carriers, and to play the football in the air, he tracks it so well. Big fan of his game. And for them, he doesn't necessarily need to see the football field right away. He's only 20 years old. Fan of this pick, man. I think what he could be is special. So I'm going to give it an A.
And so you think CJ definitely called this one in?
Could have, man.
Okay.
He was a fan of him.
I like him. Again, he is thin. I think this is a guy went in the back end, way back there. Go bit more.
Yep.
Get more back.
Super center fielder.
Yes. I want him to line up 17 yards off the ball.
Ken Griffey Jr.
Yes, let's go. And just play from back. But here's the thing. He has the speed. He has the range to do all those things, which means you can play a little bit more of your press. You can play a little bit more man. You can get those things done. I know we got to move, so I'm going to go ahead and give this a B+.
All right, Kalen Bullock. When they're kind of this profile where it almost is like receiver-esque, if he could put some weight on and keep the speed, then you're getting a special talent. We have a trade alert. The Arizona Cardinals have traded with the Indianapolis Colts. Colts moving up to 79th overall, and they are taking the tackle out of Pittsburgh, Matt Goncalves. Or why'd you react like that?
Not a lot of people were super high on this guy. I didn't see him on a lot of top hundreds, but I had him just outside of my top 100. I was a fan of his game. He got hurt this past fall, so we didn't really get to see, the next step from him. But I think he's a really skilled tackle, a guy who can play right away, who probably has guard versatility. And if you're the Indianapolis Colts, you don't have a ton of needs. Maybe right guard is the only one where I could see someone slotting in for them. So I think he's a plus pass protector at the next level. And to get that in the third round, I'm fine with it. I'll go B+ for this.
900 pass blocking snaps. He allowed 3 sacks. This is another franchise in the Indianapolis Colts that when they draft offensive linemen, I tend to believe they'll be good.
Yeah, same. I mean, well, here's the thing. When you draft a player from Pitt, I also think that they're going to know what they're doing. So that's a testament to, Narduzzi. Listen, I'll go ahead. I'll be quick here, too. I'm going to go ahead and give it a B+. I think that they're getting a good player. They're getting a guy that can go out there and make things happen. And he's someone that, again, there's some versatility. We see him play tackle, but the reality is probably going to end up being a guard. But when you watch him knock guys down, right, it's awesome. Like, this is one of those things, as a guy that's watched a lot of ACC football, he could be a problem.
6'6", 327. I like that little drive kick there as well, but you did mention the coach. They got it going on. So Matt there, the pick, third team All-ACC out of Pittsburgh, headed to Indy to block for Anthony Richardson, and they've done well thus far. Next up is the Cincinnati Bengals. First round pick, 18th overall. They went Amarius Mims, offensive lineman. Came back the second round, went Chris Jenkins Jr., the defensive line. So it's been trenches. Cincinnati Bengals, the pick is in, and they are selecting Jermaine Burton, Alabama wide receiver. We talked about maybe some issues off the field. It does not matter. And with the questions they have in that wide receiver room with T. Higgins and the franchise tag, what do we think about the style of player that Jermaine Burton is with this roster?
I think he's versatile enough to either play on the outside or just take over the Tyler Boyd role on the inside. Real deal juice. You see the 4.45 40, but also an 11.1 broad jump. Tracks the ball so well down the football field. A vertical threat who also has fantastic hands. That's what I like out of vertical threats is the guys who can actually make plays at the catch point, because in the NFL, it's very infrequent that there's not a corner there, that you have so much space that you do in college that you can body catch those. No, he hands catches, as I say right there, maybe a little bobble from him. But that's what he can be. So now you have him with Jamar Chase, and Tyler Boyd never really had that vertical element to his game. Burton does. In 4 years in college, I think he's an NFL-ready guy, too, from a route running perspective. Man, I can't believe they got him. I can't believe they added him to the mix here. I got to give this one of my highest grades yet. For them to get him in the third round, I think the Bengals have had a fantastic draft here. A+ pick.
Yeah. I know, barring off the field, love him. Like, this kid.
What was the off the field?
I don't know.
Renner, what was the off the field stuff?
It wasn't off the field. It was like more like did not want to do certain things like on the field. Like he was just like lackadaisical.
Oh, so it's
like,
gotcha.
Like things that could keep you off the field.
Yes,
Gotcha.
like effort concerns.
So, yeah, that's what I heard. But when you said off the field, I was thinking like DUI or something.
No.
That
It
wasn't there. Yeah. So, for me, when I look at Jermaine Burton, I see a guy that started his career at Georgia, transfers to Alabama, plays hard when he wants to, which is the question mark. Yeah. And then, but he can get open. He can be consistent. Now, I do not think he is your number one receiver. And I think Alabama struggled this year because they didn't have a number one receiver, and he had to be the number one receiver. But I do think getting him to pair at least for a year with T. Higgins, that's an A pick for me, because this is someone.
And Jamar Chase.
Yeah, and Jamar. Yes.
So there's no pressure on this guy.
Exactly.
No. But what he can do is apply pressure to defenses.
Yes.
Which is what I like.
Very
and which
much
is what you saw when you watch him play.
Seattle Seahawks are up. They took Byron Murphy in the first round, and this is the first pick since then. And his UConn guard, Christian Haynes, to the Seahawks. Christian Haynes, the offensive lineman, is going to Seattle. 6'3", 317, Christian Haynes. Second team All-American, 49 starts, all of them at right guard.
I love this guy's tape, man. He's built a little bit like an Ewok. He's got a little belly on him. Maybe that's why he falls at this point in the draft. But at 317 pounds, he can move.
Yeah.
He played in a lot of outside zone scheme, but I loved what he did in pass protection at the Senior Bowl. One of the best guard tapes down there. And I love what he did in pass protection at UConn. I thought he got better every single year. Long arms for a guard, uses his hands really well. And again, like his ability to play out in space is different than a lot of the guys we've seen come off the board here on the interior, different from guys like Goncalves. And others, Delmar Glaze, that have just come off the board. Like, he really is a high-end athlete.
And they have the tackle position set in Seattle.
They have the tackle position set, and it was right guard where they just lost the guy whose name's eluding me, who went to the Carolina Panthers. Damian Lewis. I think he could be even an upgrade in terms of pass protection from what we ever saw from Lewis there. So, big fan of his game. A-plus pick for the Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah, they wait till the third round. They get a perfect positional fit, it sounds like.
Yeah, listen, you know why he's so strong?
Why?
My old teammate, Shelton Bynum, strength coach.
Nice. Did you pick him off too?
No, he was big. We used to call him Shouty. But no, this is like you look at the point, the power at the point of contact, and this is a guy that's going to be able to maintain. And
he looks like a Seahawk already.
Yes, he does. And is it just the uniforms that are doing this
very
to
much
us?
so.
But like, look at him move. That's a big guy that he's moving around, and I love that. So he does have some really good strength through the play, and I think that that's a cool thing to be able to watch this guy. I love the way that he's able to make them play through his middle third, and that's something that you hear both defensive backs, and I think defensive backs and offensive linemen are intrinsically combined for what they do. But if you can make someone play through your middle third of your body instead of your outside third or your outside third, you make them have to run through you, and that makes it harder. I'm going to give this guy an A. This is one of those things. This is the time when you get guys that are a little bit projects, but also it's a time where you can build some depth.
It sounds like this guy was less project and more he was only playing a right guard. And unless you have a need at right guard, you don't want him. And it sounds like it worked out perfectly for Seattle because that's exactly what they needed, and that's why you get such great value. Another NFC West team, the Arizona Cardinals, they are taking an Illinois tight end, Tip Ryman. Tip Ryman is the pick, and of the list of tight ends, I didn't see him towards the top. What do we think here, Renner?
He's the best number 2 tight end in this draft class. He is
What is that with the number 2 tight end?
That means he's a blocking tight end.
Oh,
6'5", 271 pounds. He is a good inline blocker that can, like, you know, if you forget about a number 2 tight end and he gets vertical on you, 4'6", 440, he can exploit it. He's got solid hands, can run fast in a straight line. But man, this is the third round. This is a top 75 pick. You have a guy in Trey McBride there who is your starting tight end. I just fail to see the value of this. Nothing against Tip Ryman. I think he's fantastic in that role, but I don't think he's ever going to be more than that role. And that role is going to play 300 snaps a year. And yeah, I see pick. I don't know what else to say, unfortunately, about it.
I think there are more dynamic tight ends that can do more. But I think I can trust him to, again, he's coming from Illinois. I trust him to block.
Yes.
I trust him to do that. And truly, like, when I was looking at him, I was like, what is that? What's the guy's name? Durham Smythe. Durham Smythe. I was like, yeah, he's your other guy.
Gotcha.
He's your other guy. And
so he's the complement to Trey McBride.
Yeah, he's your other guy. And the thing for me, I know they've lined him up wide at times. He's won in that seam. But the reality for him is his best game comes when he's lined up at the wing or lined up in line. That's the best part of his game. I do like him as a player. I think there's a little bit more potential there if you can pull it out of him. I'm going to give it a B because I did like him. But I do think, as you mentioned, he's your second tight end.
Is the 6th pick already for the Arizona Cardinals. Wow. So maybe they've reached to the point where they're like, listen, let's just get the ones that we like because we've already gotten the value. But they're
picking like 8 picks again. So
they are just nonstop. The next pick, another pick in the NFC West, and the Rams, They've gone 2 Florida State defensive linemen, Jared Verse, Braden Fiske, and now they come back, and it is Blake Corum to the Rams. A little bit of a surprise after the incredible year that Kyron Williams had last year. What a year he had, but Blake Corum, the reliable part of a national championship, 5'8", 205, Renner.
Man, I mean, just everything you say about Kyron Williams and what makes him special. That's Blake Corum. He can pass protect. He has great vision. He's a tough physical runner. Squatty build, like 205 pounds though, he can move the pile because he's built so low to the earth. I thought he was a little banged up this past season. 2022 was his best tape. I thought that was when he was at his most dynamic. And I think his speed gets a little underrated. Kyron Williams not really a home run hitter. Corum has a little bit more of that to his game. And again, we didn't see it much this past year because of the injuries, but he's a darn good back, man. He's just a real high floor player, but again, he is Kyron. Him and Kyron Williams are the same. If you told me anyone in the NFL drafted Blake Corum, this probably would have been the last team I would have guessed for that.
Because they already have.
Because they have the guy.
Multiplicity. What grade would you give it then? Be real. Don't be a wimp.
That's like a C grade.
Wow. I thought you were going to say D. Next
But he's a good player, though. I mean, like, objectively, running backs get hurt. He is higher on my board than where he got drafted.
You know what's better than one Kyron Williams?
2.
2.
There you go.
Felder?
He's fine.
You do not like the player.
I think he's fine. He's fine.
He's 1% milk.
It's
Nobody really
Who buys
wants
1%?
it. Yeah, who
Jim
buys
Harbaugh
one?
does.
Who does?
Jim Harbaugh.
He drinks whole. You know he does.
You're right. He probably
does.
drink whole milk.
He likes to chew
This is
his
like
milk.
it's not a knock on him. He's a very good football player. I don't see the same dynamism in him that I see out of some other players. And that's, guess what? Be who you are. And guess what? He knows who he is. And it's fine. But look, nobody touches him until we get to here. Like, what? We're watching this. What happens?
Wow, they moved it 5 yards before he even touched the ball.
Right. And then
That's not his fault.
No, it's not his fault.
Look at the, oh man.
Oh, don't cover him at all. Wow. Amazing. That's so amazing. That's wow. But you're getting him in the 3rd round, so I'm not going to knock it.
Right.
Again, he's fine. Fine. Lasted a long time in the NFL. And he's going to back up a guy where they don't have to really change the scheme for him.
True.
And I think that's a good thing.
It is a good thing.
Like, that's good. So I'm going to give it a B.
I've never heard somebody talk in this cadence for longer than 2 minutes.
I thought that was going, you hated everything about it. And then
you went B.
It's fine.
Yeah, but when
A
you
B is fine.
Yeah, but I thought that was a C. That was a C.
No, I'm going to give it a B. You get him this late. There's some people that thought this guy was going to get picked like at the end of the 1st round or the start of the 2nd. So you get him in the 3rd round.
Who said that?
There's people that were like, oh yeah, he could be the.
Yeah, they should be fired.
So it's just one of those, like, for me, he's not a player. Like, if I'm a GM, he's not a player that I would pick.
Pressed G-Men says, yo, Kyron and Corum is a sick combo.
Sure.
And we were just talking about milk. Will Farris commenting, Harbaugh has a literal quote, drink milk, whole milk, none of that corny ass 2%.
There you go. Look at that. Whole
When did
milk.
you grow up? I grew up drinking 2%.
Are you up drinking whole? But I haven't drank milk.
I haven't had milk in years.
I even remember just like drinking glasses casually as a kid.
Oh,
And how
I would
vile
sit
it
there
seems like
and
now.
have a glass of milk this big and just eat slices of American cheese.
Dude, Oreos for me.
Ooh, we have back-to-back Michigan Wolverines.
There we go.
And now, like I said before, there are certain teams when they draft certain positions where I have higher expectations. The Pittsburgh Steelers with wide receivers is one of them. Roman Wilson, 5'11", ran a 4.39, and George Pickens has a partner in Roman Wilson.
He's tough as nails, man. He really is. Had a breakout year this past year. You mentioned the 4.39 speed. It shows up on tape. And I love how he can change up his acceleration. He'll start off slow, and then he'll blow past guys.
Yes.
And the thing I think why he gets drafted here to the Steelers specifically is he'll stick his nose in there and block. Like, he is a densely built 5'10", 186. Strong dude. And so for a team that's going to be change their identity to a running team, this is perfect. He can bluff that block at the second level and then run past the safety to be, a home run hitter there for you as a number 2 type of wide receiver. Comp I had for him was Jaden Reed, just a guy with a really high floor who can won't drop a lot of passes. Will make plays outside his frame, and will make plays going over the middle of the football field. Limited, not a big frame, not a big catch radius, but he's going to be darn good at the next level. So for the Pittsburgh Steelers, real good fit, I think, for that offense. We're going to go A+ here.
Wow.
There we go. I like him. This is a guy.
But
There's no but.
Okay,
I'm not. You're trying to bait me now.
yeah, that was my bad.
No, the thing for me, obviously, you look at the size. That's going to be fine. You look at the catch radius, but we can see him go outside of the frame every now and then. I love the blocking element too. He had to block a lot. He played football at Michigan, and so for what I really like, and I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to drop an A on this because of the fit. Because for a city that fell in love with Hines Ward, this is a guy who's going to fight and play tough football and be tough as nails. And I think that is important.
And as you say that, think about the story of the Pittsburgh Steelers wide receiver room last year with Deontay Johnson. Quitting on plays, not jumping on the football.
Right.
Now you have, it sounds like from what you just described, the exact opposite of that.
Yeah. They're going to, like I said, they're going to fall in love with this player.
This is an identity-shifting draft, in my opinion, for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yes.
Going double O-line and a hard-as-nails wide receiver. It seems like they're getting back to what they've got. What really is Steelers football.
Like the reality is they're trying to get back to what they were, and Tomlin is trying to do it. Like he was kind of wavering for a while without Roethlisberger.
Well, and the thing I love about it is usually when teams have those. So remember, we were talking about the Raiders 2019 draft, and it's like we're going to change the identity.
Yes.
Usually they reach that for. Usually it's like, oh, let me go reach for a guy who's not supposed to get drafted here because I want to change the identity. All those guys were good value picks. Where they
Very
got
good
them
value
were
picks.
truly like where you would draft them, or even later than they probably should have gotten drafted. So for the Steelers, could not have gone better, truly, through 3 rounds.
We are back to back. I feel like AFC North teams. I feel like they've owned this section of the draft. The Cleveland Browns are up. They've had 1 pick thus far. It was Michael Hall, the defensive lineman out of Ohio State. They are sitting here now. They could use some offensive line help. They could use some linebacker help. Peyton Wilson's still there if that's where they want to go down. Kevin Stefanski's team, again, that wild card run last year, ending very unceremoniously at the hands of Houston. In terms of linebackers, they did sign Devin Bush. They did sign Jordan Hicks in the offseason to try and bring in some speed on that defense. They traded for Jerry Jeudy. He was brought in. So the Amari Cooper, Jerry Jeudy, Elijah Moore, not a bad trio there of wide receivers. Tight end, Njoku, a different level when he started playing with Joe Flacco.
Right.
David Njoku was one of the most exciting prospects that we had seen in a long time.
Yes.
And didn't get activated until Joe Flacco said, I'm going to throw it to the tight end. Defense is stellar. Offense, we'll see where they go. The offensive line is one of the best in the NFL. Where would you lean right here for the Browns?
This is tough because they don't have holes, right? I mean, like linebackers a hole, but this linebacker board right now is not great. For what they want. You have JOK, Jeremiah Usikormo, who's like your weak side guy. These are weak side linebackers that you see that are on my best available with Peyton Wilson, Edifwan Ulofoshio. So there's no real Mike linebacker that you can plug and play there that's going to be better than Jordan Hicks there for you. So, I mean, when that's the case, trenches is where I always look because you can never have too many of those guys. So, obviously, they drafted one already. Maybe keep going there.
Jedrick Wills will be a free agent after this season. They did sign Nyheim Hines. He will be a free agent after this season. Elijah Moore, I mentioned before, a free agent after the season. And Nick Chubb, a free agent after this season. So I don't know if there's any other running backs that could fit that style.
Jalen Wright would be interesting there.
The Tennessee running back.
Because we don't know what Nick Chubb's going to look like, right? That injury was about as gruesome as you can have. And he's already suffered
I've
one
never
of those.
seen it because they didn't show a replay.
Please don't. I've seen it. Hey.
They're drafting guard Zach Zinter.
Talk about gruesome injuries.
Talk about I don't know.
He had a tib fib in the Ohio State game, so shattered his lower leg.
Another Michigan Wolverine.
But man, if he wouldn't have, probably would have been a second-round pick.
Wow.
And now tib fib though that was the Alex Smith injury, right? That's about as bad as you can have.
Oh wow.
For anyone, I remember Derek Sherrod was a first-round offensive lineman for the Green Bay Packers way back when.
I forgot about
He had a tib fib. ended his career. So no telling, and we're not at the point yet because it happened in the Ohio State game right at the end of the year, to knowing how well he's going to recover from that.
So this is a complete mystery medical.
Exactly, and to think he'll play this year, I don't think that's going to be the case. But
you did say they're so deep, you might need a stash.
Exactly, this is what that looks like because you have Joel Bitonio at left guard. You have Wyatt Teller at right guard. In pass protection, that is where Zach Frazier was the most impressive, in my opinion. A true burly man at right guard that you're not going to bull rush. Super strong hands, super strong lower half as well. Reminds me of, gosh, I'm blanking on a name. One of those 49ers guards way back in those Jim Harbaugh teams that went to Ohio State as well. I guess we're talking about Zach Frazier going to Michigan, but blanking on his name. But that's who he reminds me of, and I can't think of it. So Zach Frazier, a good guard prospect who now, unfortunately, falls to the third after that gruesome injury.
Yeah, tough injury.
What was your grade?
I'm going to go, I'll go B for this. It's just, it's so tough to say, right? I don't know if anyone would have drafted him, anyone else would have drafted him here at this point in the draft.
Yeah, the injury is tough. Dealing with it is tough. And then recovery, like I'm trying to find a way to explain it. Like for me, I think that it's such a risky injury, and we're talking about not just a year or a 6 month. This isn't like an ACL, right? Where we know what that timeline looks like. We even know what an Achilles timeline looks like.
Yep.
This is when we have no idea what the timeline looks like, especially because you mentioned Alex Smith, but he's a heavy guy.
Yeah.
He's a heavy guy, so that's a different timeline than someone else. So I'm gonna go C+, because they are getting a guy that could be a good player.
Right.
If he ever plays.
That will be a question.
That's the big question.
I'm going to guess the name that you were thinking was Alex Boone.
Yep, there it is. Alex Boone.
Look at that.
6'7", massive guard. That's like Zach Frazier.
There we go.
And it's interesting that Harbaugh, that 49ers team where they were so deep, they started taking risks on all these injured players.
Yeah.
And a lot of them didn't pan out. Who was the running back from South Carolina?
Marcus Lattimore.
Marcus
the guard
Lattimore.
from Clemson.
That was a brutal. Marcus Lattimore had a brutal injury.
Interesting. So we have a trade. San Francisco, so the Eagles trade back again. Right when they had me, they just dump it. So Eagles went from 76 to 86, and now 86 to 94, trading with their interconference rivals, the San Francisco 49ers. We were just talking about Harbaugh and the Niners, and they take Dominic Pooney, the pick out of Kansas. You've been talking about this guy for a while. Dominic Pooney out of Kansas. Some people see him as a guard. Some people see him as a tackle. How do you see him for the 49ers?
For the 49ers, I think he's going to slot in at guard right away. I mean, he's a super athletic dude. He ran a 4.4 short shuttle at the combine. And if you look at the track record of offensive linemen to go sub 4.5 in the short shuttle, it's a pretty strong track record. That's what matters. That is literally mirroring in pass protection. And this past year,
right?
At tackle, he didn't lose, man. I mean, he plays the game, he plays his pass pro a little bit differently than you'd expect. He short sets everyone like he's a guard. He forces everyone to go around him, but he's quick enough with his footwork, and his hands are so good in
What about a
protection.
Kyle Shanahan system where they're going to be pulling them and having them in motion?
That's what he's best at. He falls here probably because he is not the strongest guard. He is not a people mover of a guard. And in today's NFL, that's what a lot of people are looking for. But man, in pass protection, if he's not a plus pass protector at the next level, I will be floored. And why did the 49ers lose the Super Bowl? Chris Jones. That's why. And this is a guy who, maybe not year one, I don't know if anyone's really handling Chris Jones, but I trust him better than any of those interior offensive linemen on the roster right now to handle Chris Jones in time. So A+ pick from me. I think he's a darn good player.
Yeah, I like him. I think the key for me, and I wonder about him at guard, is how long he is. And that's the question. That's why I liked him at tackle, because of the length that he could give me. But you're right. If he's going to short set everyone and make them and do that, like, then why not move him down inside? Especially if he's going to get a little bit bigger. I think that's another part of the equation. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to give it an A. This is one of those things where you're betting on yourself, and you're betting that, listen, we made the right call on this. We're going to be able to teach this guy how to do little things the right way. Those little things are going to give us an opportunity to get to where we want to be.
two NFC West teams that get offensive linemen that fit their scheme and maybe no one else's. Dominic Pooney going to San Francisco with Kyle Shanahan's zone read offense, and Seattle getting Christian Haynes, the powerful right guard. Dallas, the pick is in. This could be a running back. It is not. I would have bet a lot of money that Dallas was taking the Tennessee running back, but instead it's Notre Dame linebacker Marshawn Kneeland. Mr. Notre Dame, your thoughts?
I think that one's a typo there. It's Leofau. Maris Leofau. He is
okay, good. So it wasn't me.
Samoan off-ball linebacker. I mean, he plays the game the way you imagine most Samoans do. 4'6", 440, can really cover sideline to sideline, but this is a blitzing off-ball linebacker. He was not a coverage player in Notre Dame's defense. He was protected in that regard. He is a guy that if you're not bringing him downhill, snap after snap, you're just doing it the wrong way, but when he comes downhill, you don't want to be in this guy's way. He is a freight train. So that's the type of player that the Cowboys are getting. A little lower down my board, but again, the Cowboys are a blitz-heavy team, or I think they probably still will be post-Dan Quinn era, and if that's the case, we'll go B.
Is he replacing Leighton Vander Esch or a different position?
It's a great question. Not exactly sure where he fits in there. I know I do like Damon Clark on the second level, but Damon Clark is not the blitzer. He's more of a coverage guy that can cover sideline, Leofau.
And we know that Zimmer likes to blitz linebackers, famous for that double A-gap blitz. This is solely based on hair, but I'm seeing Eric Kendrick solely based on hair. Felder, do you have any non-hair related analysis?
First thing I wrote is great hair. You beat me.
Very Palomalu-esque.
Yeah. I love how he expands in zone and is very active around the line of scrimmage. But is he, and you mentioned this about scheme fit, is he an inside guy in a 3-4 or a will type guy in a 4-3? That's the big question I have. He's also a grabby tackler. But the reality is he's at his best when he gets to blitz. You see the power right there, that speed to power that we've talked about before. I like this pick. I think he's a good football player. I do think that we got to work on his instincts just a little bit. And on plays like that.
Yeah, I like going the wrong way.
We got to work on plays like that, so I'm going to go B+.
All right, so Dallas shocking some people not going running back. Anything else on him?
Where's he going to play?
It's almost like an athlete when you call someone an athlete when they commit to college.
Yeah.
Dallas will figure that out.
Sure.
Green Bay Packers are back on the clock. Jordan Morgan was their first pick, interior offensive lineman for Arizona. Edgerrin Cooper and Javon Bullard, linebacker and safety, rounding out the defense. What are you looking for here? What are you hoping for? Because they took Jordan Morgan, who you loved. They've really taken guys you've loved with every single pick.
Yes. I mean, like, for what they needed.
Wait, timeout. They
did not take Kool-Aid McKinstry.
They did not take Kool-Aid
McKinstry
there.
Okay. Sadly. That would have been sick if that was.
Okay, I didn't think so.
At this point, I mean, the guy I would love is Austin Booker, pass rusher. They're going to be switching to, they have some big power.
Kool-Aid went to the Saints.
They still don't have that, guy with the undersized edge bender. They have a bunch of pocket pushers. They have Preston Smith, Lucas Van Ness, Rashawn Gary, bull rush dudes, and switching to Jeff Hafley's defense, you kind of need that speed rusher off of one side.
What if they go for like a Theo Johnson?
They got two tight ends they just drafted last year. So.
Okay.
Oh.
That noise was, you can't be upset when you draft a USC running back because it could get exciting. Marshawn Lloyd, of course, the Green Bay Packers lost Aaron Jones this offseason. They did sign Josh Jacobs and A.J. Dillon, both bigger, powerful backs. Now you get the 4.4 speed of Marshawn Lloyd. How excited should Packers fans be?
So you have Josh Jacobs is your between the tackles, bruiser. You have A.J. Dillon to be that too as well. This is a pass catcher. This is what he is. To me, he was not a guy that I wanted to run between the tackles. He was at his best in that USC offense when they got him to the edge. That 4.4, the 220 pounds didn't show up on tape. The 4.46 speed definitely showed up on tape, though. He is a home run hitter. He's a guy that one-on-one in the open field, you may not touch him. And really easy pass catcher out of the backfield. Really excelled down the one-on-ones, down the Senior Bowl and Mobile. And this is a guy that, a complimentary piece, but they kind of filled every other hole on this roster. And they're going to be a run-first team. That's their identity. That's what they've built now up. And Lloyd can be kind of the third down back to give Josh Jacobs a breather.
Had only one drop last season, but he also had fewer than 300 carries in his college career. But a lot of that is through the passing game. And when you're replacing Aaron Jones, that's the kind of guy you want. B- for Renner.
Okay. Yeah. Here's the thing. I like watching him run.
However, got him.
You got me.
Hey, Joe.
I like watching him run, but I never get the feeling that he knows where he's going. And so
He's like, I'm quick enough to figure this out.
I'll figure it out on the fly. There's times when he'll run up guys' backs, which is, to me, that's like, you can't do that. And then
They already
once
have
he,
A.J. Dillon for that.
King.
but then the other part is he runs fast, but I don't know if he runs hard. And I think those are two different things. And so I think he breaks tackles because he's fast, but it's not one of those situations. But then you look at plays like this and you're like, okay, this is awesome. Let's just do that. Let's just go ahead and do that. And so it works. And obviously, coming out of USC, he's got the speed, he's got the explosion, he's got that. I just want to see it play with one more power. But guess what? If they're going to play him outside the box and he's only dealing with defensive backs essentially, I think he's going to be fine. I'm going to go ahead and give this a B+. I think that he's someone that does have burst, does have the ability to be a home run hitter. And if you're already set at running back, all you need is a guy that one play can come in. Jordan Love hits him, boom, we got a problem.
That's what he'll be. Tampa Bay Buccaneers are up. They've gone both trenches. Graham Barton, offensive lineman, then went the Bama edge rusher Chris Braswell with the second pick. Now, the third round, they are taking Georgia safety Tyke Smith.
Okay.
Tyke Smith, you said okay. Why did you react like that?
No, I like him. What are you talking? No, that's not a bad thing. Like,
Oh, so what does okay mean?
I was like, okay. He does take some bad angles at times.
Okay.
But that's like, it's fine. He'll figure out, because he's given up some big plays because of those bad angles. But when he's focused and he's paying attention, taking the right angle, he can disrupt the game on multiple levels. Like obviously you see him, he can shoot there. We see him playing inside here. This is a guy that's pretty versatile in terms of what he's able to do, and reminds me a little bit of Ahmad Black from Florida. Just a guy that you can move around. I remember when Black was at Florida playing when they used to play that 6 DB defense essentially. They could play him inside, outside, up top, over, around, and obviously close to the line of scrimmage. So that's where that comparison comes from for me. I like him. I think he's a good player. Again, we talked about it with Alabama. We talked about it a little bit already with Georgia. When you play there, if you play for Kirby Smart and you play defensive back, you better be freaking good. And I think that's what he is. So I'm going to give this an A-.
Yeah, for me, Tyke Smith, after the top two slot corners that we talked about earlier, and Kamari Lassiter from Georgia and Mike Sainristil from Michigan,
Right.
This was probably the next best guy. And he was a freshman All-American at West Virginia all the way back in 2019, before some injury struck, before he transferred to Georgia. To me, he is one of the best screen erasers in this entire draft. He takes on blocks so well on the exterior, whether it's wide receivers, tight ends trying to block him. He will shut down those quick passing games real quick. A guy who's willing to get physical against the run, as you see here. Look at him just separate a tight end all the way out to the wide side. That's what you're looking for. The slot need is obvious there for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I think he's a good tackler. Probably a little bit better in zone than pure man coverage, and that showed down at the Senior Bowl. But this is where I had him going. I thought he's a good player, top 100 player on my board. I'll give it an A.
Arizona Cardinals are next up with their 8th pick in the draft already, and they are going Elijah Jones, the cornerback out of Boston College. Elijah Jones, the pick here for the Arizona Cardinals.
I like him. Elijah Jones is a guy that he is, to me, he's another one of those true zone corners. That's what BC plays. And obviously his 2022 year was better than 2023 because he got hurt, missed those last 4 games. But what you're looking at him is a guy that's going to play zone. He's going to play zone. And when he plays zone, he has the ability to see everything. And when I say see everything, what we're looking at is a guy that can see through to the ball, push through, come off his guy and make a play. And I love that. And so I'm looking forward to it. I don't know if you guys remember Josh Norman.
Yes. How do you forget?
Yeah. I think he's got some of that skill set in terms of what he does in zone coverage.
Nice.
And that's a part that I really like. Like here he's going to, look,
That
let's
fits
go
with
make a play.
Jonathan Gannon.
Bingo. So let's go.
Renner?
I'm a fan of him. So so they drafted Max Melton way earlier. I had him Melton at 79, him at 83 on my draft board.
Oh, wow.
So right back to back. I like both of them. I think I like Jones more as like a pure outside, can get up at the line of scrimmage and press you. He's a long dude. He can really cover ground at the catch point. 5 picks this past year, 6 pass breakups. I thought he was underrated throughout the pre-draft process, and I thought he had one of the better Senior Bowls of anyone in attendance. So I'm a fan of this pick, man. At this point in the draft, I believe is he my top corner available? If not, he was up there. So I give it an A.
I like when you can take two corners, and hey, if one hits, great, and if they both hit, unbelievable. Elijah Jones, the pick for Arizona. Green Bay Packers are back on the clock. We just saw them take Marshawn Lloyd. What other position could they go now that they've got the Aaron Jones replacement?
Gosh, I mean, they could still use another corner. I think they went safety, they went linebacker. They like what they have in the guy they drafted in the 7th round last year in Carrington Valentine, but I would add to that mix if possible here. Now, cornerback board's kind of depleted, but there's a lot of names. The one I'm looking at is probably TJ Tampa from Iowa State. If he were to come off the board here, they probably need some more press corners, going to be playing a little bit more of that than they ever did years ago.
One of the best players selected at this pick, the 91st overall, was Mike Vrabel. I feel like you would like Austin Booker at this spot as well.
Yeah, I mean, I would love Austin.
That would be.
That one's
Talk about Austin Booker out of Kansas defense.
So he played like only a dozen snaps his first 2 years in Minnesota. Transfers to Kansas, and I was in awe of just what this guy could do with, long arms, explosiveness off the line. The guy they drafted in the first round, unfortunately, Jordan Morgan, he got clowned twice by Austin Booker at the Senior Bowl. So it would be a pickup.
It's going to be Mizzou linebacker Tyron Hopper. They go linebacker. They went linebacker in the 2nd round with Edgerrin Cooper, and now they're coming back with Mizzou linebacker Tyron Hopper. Thoughts, Renner?
I don't love it. He was down my board. He's an explosive athlete, man. He gets to anywhere he wants to in a hurry, but he doesn't always know. Where he wants to go is not always where he should be going, unfortunately. So that's, again, what they're trying to do with the pick of him, with the pick of Edgerrin Cooper, after what they had in that linebacking core, is get faster, get more explosive.
Oren Burks and all that.
That's what it's going to look like now. It's going to look more like the San Francisco 49ers linebacking core. So that's what this is, but I thought he was a poor tackler on tape from what I saw. He has small hands, which is not conducive to tackling at the next level, and we'll see. It was a big reach for me. So
I'm going to let him get his grade up.
We'll give it a C.
There we go. All right, so for me, I totally agree. This guy's a Ferrari. He's a Ferrari with the kid behind the wheel. It's not great. So if you don't know where you're going, but you get there, like, here's the thing about football. And I'm gonna listen. Let me just
give a little lesson.
I'm gonna go B-. Here's the thing about football. It's okay to make mistakes, and he makes a lot of them. But I will say this: he makes those mistakes at full speed. You can teach someone how to play, and he doesn't have to play immediately for this team. So what he's going to do, you know what he's going to do? He's going to do that and make those plays fast. He's going to play special teams, and he's going to play it fast, and that's the value here. And I think that's why I'm going to give it that B-, because the value here is that he's going to make these mistakes very fast. And so when that happens, all you need to do is take the keys away from that teenager and put them in the hands of a experienced driver,
of a grown adult.
And that's what the coaching staff's job is, to turn him into a grown adult, an experienced driver. And so I think that as long as he keeps making mistakes fast, he's going to be all right.
Tampa Bay is on the clock. We just saw them take a safety. They have gone O-line, edge, and safety. Corner is still a need. Linebacker is still a need for Tampa Bay. Todd Bowles at the helm. Jason Light is the GM running this war room right now. They did get Graham Barton to kind of solidify it, and Chris Braswell, the athletic rusher. What are we thinking as we wrapping up the 3rd round here?
They've done a good job of kind of plugging their holes, right? There ain't a ton on this roster that really needs to be dealt with. Linebacker, off-ball linebacker seems like the most glaring one, but off-ball linebacker, it depends on how you value it. They liked KJ Britt, what they saw from him last year, so they may not need to go get one. So it's in a position where maybe you're just taking best player available at this point in the draft. The FK Dot at tight end, I would love to add Theo Johnson to the mix here.
All right, with the 92nd pick in the 3rd round, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have selected Jalen McMillan, Another Washington Husky.
Yeah.
Slot wide receiver, 6'1", 197, with some make-you-miss ability, Renner.
He's smooth, man. Going into this past year, people were higher on him, myself included,
than
Ja'Lynn Polk. And then he got banged up this past season. But he comes back in the playoffs, had over 100 yards, I believe, in that Texas game. 4.47 speed, a real graceful, smooth route runner. Hands and play strength at the catch point is the biggest thing with him. Drops were an issue at times, even if I thought they were more concentration drops than how he tracks the football drops. So, Chris Godwin ain't getting any younger, kind of on the downside of his career. They like what they have in Trey Palmer, but he's more of a pure vertical threat. Just gives you another guy to add to the mix there for Baker Mayfield, gives him some weapons. I'm a fan of this pick, man. I'm going to give this one a flat-out A.
Yeah, good player. Like, this is the thing. In theory, he's the third option, but the reality of it is they all were kind of the same option. Like, one guy just happened to do it a little bit better, which is why he got picked in the first round. And so what we're watching in McMillan is a guy that is smooth, that you mentioned did get banged up, because he's thin. He is a thin football player. That's going to be interesting, but he gets to go there. He gets to go to Tampa Bay, and you look at what Tampa Bay has, and obviously they have Mike Evans still. You get a chance to figure some things out behind a guy that's a true vet. And so I'm looking forward to watching him play there, watching him get his reps. I think you are going to have to hide him in the slot. Let me go ahead and give this an A as well. You are going to have to try to hide him a little bit. You don't want people to put their paws on him. And so this is going to be one of those things where I think you do get to work a little bit more in motion. I love how smooth he is, as you mentioned, Renner. And he is, this is a big part of the reason why Washington got as far as they did.
He is the 7th player from Washington's team drafted thus far. We have a team on the clock that drafted a Washington Husky as well. Second-round pick for the Baltimore Ravens was Roger Rosengarten. They had Nate Wiggins in the first round, so a quiet but a very successful draft for the Baltimore Ravens in terms of value. Wiggins, the corner from Clemson, Rosengarten, as I mentioned, the offensive line versatility from Washington. Baltimore could use a wide receiver, replacing Odell Beckham Jr. It's Rashad Bateman, Zay Flowers, and Nelson Aguilar right now. Linebacker they could use. They lost Patrick Queen. That was a major loss. They've addressed corner, addressed offensive line. Any of those two positions, wide receiver or linebacker. You talked about Peyton Wilson. Could be interesting to see him come off the board here.
Yeah, well, it's they have Trent Simpson that they drafted last year, but to replace Patrick Queen in the third round, I didn't love him coming out. So TBD on how good he'll be in year two. But the one place I'm probably looking is D-line. They've had a great track record of drafting mid-round defensive linemen, whether it's DTs, a guy like Justin Matabuke, who just got paid, who was a third-rounder, or whether it's edge rushers, who they develop in that round. Lose Jadeveon Clowney, obviously, this offseason, maybe backfilling a little bit there because they were a big rotation. They played those guys, rotate them in and out.
Call him a shot. I think they're taking your guy Booker.
You think so?
They've done it a few times.
That's their type.
You had Nate Wiggins to the top. You had Rosengarten to the top when they were up there.
And they've taken him.
And Baltimore is a value team.
Yes.
When you say he's the Baltimore type, what do you mean by that?
They just draft the guys with tools who know how to just have some innate ability to them, like that they've shown already, and then get them to the next level, right? Like they're not drafting. They either draft pure high-end athletic projects and have them figured out, like a guy in Odafe Owe, or they draft mid-round guys like a Zadarius Smith, who knew how to rush the passer, had some tools to him, and then develop him into that next level.
What about a backup for Derrick Henry and Keaton Mitchell? Just another guy, because this is a team that lost J.K. Dobbins, Gus Edwards, Melvin Gordon, and just the way that they love to rotate in running backs. They're one of the few teams that the third running back will get the ball often. Yeah,
so the only back I would imagine goes on the rest of day two here is Jalen Wright from Tennessee. And
I'm mainly asking for him. I couldn't believe
4.38 speed with Lamar Jackson at this point in the draft.
Another Justice Hill type of guy.
Yeah, so, but I wouldn't foresee any other back coming off the board here at the end of this round.
What about the fact that it's a Todd Monken offense? Well, let's find out. The pick is in for the Baltimore Ravens, and with the selection,
Woody Isaac.
Oh, Okay.
I didn't even realize he was still available. Adisa Isaac, the pass rusher out of Penn State. Pass rushers out of Penn State going to the Baltimore Ravens. I've never heard of this before. From Brooklyn, New York, the number 1 recruit from New York. His comp is Josh Sweat. Coaches say he's mature beyond his years. Scouts say a phenomenal kid motivated by his family, athletic and explosive, 27 tackles for losses in 26 games. I'm a little bit surprised that he went at this part of the draft.
Yeah, like you said, I forgot he was there. And so it's really interesting to see what he's able to do. He is, I think this is going to end up being, he's a stand-up guy, obviously. So what you're going to get is a guy that shows that he has the ability to read coverages, not read coverages, to read blocks and understand where he's coming off the edge. He knows when he has to play. And I think it's interesting that the Ravens are getting this, because in my mind, this would be a guy that would be picked by one of their divisional counterparts, because he looks like someone that can understand how to help them stop Lamar Jackson. So they got the thing that I thought somebody else would get, actually. But you see the way he's able to cut inside of blocks, the ways that he does wrong arm at times, which is good. Wrong arming is a good thing. It's when you're supposed to spill. So I love that about him. I think this is going to be, I think this is, for the Ravens, this is an A pick. Like, this is a guy that you don't have to have immediately. He doesn't have to come in and immediately show up for you. You're not getting him on day 1. You're not getting him in round 2. You're getting him in the third, at the back end of the 3rd round. Let's go play some football.
Led Penn State in sacks last year with 7.5, and this is a team that had Chop Robinson.
Yeah, I'm a fan of him, man. I had similar grades with him, with Chris Braswell, with Marshawn Kneeland. I had him in that kind of tier, and those guys went way higher. He falls all the way down here to 3rd. What I love about him is, as an undersized guy, 247 pounds.
Right.
He played the run hard, man. This is not an undersized guy that you're going to have to protect. He can stack, shed tight ends. He'll come, as you said, wrong arm down in the running game. He sticks his nose in it. Does have to develop as a pass rusher, but like, he's got the ideal edge body. He's got explosiveness off the line of scrimmage. He's got some bend to his game. A 7.013 cone is a great time for a guy that size. Man, Ravens, love it. That guy's going to be a player for them. He may not be a elite guy, but he's going to be an impact player at some point in his rookie contract. That's an A pick.
Greatest franchise in the history of the NFL is on the clock. They traded down from 76. They traded down from 86. They are now at 94. They've taken 2 players, the Philadelphia Eagles, Quinyon Mitchell out of Toledo, Cooper DeJean out of Iowa, and with the 3rd pick, Ja'Lynn Hunt. Zach Berman breaking the news. Ja'Lynn Hunt, the pick for the Philadelphia Eagles.
He is explosive, man. Houston Baptist. Senior Bowl invite.
What?
Houston Christian, excuse me.
No, Houston Christian, Houston Baptist. What? Where is it? So I'm assuming it's in Houston.
It's in Houston?
Yeah.
The man is explosive off the line of scrimmage. At 6'4", 252 pounds, he had a 10-foot 8-inch broad jump, 4.64 40, and he has 34 3/8-inch arms. Bull rusher only type of guy, but when you have that, you can be a bull rush only type of guy at the next level. A little stiff off the top of his rushes.
He's so much bigger than everybody else.
I didn't think he was great down at the Senior Bowl, but again, he hasn't faced competition like he faced at the Senior Bowl. So this guy has the tools. The Eagles can develop the tools. Will take a minute, but they got a minute.
Do you have a comp because he looks really tall?
Yes, yeah. I mean, so he's like 6'4". I'm trying to think of a comp in that. I don't have a great one off the top
So
of my head.
this is interesting because Quinyon Mitchell was a Senior Bowl star. And so it seems like the Eagles are really focusing on the Senior Bowl. You covered him down there at the Senior Bowl. You're giving it a B. What was the Ja'Lynn Hunt experience at the Senior Bowl?
So he was, his power rush is kind of stalled. He really, when he tried to get to like the top of the pocket, he got pushed past a little easily. But again, like, he's used to, when he hits a guy, they fly backwards. He's playing a Houston Christian, man. Like, he ain't used to 320 pounders.
Yeah, what level of football is that?
That's a great question
Okay.
that I don't have the answer to.
All right, so it's a project that they're taking here.
There
at
you
the end
go.
of the third round.
I'll tell you what.
That's why you trade. Yeah, what are you going to go with after you heard all that?
Listen, after what I saw, big kid, love it. Okay, it's the Eagles.
Yes.
FCS.
That's it.
That's
That's so give it a B. It's the Eagles.
Buffalo on the clock now, and they are going defensive tackle Dwayne Carter out of Duke, their pick. Dwayne Carter out of Duke. You said, oh, yeah, so you get to go first.
Listen, they actually just did a feature on him on my local news. So this is a guy, I love the way that he can make himself skinny. He's not the biggest player, but when you watch him play, you do see that there's some power to his game. You see how the energy that he plays with. He is one of those guys for Duke that was a big energy guy. He was one of their, the fire starter, if you will. So I love this guy. I'm glad he got picked here. I'm going to go with an A. I do think that for the Bills, when you look at what they have and what he brings to the table, they've added some pieces in the offseason. He adds to that, but he's someone that I've really liked, that I've really enjoyed following basically his journey. But this guy, he wants to go out and make tackles. He can be penetrative, and he does want to work behind the line of scrimmage.
He can defeat blocks, man. That's rare at this point in the draft to find a guy that knows how to win one-on-one is unique, and he has the kind of athleticism to get it done at the next level. 5.0, 3-second 40. Has some versatility in his alignment. You see him rushing there off the edge. Now that's not where I would rush him.
Yeah.
He's probably an interior guy at the next level. Oof. But he can win, man. He can get up the football field. I saw some balance issues on his tape that worry me. He can get pancaked when he gets up the football field. He will miss a lot of tackles as well, gets a little out of control, but for the Buffalo Bills, they just need disruption, man. That's what they want up front. So for here, that's an A pick.
We are into the compensatory picks. The Jacksonville Jaguars are up first round. Brian Thomas Jr., the wide receiver from LSU. Mason Smith, the D lineman. So they've got some athletes, some disruptors. We had the pleasure of having Josh Allen on the call while we were making that pick. And now from pick 48 to pick 96, Trent Baalke, looking for Trent Baalke guys to join Doug Peterson and crew and Trevor Lawrence. This was a 9-8 Jacksonville Jaguars team. Even though they were over 500, I think it's fair to say a big disappointment not making the playoffs with everything they had early on, slow start, and then just crumbled, losing that AFC South to the Houston Texans. They could use a cornerback. That has not been addressed yet. And, of course, offensive line. They went out and got Mitch Morse in free agency from Buffalo, but they could use some interior offensive line. They did sign Gabe Davis to go along with Brian Thomas in the draft, and they did trade for Mac Jones to back up Trevor Lawrence, which is still crazy to think. Arik Armstead was a big free agent signing. They tried to get Ronald Darby and Darnell Savage in the secondary, but there are still holes in this Jaguars roster, Renner.
Yeah, I do think defensively I would love to add to this cornerback position. Now we've seen a ton of corners come off the board here on day two, so it's slim pickings in that regard. I do think offensively too, the guy I like who's still on, I had a top 75 grade on, is Johnny Wilson, the Florida State tight end. You need bigger bodies in this wide receiver corps. They've been trying to do that with Gabe Davis this offseason, with Brian Thomas now. But Johnny Wilson's a guy who can be almost a tight end hybrid in that he can block from the slot and just give you another option, because those are the guys Trevor Lawrence loved to throw to at Clemson, were the big-bodied wide receivers.
Doug Peterson likes a two tight end set.
Yeah, so I do think that I'd be intrigued by that, and especially, Trent Baalke, he loves the off-the-bus guys, the guys who are hulking monsters. Johnny Wilson, 6'7", man, 239 pounds.
He's
a big dude at wide receiver. So I'd be curious to see if that's the way they.
He needs to change his underarm, like his under pads shirts.
I did not have that in my notes, unfortunately.
I did.
What is wrong with it?
He's wearing like that Ken Dorsey wide joints. Like, just get a tight shirt.
Big sleeves?
Yeah.
Sam Bradford?
Yeah, like just
Sammy sleeves?
not big sleeves up here like this.
Yeah, he has the full sleeve.
Oh, like a baseball
Yeah.
shirt.
It looked like a long sleeve T-shirt.
I like a good long sleeve T-shirt.
Yeah, not when I'm playing a sport.
It's not quite the
Under
James
Armour?
Jones hoodie when
Yeah,
it
I'm
was.
going. Give me
Click,
something
clack.
tight.
Click clack.
Yeah, I remember that.
That was a big
We
market.
must protect this house.
So Jacksonville is up, then Cincinnati, Pittsburgh, the Rams, and Washington, the last 5 picks of the third round. Fourth round, you guys will be here tomorrow. What should we expect for the show tomorrow?
I'll just say, unfortunately, this might be the weakest day 3. And I'm not selling it hard, but this might be one of the weakest.
Why would you say that? Just lie.
That's gonna be great.
Week day 3 class. However, there's still talent to be had. Look at how many guys are in the top 75 in my draft.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. Is it's gotten better because we still have Peyton Wilson. We still have a bunch of other guys. Okay, look at that.
Jarrian Jones, the pick for the Jaguars. I love that Jarrian Jones is going to the Jacksonville Jaguars, the cornerback out of Florida State, another member of the team that got absolutely robbed in the college football playoffs. I'll let you go first, Felder, since it's a DB.
Oh, yeah. Look, Jarrian Jones is somebody that absolutely triggers, and I love that. Again, I've said it many times, but he triggers when he sees ball in the air. It's like a shark with blood in the water, and I love the way he has this closing speed. You see it in the run game, you see it in the pass game, but he's got this closing speed that allows him to really go out and make a play. And he's somebody that can play inside, play outside. He can be a part of your blitz package, as you see right there. And all those things add up. And to me, it's not that he can't cover. He can. I think he's got this ability to move with you. And I love this. This is one of my favorite plays. Run, switch it off, and then still go make a play.
All right,
that's good football.
I'm seeing 6 foot. I'm seeing great 40 time. I'm seeing plays. I'm seeing Florida State. How is he still here after you give the grade?
I'm gonna give this one an A because I do like the player.
Why is he still available?
I don't know why he's still available.
Because these highlights are better than a lot of guys that we've been seeing the last few days.
Go ahead,
Slot corner. That's why he's still
Right,
available.
okay.
He's a slot corner, short arms, small hands, and really only this past year was like a breakout year for him when he moved to the slot. And so with the Jaguars, the need in the slot, that's where he's going to play. So probably your immediate starter next season for them in the slot because he's experienced, man. 5 years playing there, Florida State. 4 years Florida State, 1 year Mississippi State, but 3 years of starting the last 3 years.
All right, so Jarrian Jones, the pick for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Compensatory pick for the Cincinnati Bengals has just been made. They are going defensive tackle McKinley Jackson. So defensive tackle McKinley Jackson out of Texas A&M had 3 sacks last year. Big, powerful man for the Cincinnati Bengals. Thoughts on the pick?
Oh, I like him. This guy, listen, he's not as big as some of the other guys, like the 2 Texas kids, but he is big enough to be a force inside. I think he probably ends up playing at the 3, but he's someone that showed up consistently, someone that was able to get out there and go make plays. It was just a matter of, was he strong enough at the play point, and did he know what he was supposed to do? Like, it's an issue of whether it's the gap integrity or I think it was kind of a man of 2 minds, right? So when you watch him play, like he's coming down inside, and that's fine, but then you worry, maybe he was supposed to be out here. Is he supposed to bunch it up? And so that's what you want to see. Get him better, get him more coaching. I'm not going to say better coaching. More coaching, I think you've got a guy, look, he's a defensive tackle that's wearing number 3.
Love it.
I think they know what they've got in him, and you see it there against Alabama. He's able to shed and then still create that hole, and I think this is someone that at the next level, and I'm going to go ahead and give this one, I'll give this one a B+ because I do think he's probably going to be a good football player for you, especially if he doesn't have to show up and do everything immediately, and he can slowly grow into a role, and he has that role be well-defined.
So I used to live in Cincinnati. I do a ton of Bengals podcasts. Every single one asked me, what's a nose tackle we can find on day 3? Who's like what a guy in this class because it's pretty thin after Tavondre Sweat. I said McKinley Jackson on pretty much every single one. I'm like, this guy can hold up on the nose if you're in a pinch. He may not give you much more than that. He may not ever be a pass rusher. He may not ever be, a playmaker.
Yes.
But he is a big dude who is ascending the past couple seasons on tape. And that's what they needed. When he lost DJ Reader, Chris Jenkins was not the DJ Reader replacement. This is probably your DJ Reader replacement. He ain't gonna be DJ Reader, but he can at least play the run. B+.
I love the fact that they add McKinley Jackson and Chris Jenkins and just give so much size to the inside of that Cincinnati Bengals defensive line. Mount McKinley Jackson, the pick for the Cincinnati Bengals. Now, AFC North rival, the Pittsburgh Steelers, are on the clock. They went Roman Wilson with their last pick. They had offensive linemen from Washington with their first-round pick, then Zach Frazier, interior offensive line. Are you laughing because you know the pick?
No, I'm laughing because I said that day 3 was going to be terrible. I thought about that again.
What should we look forward to tomorrow? Nothing. It stinks. Pittsburgh Steelers are up. Pittsburgh, they got their wide receiver. They have yet to get a cornerback, which is one of the other positions that they were looking for. And it's time to wake up because Peyton Wilson, the linebacker out of NC State, is going to Pittsburgh. The 39th ranked player on Mike Renner's board finally comes off.
Bravo, Omar Khan. What a draft. I mean, Patrick Queen and Peyton Wilson you have 2 guys that can run 4.4 at the second level now. I mean, you have speed to
Catch Lamar Jackson.
exactly copycat what the Ravens had last year. Everyone wants to have that style of defense now, be multiple. This is the most multiple linebacker in the draft. He was playing slot for them. He was playing Mike for them. He was playing all over that second level, making plays. That's why he's top linebacker on my board. Again, injury history, terrible. That's why he falls to this point in the draft. 2 ACL tears, 2 shoulder dislocations, but he was fully healthy this past season, and the boy made a ton of plays on the football. Big fan of his game. The only weird thing to know, real short arms.
He looks tiny.
Just over 30-inch arms for a 6'4" guy. He's going to have trouble stacking and shedding at the next level, but everything else, coverage ability, playmaking in space.
Special teams.
Yep.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
an A+ pick, man. That is, it's a dude.
There you go.
It's an A+
I like
draft.
him. Here's the thing. I've watched him play since he was in high school. I watched him play since he was committed to UNC. I saw him play in Charlotte at one of the openings. Remember we used to do those?
Yep.
Yeah. So I've been following his career for a while. I know about the injury history. It's not a surprise to me. I understand it. My kind of comp is kind of Telvin Smith.
Wow, I haven't thought about him in a while.
But yeah,
Undersized linebacker from Jacksonville, super quick, super
Yeah.
fast, great in coverage, can
but
blitz.
high cut. I mean, look at that. There's not a lot of linebackers that you see that look like this with their jerseys.
Yeah, I'm just
up in the
really
air.
worried about a guard getting to him on the next level. Like him against Landon Dickerson is a problem.
Oh, that's absolutely a problem. But I'm going to go ahead and give this one an A+. He was also one of my highest rated linebackers. And you get him in the third, a guy that we've watched the highlights. He can play in coverage. That's going to be good for you. I think he's got the ability to really run the field, sideline to sideline. We talked about 2 guys that now are going to be running in that 4.4 range with Queen and Wilson. These guys are going to go out and make plays.
All right. A speed for linebacker of the Steelers, and you are right. What an interesting draft for Omar Khan in Pittsburgh, really attacking everything. The Rams, back on the clock, they've had a pretty good draft as well, and this time they are going Miami safety Cameron Kinchins.
All right.
Jared Verse, Braden Fiske, and now Blake Corum and Cameron Kinchins. Safety, Felder.
Yeah, I love it. Physical player who was at the best in the zone and off where he can't see, where he can see through the QB to the wide, see to the QB through the wide. I'm not good at reading, guys. Let me just say this: this guy's a good football player. I can't see that far. It's getting late. My eyes hurt. So here's what I'm going to say about Cameron Kinchins. Cameron Kinchins, to me, is a guy that has the ability to be a little bit versatile. Yes, he plays some safety. Yes, he can play on the inside. Yes, he can be a violent hitter at times. This is someone that you see right here, go out and make a play, go out and deliver. He can separate the man from the ball. He's a good ball player. I like watching him play. You see him here come straight down the pipe to hit Drake May. This is one of those things that's what you want. You want this guy to do all those things. So I really like him. I'm going to go ahead and give this. I'm going to give this an A because there's a lot of folks that had him a lot higher in terms of what they were as as a safety. And I think the key for him is going to be: am I going to play in that back end, or am I going to be able to, or can I play closer to the line of scrimmage?
Yeah, as a sophomore, 2022, he had 6 picks from a single high alignment. All 6 picks. And like that is rarity, the ability to make plays from that position, his instincts and playmaking just ability, tremendous for that position. He goes to the combine though, runs a 4.65 40, and everyone cools on him because what is that going to look like at the next level? But I think this guy's a good football player, man. He's a hitter,
Did he
playmaker.
look 4.65 on the tape?
And he didn't look like a 4.65.
What did he look like?
He looked like a
4.5?
4.5 sort of guy. Like he has good enough speed, in my opinion, to continue making those plays at the NFL level. And so people cooled on him.
that.
But the Los
Exactly.
Angeles Rams, of all teams in the NFL, they don't send people to the combine. They don't send people to the Senior Bowl. They watch the tape. They
Really?
trust the tracking data. And his tape and his tracking data was pretty darn good. That is an A pick.
What speed did the tracking data have?
I mean, definitely better than a 4.65. He's not like, so Kalen Bullock's probably, one of your range. He's not to that level of speed, but it was not that you would worry about him at the back end.
Honestly, to have this conversation now sounds genius.
Yeah, that's why
I
they hit
would
on
much
something like-
rather care about what miles per hour you hit while you're playing
Bingo.
than what you are in underwear at Lucas Oil Stadium.
That's why I said it.
If they don't send anyone to the Combine or the Senior Bowl.
They've
That
completely
is very Daryl
revamped
Morey of them.
kind of how they
When
scout.
did they do this? How long ago?
So the past probably like 5 or 6 years, they've, since they started dealing with all their
They also
first-round
haven't had
picks.
first-round
And they
picks.
have had all these late rounders, though. They've kind of started treating their scouting staff in like 2 different roles. There are fact-finding scouts, And then there are guys who just sit and all day stay in the facilities and watch the tape. They don't send them out to locations.
They don't want to meet people.
They don't do that. They just have
They
guys
get rid of
who
all the
give
bias.
evals and use analytics and use the data to impact those evals, and that's how they draft.
Wow. One of the best players in the NFL was Christian McCaffrey. This guy is not related. The Washington Commanders select Luke McCaffrey. It is related!
They are related. Yeah. I was.
Brother of 49ers superstar Christian McCaffrey, Luke McCaffrey out of Rice. He doesn't look like him at all. Does he play like him?
None of them look alike.
He looks like his dad. He looks like Ed McCaffrey.
Right, but none of them look alike. Max doesn't look like Christian. Christian doesn't look like Max or Luke. None of them look the same.
And the GM for the 49ers, the GM for Washington came from San Francisco. Renner, what do we think of Luke McCaffrey here with the last pick of the 3rd round?
So he was a quarterback for 3 years, 2 at Nebraska,
Love that.
1 for Rice, only switched to wide receiver in 2022. I was floored by how quickly he took to it. Maybe I shouldn't be. His dad played in the NFL at wide receiver.
Yeah.
But great ball skills, great after the catch, real strong hands, tough dude, will go over the middle of the football field, a real security blanket there in the middle for Jaden Daniels, and a guy who is probably ascending because, again, 2 years at the position. And I was really impressed with what he did down at the Senior Bowl as well. And like the other McCaffreys, high-end athlete, 4'4", 640, 6'7", 3-cone at 198 pounds. This is where I had the guy on my board. This is where he comes off the board. That's an A pick for me.
So I love this kid. Okay, let me tell you something.
Tell me something.
One, I was upset that he played quarterback in college.
So did Julian Edelman.
But kid was a hardcore banger at safety in high school. He couldn't get the his brother is Dylan McCaffrey. Dylan McCaffrey was one of the #1 quarterbacks in the country coming out. So he had to play something. He had to play wide receiver and he had to play safety. And I loved watching him play safety. So when he gets to Nebraska, I'm like, come on, man, just play safety.
Right.
Please just do that. And then obviously he wants to play quarterback, Quarterback doesn't pan out. He transfers to Rice. Then it doesn't pan out at Rice. He's a tremendous wide receiver. This guy's a remarkable competitor. I love listening to the stories of the entire family.
Yes.
How competitive they are. So what you are
train, all that stuff.
Yes. And what you're going to get is a guy that's been around the game. Been around the game his whole life. From his father, his mom's an athlete, his brothers, all of them have played at a high level in terms of football. Obviously, his brother's one of the best players in the NFL. Got 2 other brothers. One other brother had a cup of coffee in the NFL. The other brother had a.
How many are there?
Dude, what was
Luke, Dylan, Max, Christian.
Jeez.
Yeah. So it's just very interesting to see how this all shakes out. I'm going to give it an A as well. This is a guy I think could have like a Puka Nacua type impact.
Whoa.
In terms of what he brings to the table. Not like truly I think he's someone that he and we talked about this many times already, right? Guys that know the NFL, guys that have been around the game, guys that grew up around it. We talked about it with Marvin Harrison. Talked about it. Who was the other kid?
Joe Alt.
Joe Alt. Yep.
Yeah, and all these guys
few.
that have this NFL pedigree, they understand what it's like to be in that building. And so this is going to be really interesting to see what happens with him and the Commanders.
And that is it, y'all. That is the end of the 3rd round. Renner, why don't we look at the 3rd round, some of the picks, and you give us a recap as we go through the graphics, just the picks that stood out to you, and then we're going to do some winners and losers. So if you guys want to think day 2 winners and losers, but take us through, Renner.
Yeah, I love the Junior Colson pick to the Chargers. They have been so desperate for just a sound linebacker, someone who won't make mistakes. The era, the Kenneth Murray era there was plagued by boneheaded mistakes.
Yes,
Junior Colson will not be making those. Love the Trey Benson pick for the Arizona Cardinals as well, really revamping what they want to do offensively. Cooper Beebe to the Cowboys, man. Great value pick there. Plug-and-play starter. Love that one. Kalen Bullock to the Texans is going to be a very interesting one to monitor. Doesn't have to start right away, but that's a single high defense, and he's a single high safety. Christian Haynes there, a great value pick in my opinion, a plug-and-play starter at right guard, and then Roman Wilson. That one, for the Pittsburgh Steelers, they had, for my opinion, the best draft in terms of just every single time they were on the clock. It was a W, in my opinion. Final ones here. Gosh, the Packers and Tyron Hopper. I don't have to talk about that one. But I want to talk about those edge rushers, though. Two guys who have the tools, two guys who go to great situations for them to develop. That's a lot of times at this point you're talking about developmental prospects, and why are teams like the Ravens, why are teams like the Eagles continually class of the NFL? They develop guys in this range. And then for Peyton Wilson to fall to this point in the draft, again, Pittsburgh Steelers, absolutely love what they did. Had my favorite day 2 of anyone.
All right, let's do winners and losers. Well, let's do winners and losers of day 2 in the NFL draft, rounds 2 and 3. You just went through the second and third round, and do you want to make your winner the Pittsburgh Steelers?
I do, man. We can go pick by pick here and what they did. Second round, Zach Frazier, the center from West Virginia, 51 overall. A day 1 starter, a guy for 4 years started at West Virginia. Wrestling background. He's not going to be Mike Pouncey, but he's going to be pretty darn good there for you. I guess Marquise Pouncey, excuse me.
Yep.
He's Roman Wilson, pick 84. Another plug-and-play slot wide receiver, one of the most NFL-ready wide receivers. And doesn't even have to, I guess in Arthur Smith's offense, you don't have a lot of slot receivers oftentimes. Can just be your number 2 wide receiver. I think he can hold up on the outside as well. And then Peyton Wilson, the guy who was my number 1 linebacker in the class, to pair with Patrick Queen, allow you to do some interesting stuff on the second level with the 4.4 speed you have at both those positions, copying what the Ravens had last year. I'm a fan.
What do you think? Who are your big winner for day 2?
Winners, I mean, I'm going to go with the Cardinals. I mean, I think
Wow.
Max Melton, love him. Trey Benson was my number 1 running back. You throw in Isaiah Adams, you get Tip Reman, and then obviously Elijah Jones, who I really like. So I'm going to go with them. I think the Ravens and the Eagles belong in that discussion as well.
Couldn't agree more.
I didn't want to take the Eagles from you, so I went with the Cardinals. But yeah, and you already mentioned the Steelers. We've mentioned the Ravens. So I think those 3. That's it. So go ahead.
I was going to say that almost every team in the AFC North was a winner. You look at Baltimore getting Roger Rosengarten and Adisa Isaac, I thought was unbelievable. You look at Cincinnati and what they did, getting Chris Jenkins and McKinley Jackson at defensive line, and then Jermaine Burton. I know that you guys thought he could be a lot higher, so that was pretty impressive. I thought the Chargers getting Ladd McConkey and Junior Colson, just solid players to go with Joe Alt. Junior Colson is more because the head coach is Harbaugh. And then I'm going to go with the Philadelphia Eagles because Cooper DeJean, many people thought this was going to be a first-round talent. Many people thought people were going to try and fight to get him at the first pick of the second round. But instead he falls. They trade up ahead of the Green Bay Packers. They get Cooper DeJean, and now they suddenly have an all-new secondary. My question is about Jalix Hunt, who I read was a safety at Cornell, and now he's a defensive lineman, but it's more of a Cooper DeJean pick. Losers. Any of the teams that really shocked you in some of their picks, Renner?
I did not love what the Washington Commanders did. I'll be honest. Now, they had some good picks. They had a zillion picks, obviously, on day 2. Johnny Newton, I liked. Luke McCaffrey, I liked. Mike Sainristil, I guess I liked. But Ben Sinnott and Brandon Coleman, I don't think they did anything to protect Jane Daniels. Is more what I'm worried about with these picks. You had all these guys, and I thought it was a great offensive line class. And they got a guy who was outside the top 130 on my draft board in Brandon Coleman at pick 67 when they had 36, 50, 53 to rebuild this offensive line. And I'm not sure they did anything towards rebuilding it, at least for year 1 for Jaden Daniels, unfortunately. I'm
going to go ahead and just this is more because of they didn't do almost anything, and that's going to be the Miami Dolphins. All they did, they got Patrick Paul, but they didn't have any more picks. They don't pick again until round 5.
And they need a lot of depth everywhere.
And so that's not great. And then the Falcons is still.
Yeah, that's
all of their picks are still shocking to me.
Yeah.
Terry Fontenot's going to have to do a lot of explaining coming up.
Yeah.
Mine is going to be, I don't know if it's a species of animal or if it's the player himself. Take a look. The pick for the Arizona Cardinals, Tip Raymond, does not believe birds are real, but he was drafted by the Arizona Cardinals. So should the Cardinals be worried that they have a player that doesn't believe that their mascot exists? He believes, I think, that they're like robots or computers,
Listen,
or they listen in.
I've been
or
sent this
should
many
Tip
times.
Tip now has to wear a bird on his shoulder and a bird on his helmet.
Yeah.
And he doesn't believe that birds are real.
I love it. On. all day long.
Wow.
Dude, as someone that hates birds, like passionately,
I forgot.
like
So, but looking at that mascot doesn't mess you up.
no, that's fine. I think the eye is weird on it.
I wish that we had that footage right now. We're not going to show that. We're not even going to talk about it. We're just going to end it right there.
Which time?
Don't even get into it.
Okay.
You guys will be back tomorrow. What time does it kick off tomorrow? What time does the draft get rolling?
Noon.
Noon tomorrow.
Noon tomorrow.
You guys are going tomorrow at noon, rounds
Loaded
4
day
through 7.
Loaded.
How the broadcast is always, they start doing features of the
Sure.
day 1 and 2 and 3 guys. They're doing interviews.
We're
What
gonna-
will you guys be?
We're gonna do as much talking about the guys as we can, and we'll probably do a little bit of light recap, but we're gonna just talk about the guys as they come. They come fast and furious. And look,
It's really the only place where if you want to know about that corner that goes in the 4th round or that linebacker in the 5th, you guys will actually break it
we'll
down.
talk about it. Yeah, that's our goal.
And you're excited for the prospects.
Dude,
that are
it's a
available.
loaded day 3. You see this draft board here? I mean, there are, I will say, 9 guys in my top 75.
Yeah, let's put up Renner's big board. The best players that could be available that you guys think could go off the board quickly tomorrow.
I do think Theo Johnson, that one floors me when tight end's just that athletic. To fall all the way to the 4th round. I mean, now, George Kittle fell all the way to the 5th, and he was in that realm as well. So, I like those 2 tight ends at the top, Johnny Wilson and Theo Johnson.
Spencer
I
Rattler.
can't believe Jaden Hicks fell this far. That man declared early, tested very well at the combine, and he falls to day 3. He has to be having some maybe second thoughts about declaring early, but I still think he's a darn good football player. So there's talent to be had. And again, like I said, it's a loaded day 3. I keep saying it on the show. It's a loaded day 3. Make sure you guys do.
And we have not seen a quarterback get drafted since pick 12. Spencer Rattler could be the next one to go. Also have the kid from Tulane. But I want to say a big thank you to everyone that helps put this thing together. We have a control room full of people that have busted their ass. To all the people that work at Bleacher Report, distributing the content, putting it out, from hair and makeup to lighting to building this studio. And I want to say a big thank you to you two who truly do this all year round. It's impressive to watch. You actually grind the tape, you give an F, and I appreciate it. I always enjoy working with both of you. So for Mike Renner, for Mike Felder, I am Lefkoe. Drop the first name, nobody needs it. We're ready to go eat some pizza.
Oh my
Hope
God.
your teams did well, and these two will see you tomorrow. Have a great night, everybody.